The best. Da 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 Okay, let's see what we're doing. Open my telephone out. Go to Twitch. There you go. I is live. 2 to 3 minutes late, but I mean, I'm never accurate with time, so there you go. But hey, we're technically on the schedule. Open this up. I messed this thing up. Turn on, you damn infantile controller. There you go. Infidile, not infantile. Infantile. Well, infant is baby, but still. My beard is still wet. From my shower. Controller's now on, so I could open this up. We're going into the GBA and DS games. File, open ROM. It is not apologists. There you go. Okay. E. I'm just getting right into it, which I'm okay with. Alright. We should be starting from the middle point now. Oh, there it is, actually. Turnabout Ablaze, middle part 1. The fact that they say them, too. Alright. Let's get this show on the road. Okay. Fix my headphones a bit. Alright, March 14, 7:44 p.m. Theatrum Intellis Lobby, right. Count off. Shifu 99 callouts, so all 99 members are most likely here and accounted for. Sir. Hey you. Yeah, you, the second number 1 from my right. Sir, yes sir. Here. A birthday present for you. What? Shifu, I didn't know that you knew all of our birthdays. What a kind heart you have. Shifu, you are more of a man than we'll ever be, sir. I'm really sorry, but it's not my birthday. Langzi says, a cub who disrespects others soon feels the disciplinary bite of an elder. Present isn't for you, it's for your younger brother's wife's younger brother. Tell him I said hi, and happy birthday, won't you? Yes, sir. Shifu, I can't believe you remember that much about each of us. Shifu, I'm so moved that I can't stop crying. What a way to start this fucking thing. Should probably leave them to their alone time. Alright, meeting's over. Everyone head for your posts. Dismissed. Sir. My internet is ass. Felt down a strong level. Yo, were you guys there the whole time? I got a call from Shihana. And she's already filled me in. Sounds like you're out to get in my way again. I have absolutely no intention of interrupting your investigation. I simply request that you grant me permission to investigate the Albestian embassy. For 6 days? Oof. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. But oof, nonetheless. And what if I say no? Agent Lang, this man is my subordinate. As I have received permission from the ambassador, he is to be extended the same rights. Sir, sis, but it's not that simple. Albus has the strictest immigration regulations in the in the world, or didn't you know? It feels weird with that. I don't know what that means. Even among an elite man, what? Even among my elite men, about only half of them were admitted into the country. Besides, any more cooks in the kitchen, and we might spoil the soup, if you get what I mean. How dare you make such assumptions? Don't take this the wrong way, but I thought I was in charge of Albus, boss, Miss Von Karma. Oh, okay. I thought you meant she was like gone from this world when you said it's weird without my grandma. Huh? How about some context a little bit with the sentence that you were phrasing this with? I'm like, I should probably not open this topic. Look, try to understand, okay? Things over in Albus are a bit of a mess right now. What do you mean by a bit of a mess? No one told you. We had an incident in Albus as well. This is what we call a decision based on the investigation, Mr. Prosecutor. Look, Wolfie, just let us in already. Is there a problem here, Agent Lang? They're really just having a discussion about whether or not to let these guys in. Ambassador Alba, I ask that you please allow these people to join the investigation. Having a debate because of my country. I'm terribly sorry for placing you good people in that kind of situation. It is all because I lack the strength to govern well. Please, it is nothing of the sort, Ambassador. You weakling Kirkus? Curse your frailty and inability to affect change in your country. What are you? The thing is, investigations conducted in my country have been under Agent Lang. And it is my judgment that in order to minimize disruption in the investigation, I should leave everything up to Agent Lang. There, you see? Oh, no way. Duh. Good luck on your grades. Ambassador Alba, I ask you to please reconsider letting them into Alabust. What's that? My very own security has been murdered in the Babalese embassy. And he was apparently caught up in some very shady dealings completely unbeknownst to me. So I asked for your cooperation in our investigation. But I will get allowance, let's go. These aren't much, but I hope they can cover your travel expenses to Babal someday. Alright, I get it. Even if you beg Ambassador Alba, I still have to give the final okay anyway. Alright, you hear that, Mr. Edgeworth? We're in. Not so fast, my little crow girl. You're still a witness in the Babal murder. So I'd like you to please stay in the Republic of Babal. Detective Gumshoe, please take good care of Kay for me. Yes, sir. Sounds good to me. The fewer troublemakers, the better. Rasp? What's rasp? Hey, Mr. Edgeworth. Yes? So I want to ask you for a while now, but that lady over there, is she who I think she is? Ah, that's right. I didn't introduce the two of you yet. Francisca Von Karma, the prosecutor prodigy. It's nice to see you again. Oh, I knew it. You're the whip lady. You may address me as Miss Von Karma. Miss Von Karma, I leave the investigation in Alabust in your hands. Thanks, rest assured I will outsmart both the smuggling ring and the Yatagarasu. The smuggling ring, huh? Perhaps you should ask Francisca a bit more about them before I head to Alabust. And I mustn't forget to thank Ambassador Paleno for all that he has done for me. Ambassador Paleno, I am in your debt. No, it's nothing. Because it's about all I can do for you, I'm afraid. I only ask that you please bring Manny's killer to justice. I will, Ambassador, on my honor. Wow, you're so sensational. You've really piqued my curiosity. I know they aren't much, but I know that I'm giving them to you wholeheartedly. More. Oh, that's quite alright. Oh, well, how about this then? And what exactly is it? It's fountain pen ink, known as Babalese ink, and it's made exclusive in Babal. So this is Babalese ink. We make it from white crystal. White crystal oil, which is mined through our mineral mines. Please accept this ink. One dip of your fountain pen in this, and you can write for hours in your organizer. How fortunate for me, the ink in my pen just happened to run out. I've got to accept your gracious gift. Ooh, it's a clue. Great, wonderful. I guarantee to you that that writing with our ink is an unforgettable experience. Okay, I was like, what the fuck happened to my stream on my phone? And since we don't export it, if you run out, you're always welcome to come and visit our fair nation. Talk about cornering the customer along with the market. Okay? You've made so much progress in your investigation in such a short period of time. It's truly amazing. Agent Hicks, whose help I had requested, was cut down before he completed his task. There is no room for further failure in my perfect investigation. In spite of that, I believe you were able to obtain some insight into that ring, correct? It was nothing. I simply made some deductions based on the smuggled item I was following. You mean the Babalese ink? But why are these restrictions on the export of Babalese ink to begin with? That's classified Interpol info. Francisca, as your subordinate, I'm part of your investigation now. Don't you think it would be beneficial if I was as well informed as you? Boy Tinkin, well, I'll fill you in. Recently, we discovered some very well-made counterfeit bills circulating in Jiangfa. Counterfeit bills? Yes, as you may have deduced, counterfeits are being made with Babalese special Babalese ink. And it's virtually impossible to distinguish bills made with Babalese ink from real ones. Thus, it was only natural for Interpol to keep an eye on the Republic of Babal. That's where this document comes into play, correct? Correct. Mr. Cochin was smuggling large amounts of Babalese ink. Furthermore, he was charged with running the embassy's printing equipment. That's all the evidence I need to know that he wasn't the head of the smuggling ring. However, there remains one tiny problem. Let me guess, you still have yet to find the counterfeit bills or the smuggled ink. Yes, and while we're listing things, I might as well add the counterfeit plates in the pile. You shouldn't, it's illegal. Whoa, what the fuck just happened there for me? I'm just like, I had a moment. Since we haven't been able to locate any of these items in Babalese embassy, we're looking into the Albestian embassy next. It doesn't matter where they're hidden, mark my words, I will find them. Well, shall we get going? What's wrong, Kay? I didn't get permission to enter Alabust. So we're going to go gather whatever info we can over at the Babalese side, okay? Alright, I'm counting on you two. Right, I'm counting on you and Miss Von Karma to sniff out clues in Alabust. I don't even know how you say that. Oh, Mr. Edgeworth, if you happen to come across my phony, you let me know, okay? If you tell me, I'll rush on over straight away, no matter where you are. I'll let you know when the time comes. Albestian Embassy. Ambassador's office. What? What do you think you're doing to my subordinate? You're... It's Larry! Edgy, oh thank the heavens you're here! I'm in a really, really big pickle, your lordship. The raven, it appeared, poof, and then disappeared, swoosh. And though I am the steel samurai, my sword, well, I am so confused, I don't know what anything means anymore. Who is this fruitcake? I am Larry of the House of Butts. Married man of Neo Old Tokyo, milady. Now I remember, this person is the one of your friends, isn't he, Miles? Yes, frighteningly enough, he is. Hey, what's up with that answer? Your best bud is in a bind, and you act like it's no big deal. What sort of bond are we talking about here? The suspect kind. I accidentally became a suspect in a murder. I see, that is quite the bind. Not that we're in the least bit surprised. Yes, I'm pretty much expected this news. From the instant I saw this unlucky face. His name is Larry Butts. I've known him since grade school, and for as long as I have known him, he has been the world's largest source of trouble with a capital T. Hey, what kind of introduction is that? You're so mean, Edgy. If you're not careful, you might find your tiny number of friends go down by one. That was uncalled for. Besides, you're... Wait, hold on. Larry, it was you. You're the one who wrote my Steel Samurai autograph. Hmm? Oh, you didn't notice earlier? I even winked at you through my headpiece. What's going on? And why are you beet red? Sorry, but could you not speak to me right now? Oh, sorry, am I interrupting your comical yet melodramatic play? Aha, so this is the incident you mentioned earlier. Mr. Prosecutor, this childhood friend of yours, is our prime suspect. Of what, you ask? Of the murder of a man who had snuck into the embassy, Master Mask 2. Master Mask 2. Beg your pardon. Edgeworth is a Steel Samurai fan? Yes, he is. Only Larry could get himself into yet another mess as fine as this. No matter what the facts seem to say, Larry is not the type to commit murder. Still, it's a rather daunting stroke of misfortune I've struck. I have to prove that Larry Butts is innocent of all wrongdoing. Chifu, we have identified the victim. Good work, I'll take that report now. Agent Lang, would you mind if I took a peek at as well? What did I tell you earlier, Mr. Prosecutor? Don't get in my way. There's only enough flesh here to feed one wolf, and that one is me. So no, you may not take a peek. But Agent Lang... Mr. Bad! Detective Bad, not Mr. Bad. Agent Lang, will you allow an investigator such as myself to take a look? Ah, yes, of course. You let the detective see the file. You're Detective Bad. You're the prosecutor, Mr. Edgeworth, right? Good, old buddy. Fancy meeting you here, detective. You weren't expecting me. Ever since that day 7 years ago, I've chased after the Yatagarasu non-stop. I even pressured Interpol into keeping me in the loop, in case a card was ever found. What incredible dedication to the case. Detective Bad knows the Yatagarasu's MO very well. And his passion for the chase hasn't died down in these 7 long years. It's something I can respect. But Detective Bad, I must ask, are you going to make an ally out of this prosecutor? My only goal is to arrest the Yatagarasu. If he can get to the bottom of this case, then I'm willing to share info with him. I am in your depth, Detective Bad. Initial investigation. About the murder of the Mask 2. Would you be willing to fill me in on a few details of the matter? Whatever. When the Yatagarasu showed up, Agent Lang and I took ourselves off guard, dude. And put ourselves in charge of directing things at this crime scene. Taking advantage of the chaos. The Mask 2, he broke into this embassy. Probably to steal some treasure or another. I suppose he lost his life when he was forced to fight someone else in this room. Why exactly was that man placed under arrest, detective? That samurai? He was born looking suspicious, but not for the reasons you suspect, I assure you. As you can plainly see, he is completely harmless. Well, it was just a random guess. It's not like he's actually under arrest. Tonight, here at the Albestian Embassy, Ambassador Alba was to give a commemorative speech. And that's when the Yatagarasu showed up. But keep in mind, the Yatagarasu isn't who I am talking about right now. Those seats for the guests who had been called to sit in them were empty. A no-show. Who was it that failed to take their seat? The Steel Samurai. So the speech was to begin. Each member of the entire Steel Samurai family was to wait in a separate room. However, for some weird reason, that man was spotted in a different location than his assigned room at the time. And where was he? He was on the roof with one of his legs down a chimney. That chimney leads directly into this room. Larry Butts, you've really outdone yourself this time. What were you thinking? What was Larry thinking about the chimney? I need a story now. In any case, I believe it's high time for me to start my investigation. Alright, Larry, we're starting with you. Larry. The fuck? Just fucking imagine Edgeworth just tired of Larry. Like, he sees Larry, he's like, ah, fucking A, man, already? We're starting with this? He goes up to Larry because he heard about, like, what he was doing on the roof and going through the chimney. Larry. The fuck, man? Larry, there are a few things I need to ask you about. Like, the fuck were you doing on the roof on the chimney? Hey, how about that? I've got a few things I've got to ask you too. What is it? It's like, both you and him. How is it that the two of you always manage to have some cute or hot girl by your side? And Franzi, what about that promise you made to me? Promise? What promise? The one where you said you would model for my next book, for Franzi's Whippity Whip Trip. Yo! I made no such promise. Ever since grade school, we had a certain saying about Larry. When something smells, it's usually the butts. One needs to look in no further than this man to find the king of troublemakers. Alright, let's start with the outfit. As I recall, aren't you calling yourself Lawrence Donum now? That's Dianexium. Larice Dianexium. Get that straight in your head, Genji. Oh, whoa. Now remember, you're that rude, pale imitation of a real artist. No, you got it all wrong. I gave up on that whole Lawrence business. Besides, when Banjolina... What? Banjolina left me and my heart in pieces. That's when Mindy walked into my life. She's been so good to me that I wanted to help her in some way. This man has Riz without trying. Like, fucking. And I figured I could... I figured I could through this Steel Samurai outfit. Your inane blathering makes less and less sense each time we meet. I believe he's saying that he picked up this part-time job as the Steel Samurai so that he may attempt to capture the heart of the actress who plays the Pink Princess. You got it! I knew you'd know what I meant, Edgy. Not really, it's not so much as I understood. But it's simply a deduction based on your usual modus operandi, Larry. Larry, I'd like you to confess right now to everything you did tonight. Confess? Hey, don't tell me you suspect me too. Nonsense, I don't believe you have the mental acuity needed to plan and execute a murder. However, we are talking about you here, so I find it hard to believe that nothing happened. For past experience has taught me that you are always at the center of some insane event. Edgy, how can you be so mean, stabbing with your words like that? Unfortunately, I don't have time to search out a key to unlock your heart this time. So I suggest that you cooperate and tell me what you know. Okay, I get it. Just stop Franzi from whipping me from behind. So I guess you know what I did, right, Edgy? I can't even begin to imagine, however. And I imagine that whatever you were up to was probably beyond my imagination. So, you will tell me what exactly you did, Larry. Nope, not yet, Edgy. It'll take more than that to loosen my lips. A lot more! Confess. Now. Okay, well, I was up on the roof. Why? And why exactly were you up there? Oh, you know, that wintry custom and the legendary hero. Legendary hero. Santa Claus. Santa Claus. Wanted to do that thing he does, so I climbed up to the one of the chimneys. Larry, what? But when I got there, there's one smoke pouring out of the chimney. Oh my god. And? Well, I couldn't go down the chimney with smoke coming up, right? So I gave up. Larry, you do realize that Santa Claus does not exist, right? Of course I know. I did graduate from junior high, you know. Then you should also understand this. If Santa was real, he would be the biggest unlawful trespasser in history. Aw, crude. It is your attempt to imitate Santa that has landed you as prime suspect in this murder. Why the fuck were you imitating Santa Claus of all things today? Come on, man. What's so wrong with pretending to be Santa? Why today? Let's start with the fact that it will be the ideas of March in the matter of hours. Yeah, we're like nowhere in fucking December. Santa only visits homes on December 24th. That's in December, you nitwit. No. Hey, wait a sec. We're not in court. Oh my god, Larry, you fucking kill me. He did. He did answer my question. Why are you on the roof? What were you doing on the roof? Why were you trying to be Santa Claus? You do know it's the fucking March, right? Oh my god. Oh hey, it's the Steel Samurai. I want you to answer this for me, Larry, and depending on the answer, I may let you live. The Steel Samurai that was up there on the stage, was that really you? Yep, sure was. Larry, you. Steel Samurai, Sushi Slice. I was moved by the performance of this man. This completely useless, worthless bum. I fear I may never recover from this. Yo, fucking Edgeworth is killing me right now. What a fucking statement! Oh my god! This completely useless, worthless bum. I fear I may have never recovered from this. Yo! He kills me, bro! Oh my god. That shit fucking got me crying. Oh my god. Alright, let's look at the wall. There's some weapons on display on this wall. A crossbow, and under that, a set of knives bearing the flower motif. They must be the counterparts of the Babylonis knives, which means that the blades inside these scabbards should match the blade that was used to kill Mr. Cochin. Oh man. I won't rest until I inspected every suspicious looking nook and cranny. Knives of drone with flowers are displayed here. I suspect that these are the counterparts of the Babylonis knives. The blades of these knives should match the blade of the knife that killed Mr. Cochin. What? One of these knives is missing its blade. Let's see if the two pieces the blade and handle fit each other. They do. It would appear that they fit together quite well, almost unanimously. And this means that an Albius knife it finds. I can't believe he said that shit. Wait, it's a babal. But how? Oh shit, that shit killed me, man. Why is there a weapon on display at this place like this? I wonder why there is no whipsaw on display either. Oh, Francisca. It's the Steel Samurai's primary weapon, the Samurai Spear. Isn't it awesome? I totally fell for this thing. It's sleek and shiny, just like my heart. It comes as you like. Whoosh! When you hold it, you just want to live like a life like bam. You do well to watch what you say, Larry. Although it is just as Larry says, the spear is quite the symbol of valor. However, speaking of spears, aren't you supposed to use them by thrusting the point straight into your opponent? I'm not entirely convinced the spear is up to the task. What's wrong, Edgy? You're just staring off into the distance. Oh, I get it. Tell you what. I'll tell the studio to make you one, okay? But this one's mine. Did I say anything about wanting one? Maybe I can shut him up if I show him the piece of evidence that will point something out about the spear. The knife? It's not it. From the beginning. What you should be doing is from the beginning is admitting your mistake. She saw right through me. Hold on, let me still look around. This prima duck statue and balls. It's insane. The statue's face looks a bit like a costume hero you like to see very much. I only wonder why you Americans have such an affinity for this kind of face. Statue wasn't made by an American, you know. You know. At least I don't suppose so. The plants. What is this plant supposed to be? Francis, can't you see that it's supposed to be the likeness of Ambassador of Alba? Miles, as supporting it, you have a lot of nerve telling me what to think. I look forward to your next salary assessment next month. You are deluding yourself if you think you have any control over that. Yeah. Okay, it's the same shit. Do I have any logic things? No, I just have to do this. Let me see if I can find something with this. Just need to see something. Nope. I'll try one more time with this. Nope. Okay, got it. I got nothing for this. But I do have a deuce thing here somewhere, so it has to relate to this. Nope. Alright, what do I have in my shit? I tried the knife with that one. Oh, wait. Is this it? Nope. I already failed in my path. I lost a lot of health for this. Alright. For now, I don't have the thing, so we'll see. There was the exact same statue sitting in the Babylonis office we examined. The Supreme Duck statue was the national treasure of the Principality of Codopia. There was only one of these statues, meaning that one of the two is a replica. But both Albus and Babal claim to have the real thing. What an incredibly childish fight to have. Oh, there you go. Rest until I've inspected every suspicious nook and cranny. Oh, I have to investigate this? I like how I could... There was almost the exact same wall mount for the knives of the bugglers. Yeah. The distance. Supreme Duck statue, there was one of these in Babali's side as well. And here it's very valuable and it's made of pure gold. It was the national treasure of Codopia. There was only one of these statues, meaning that one of them is a two of the replica and both of them is claimed that it's a real thing. But I could try this thing to have, yeah. Dude, this one doesn't have the deduce. Oh. Babali's butterfly is the Albestian flower. The butterfly and flower, they're both lovely things. But can we interpret this to mean the Albestian provides honey to Babal? Francisco, can you come up with a more meaningful or profound comment? Very well, then let's hear what sort of profound comment you can come up with. Well, flowers cannot survive without the butterflies that spread their pollen. And butterflies cannot live without the nectar that flowers provide. If either one were to disappear from the equation, neither would survive. How was that, Miss Von Karma? Your explanation took so long that I nearly fell asleep. Well, let's see with the investigation. Francisca, why can't you just admit I had something there? Nothing else, right? Alright. Counterpart to the... Oh, yeah. Oh, we're doing this again? Fucking... How's everyone doing? Oh, you see the movement. British shaking hands with the, Oh! British shaking hands with the Steel Samurai in this picture is Ambassador Alba. It was taken just before the murder. Steel Samurai must be very popular. They're even using the National Treasure as a backdrop. I just don't understand what exactly is so great about Top Knot there. Clearly, there is a depth to the show that a young person like you can't fathom. Speaking of young people, aren't young children the target audience of this show of the costume actors? There you go. I need to sneeze. Woo! There's a thingy that's wrong here. What the fuck is... Why are there birds here? Two gorgeous flowers are in full bloom here. I'm sure flowers are as lovely as these must have equally as a lovely name. Miles Edgeworth, are you done staring? I should hardly think passion flowers are all that rare. Passion flowers? That's a rather unusual name. It was named by priests in the 15th century for the Passion of Christ. As they say, you learn something new every day. We're not going to talk about the birds on the tree right there. The fireplace, and by the looks of it, I don't think it's been used recently. Yes, I can't say that I see anything unusual about it. Ambassador's desk. His notebook is open on his desk. He must have been in the middle of some important work. It's finally sprouted today. Funny, it doesn't look like important work to me. Alright, let's examine the body. So, this is the victim's damask too. What is with his gaudy outfit? You don't know about Master Mask. A few months ago, this thief caused a lot of havoc on the populace. So this thief has suffered from the Yatagarasu. I thought they were for a while because their MO and targets were different. The mask likes high-value trinkets and jewels, and being gaudy in his is his signature. Gumshoe was in charge of that investigation, so he'd know more about the mask. That's alright. All I had probably hear are tales of his failure anyway. You haven't changed a bit, I see. In any case, let's get started here, shall we? I won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious-looking nook and cranny. The sword! That's the floor! The sword! There you go. So this is the murder weapon in the case. There's blood on the blade, and it is rather sweeping. It's a rather sweeping sword, isn't it? What did you expect? The Steel Samurai's daddy's secondary weapon. I only call it his secondary because although he uses his sword in most of his battles, it's his trusted samurai spirit that he turns into in a real fight. You sure know quite a bit about the Steel Samurai. That's only because I saw the stage show earlier. The owner of this sword is the Steel Samurai, or in other words, Larry. You should probably ask him about it as detrimental as it is to proving him innocent. Well, this was the wrapping cloth the mask 2 used to carry his stolen goods. But there's nothing wrapped in it now. I guess he never did manage to get his hands on whatever it was he was out to steal. Not a single shred of fashion sense in the master's costume. Well, at least I can appreciate the great effort he must have put into making it. You two don't know? You can buy this costume almost anywhere now. It's being sold? Since when? Since around New Year's. The streets are practically flooded with them. Turns out the master is a lot more popular than I thought he'd be. Can't believe that foolish fool would dress in fool's clothing to act foolishly. You got your point about 3 foolishes back, Francisco. This is about the outfit. I thought that the mask had quit the business. This guy, he's just a copycat using the name, a phony successor. He's just another petty thief. His real identity is an out-of-work guy by the name of Kashu Noah. He's 29 and wanted on larceny charges. From his clothes and what he was carrying, we determined that this guy is the real Damask 2. The cause of death appears to be the loss of blood from the back of his head. It seems that he was struck with something very hard. In other words, he was bludgeoned to death. He's holding something. What is he holding? It looks like a piece of paper from a notepad. We repeat the directions on how to reach this room were written by hand. There is something written on the back as well. I'd like you to steal the Prima Duck statue in this room. What is that supposed to mean? Who writes a note to themselves like that? If I had to guess from the text, I would say that this is actually a request from someone about what to steal. He's just a copycat guy, yeah. That's why his name is The Mask 2, because it was just like someone else. Just who is the person that requested that the thief of the Prima Duck statue? Anything else to portray him with? Just the outfit. I think we're good for this. How do you try? You'll never be a necessity in our Shifu's investigation. It's not a fact, but no matter how good he is bound to overlook something. If you ever go to court, you insult our Shifu, then prepare to be punished. Oh, and how exactly would you punish us? Every investigator under Shifu's command will work to disrupt your investigation. Vindictive much. Did some investigating over in the Babalese embassy too, right? I did. Is there a problem? Langzi says a wolf who aims to hunt for 2 rabbits at once. I believe the item you require is he who runs after 2 hares will catch neither. Ha, a real wolf can catch both. I see. So what are you trying to say, seeing as how I am currently handling 2 cases? See yourself. But don't say I didn't warn you. Took the bad. So he clutched this note as he went about his business. There's a poor excuse for a criminal. On top of which, he was only following in someone else's footsteps. What a small fry. Phoenix better be my lord? Phoenix doesn't exist. I've been a detective for a long time. I can see straight through these people. He really has a different air about him. Now if only Gumshoe would could understand that and be more like Detective Bad. Is there a deduction to this or deduce? There is. It's the picture. Look at this photo and tell me what you find odd about this scene, Miss Von Karma. The apparent joy on the ambassador's face as he shakes the top-knot's hand. That's not it. I was trying to point out that the statue in the photo is facing a different way. He's real to me. You're right. He is real to me! Your feelings for her are not real. They're real to me! That fucking meme kills me. The statue is a national treasure. As such, only the ambassador or the secretariat level person is allowed to handle it. The fact that the statue is facing one way in this photo, and now is facing a different direction in this preserved crime scene, is proof that someone touched the statue around the time of the crime. Alright, we got that out the way. We gotta ask Larry about the sword. The fact that he has his own song. Larry, about the samurai sword that was used as the murder weapon. Oh, that? Well, I shook hands with the ambassador in this room, you know? Yes, apparently you did. And while I totally forgot about it and left it behind when I left afterwards. You want to talk about, shock? I was, the most shocked of all when I heard it killed someone. Shocked? Foolish fool, looking especially foolish for foolishly stating such a foolish excuse. You forgot to take something that big with you. Who would believe such a tale? Sorry, Miss Von Karma, but I believe him. Because if anyone could forget something like that, it would be Larry. Edgy, you believe me? I just knew that our friendship is something special. Anyway, even if Larry had simply forgotten the sword and left it behind, that in a way clears his name. Which means that I will have to prove his innocence from a different angle. There is a deduction here, but I just don't know what it is. Boo! Nope. There's something I could work with here, but I just don't know what. Cause it's not these, and it's not the statue. Maybe. The thief, the theft of the Prima Duck statue with the map to where the statue is. I was hoping the picture would show if there was like a missing knife or some shit. What could I be missing? I talked to everyone. I checked the chimney. Or I checked the flowers. Photo. Talk to Larry. Leave the room. Nope. I wanted to ask Francisco something. There you go, why? The investigation. I only just arrived in this room myself, which is why we need to investigate some more. Yes, I agree. Our priority should be on understanding what the current situation is. Of course, I was planning to do that from the very beginning. In that case, hurry up and start the investigation already. I will, so let's get started. In order to find out the truth behind what happened here, I should start by gathering as much information as I can. What exactly is that hideous fashion fox pass of a costume he's wearing supposed to be? I feel like I've seen it somewhere before, but there's something different about it than what I remember. That costume is from the very first Steel Samurai, the live-action superhero show on television beloved by children and adults alike. Steel Samurai's weapon is the Steel Samurai Spear, and it is with the Samurai Spear that he performs his special attacks, which enthrall all who watch them in action. You seem to know quite a bit. Not at all. And in any case, Francisco, I believe that's the samurai you are familiar with is the second one, the Nickel Samurai, which was part of that case last year. Do you recall that case? Yes, I remember. Although I'd much rather it stay buried in the depths of my mind. Not that I blame her. She was shot during the course of that trial. I fear some may still be suffering great trauma over the shooting. Anyway, that aside, it looks like the Steel Samurai is the suspect this time. Yes, although that's because of who is inside the costume rather than the character. That's right. If he is the Steel Samurai, Mauser, have you been in shock over something the whole time? No, I'm not in shock over anything. I wanted to forget that I had received the Steel Samurai autograph from Larry. But the autograph. The drawing of the Samurai Spear and the caricature of his face. Why did he waste so much time on the most useless parts of the autograph? Hey, Edgy, did you say something? No, I didn't say anything. Fuck, I meant to actually ask her some shit. Pretty much not important. Oh, what am I missing from here, man? I could literally not tell. It has to do with something here, but I don't know what what to deduce of. I have like no health. I believe Ambassador Polino said that both Albus and Babal have a set of 3 knives each. It appears that way. Also, the knives here all have flowers on their handles. 2 countries embellish their knives with their own national symbols, I guess. And just like the Yatorasu's key, they were distinguishingly made. This level of craftsmanship makes these knives worthy of being owned by me. I believe you already have all the dangerous toys that you ever need, Francisco. If it's a flower, that means it's theirs. Or this one. What is technically missing here? Not what I wanted, but okay. Already checked for that. Even if I compare it to the knife, right, there will be nothing. I have like no health. Let me just make sure to save right here. Am I gonna go through a trial and error right now? Give me a second. We checked with this. We checked with that. Yep, sounds about right. Let me just load that up real quick. I actually don't know what I'm trying to fucking compare right now. Did I miss something and I just don't notice? The flowers. You know what's wild? I still have just this. Smoke from the chimney. But like, this doesn't go into the logic? I guess not. Let's see, maybe if I give him something. Wondering if you might be able to tell me something about this. But don't give a hoot about things that aren't related to the Yatagarasu. Yeah, it looks like nothing about you has changed since it's 7 years. The daughter of Von Karma, you're still just a sapling of a prosecutor, so I'll have you know that I've already grown into a stately tree of a prosecutor. Yeah, is that right? Oh wait, we haven't shown him the fucking... this. Detective Bad, this is something you absolutely need to see. What is that doing here? I've been looking for that for 7 long years. Never in my wildest dreams did I imagine this turn of events. Without a doubt, this means that she is involved. That you, woman. That's all you gotta say? Well, what's here? What do we got here? Expected more out of you from that. This isn't concerning me, you'll say. Yada, yada, yada. This is not a concern. Not a concern. Honestly, don't know what I'm supposed to deduce right over there. I'm not gonna lie to you. Like, this here. Like, I have no idea what is supposed to be deduced. Do, 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 do. That will point something out with the spear. I have to reread that because I was kind of skipping a little bit weirdly. Maybe I could shut him up if I show him the piece of evidence. So I have to show him something. Hey, that's an official Steel Samurai weapon. Huh? What? You want me to do it? Oh, you have no idea how many fans asked that of me. What are you prattling on about? Steel Samurai Sushi Slice. How was that? I bet it sent shivers up your spine. I let myself get caught up in being a spectator. How could I have failed myself? A piece of evidence. This doesn't matter to him. Oh, not a clue. I didn't even look at it. It's only because that's the only thing. Da -da -da. Oh, is that the case? Allow me to help you sear my form into you for all eternity. Ah! Whippity whip! Trip! Not this trip I'm willing to endorse, especially if we can finally get some peace here. Hey, it's a Steel Samurai. I want you to answer this. Oh yeah, he'll tell me like he did it. Da 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 da. Yeah. Not a clue. Skip this whole dialogue. He didn't know anything. He's gonna get whipped again. Probably do like a preset save. I have no idea what I'm looking for here. To the guide for finally pulling it out, because I have finally just given up and just said fuck it. Ace attorney investigations walkthrough. Whoop. Oh wow, I just went all the way. I gave up. I gave up. I did it. I did it, and I in fact did do it. Let's see here. Turnabout ablaze, middle one. Yeah. Wait a minute, what? Hold up. How come I don't have this? This is not one of my clues for some reason. I'm so confused. First, examine the knife rack. Then they talk about the whole thing. Da 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 da. And I believe knife was added to use to kill many coaches. It must have been from. Examine the 3 knives. All of them? Still doesn't make sense to me. Oh, okay, never mind. Deduce the spear and present. What? I'm so upset. The fucking autograph of all fucking things? You can't be fucking... Oh my god. Larry, about this, the spear. Let me go back. Let me go back to my Twitch, my stream. I'm so annoyed of all the fucking stupid shit. Oh, are you feeling it? Bam! I thought there was something strange about this spear. Tell me, Larry, is it just me, or is the spear a bit bent? What? No way, it's exactly as it should be, yo. I've here the autograph you wrote for me earlier. Now take a good look at this which you drew with your own hands. You can see that the spear is clearly of a different shape. Ah! What do you have to say to that? I'm sorry! When I hold the spear in my hand, all of a sudden I feel super powerful, and then during practice I was spinning it around and around. Bam! I hit the wall. You unbelievable! This is an embassy. But I've always been like that ever since I was a kid. One time on an overnight field trip, I bought a fake sword and played with it late that night. I'm just a useless hot-blooded man. Larry, clarify that for me, will you? Oh, so it was some field trip, and I began a shouty fight with myself. Not that, I meant that you said earlier about spinning the spear and hitting the wall. Oh, that's no biggie. It's not like I left a hole or anything. That's not what I'm asking, Larry. The samurai spear is made of metal. I somehow doubt that a move as simple as spinning it around would cause it to bend. Man, Edgy, you're so naive. What? Where did that come from? Well, you keep calling it the samurai spear, but it's not real. You can't really fight someone with it, because it's hollow on the inside. You could hit it against practically anything and it would bend. Is that so? Don't tell me you thought it was real. Oh, but don't take it the wrong way. I just think that part of your personality is cute. I see. Your friendship truly is something special, Miles Edgeworth. That's not friendship. It's utter humiliation. Okay, now the spear's in my thing. Oh my god! Guess what? Fucking, I want to stab someone with this shit. I want to know who the fuck was like, you know what they need to do? They need to deduce this with the autograph. What? I guess that about wraps up my investigation. That's... Oh, hey. Yo, Pink Princess, how are you feeling? Still feeling ill? And yet another strange character comes out of the woodwork. And so the Pink Princess also comes to pay the Albestian embassy a visit. I believe I may need to speak with her as well. Hey. Miss Pink Princess, I have a few questions I'd like to ask you. Miss Pink Princess, if you would please answer. Me! Yeah, that must be what they call fate. How could this happen 2 days in a row? What the? Aren't you Miss Oldbag? Why are you surprised? Ah, so you're the one they got to play Steel Samurai. It's too bad I didn't realize that until now. You're an acquaintance with Larry. Why, yes, we worked at the same company for a little while, you know. That's why it's okay, my edgy poo. You don't need to be so jealous. I was in the next room, you know, trying to get in some beauty sleep. But it was so noisy here that I couldn't fall asleep, so I came over to complain. So imagine my shock when I saw my precious edgy poo waiting for me. I mean, who could have imagined that you would ever come to a show like this? I guess I misjudged you, edgy poo. You misjudged him? I thought he was trying to avoid me, you know? That was no misjudgment on your part. That's precisely what I was trying to do. But it looks like the winds have shifted, and he's now willing to be chased after. I'm simply overwhelmed. Don't you worry, edgy poo. I chase you forever. I'll chase you for forever to the end of the earth. Isn't that just peachy? This is one of those rare times when Francisca and I actually see eye to eye. Now then, what are you doing here? I thought you were working at Gatewater Land as a pink badger. What are you talking about? That was ages ago. That was yesterday. Look, I worked at Global Studios before a long time ago, okay? Right? Well, they called me up this morning, kind of out of the blue, actually. They called you. Apparently the girl who plays the Pink Princess collapsed from a bad cold. It happened so suddenly, so they called me in to be her last-minute replacement. Do they not have enough people on staff at that studio? I really couldn't say no, so here I am playing the role of a heroine. Instead of that Mindy girl, I mean. Well, that poor girl, I feel bad for her. Because they let me stand in for her. She's going to have... Why does she still exist? I honestly hope she never comes back. Who liked this character? You're a rather lively old lady. So basically, you received the stand-in request this morning, correct? You got it. If you need to see it, I've got it right here. Look. It appears that she is telling the truth. I tell you, my fine acting moved the entire audience to tears. Yes, tears of laughter as I recall. But being famous has its problems too, you know? Here, take a look at this. It's a letter from a stalker. I was just taking my break when I found it stuck under the door to my room. I'll be descending on you from above tonight, your loving night. Your loving night. Honestly, you really have to watch out for these kinds of things. Look at what it says. Wendy, I'll be descending on you from above tonight, your loving night. How absolutely revolting. I mean, you'd think you could get my name right. There's no accent in my name. Wait, this horrible handwriting, where have I seen it before? Now that you're here, Edgy I feel 100% safe. Huh? Where do I factor into this? You'd bust that evil stalker man for my sake, wouldn't you, Edgy Poo? Well, if you allow me the liberty to handle this in my own way, I'll gladly dispatch a detective to your house later. Oh, come on, Edgy Poo, stop being so dismissive. I'm playing hard to get. What were you doing at the time of the crime? What crime? What? After the show was over, I've had nothing but free time on my hands. So I used the fireplace in the room next door to keep my bad hip warm. Well, a murder occurred in the room right next to yours. Is that right? Oh, Edgy Poo, I'm so scared. Hold me, caress me. You could please not cling on to my personage. In any case, I take it then that you failed to show up at an Ambassador Alba speech. Oh, that? No, I didn't go. I mean, I may have the heart of a young, tender maiden, but my body just refuses to cooperate at times. As soon as the show ended, my hips started acting up and got stiff. I couldn't move at all. Can you provide proof of your condition? Oh, you just go on ahead and ask the doctors in the infirmary. They're the ones who carried me from the theater all the way to the embassy. I have to admit, the thought of her not being able to leave that room is rather pleasant. Hey, man. Prosecutor Von Karma, I brought the police dog, as you requested, sir. Good work. You may leave now, officer. This dog. I requested the assistance of a dog in our search for the Yatagarasu. Looks like you guys have some pretty bright dogs in this country, too. Hey, you're a real cutie, aren't you? Yeah, that's a good boy. That's the police dog Gumshoe's been taking care of. Talking about, I also say. I think its name is Missile. What a fitting name for a police dog that dashes out in front of and attacks. That action alone isn't exactly what's going to solve the case for us, you know. Now, Missile, I want you to find some clues. Go! Good dog, you really are quite bright, aren't you? Unlike a certain someone I know. Now, what do we have here? What is this? It looks like a small hot dog, but... Wait, Francisco, isn't that an official samurai dog? Ah, no, bad Missile. He ate it. Wonder if it's alright for him to eat that. It's just a meat substance snack featuring the Steel Samurai. I'm sure he'll be fine. That's quite a bit of information you've gathered there in a single quick glance. You should really be focusing on why there was a samurai dog there in the first place. Looks like that snack wasn't all Missile found. Oh, and what do we have here? It appears to be a lady's undershirt. Wonder if Ambassador Alba might have an interest of cross-dressing. I somehow doubt that. It doesn't look like the shirt would even fit him. A samurai dog and a lady's undershirt. What are these two items doing in a room like this? Given the circumstances, the lady's undershirt could only belong to one person. Suppose I should get this over with and ask the owner of said undershirt about it. I may not have saved. There's no trace of this room's fireplace being used. And your point is? Smoke was supposedly pouring out of the chimney connected to this fireplace. At least according to Larry. This is a contradiction of the facts, is it not? Are you sure he wasn't just disoriented or something up on that roof? There is testimony from an investigator that puts Larry at the particular chimney. So no, I don't think it was a mistaken impression on Larry's part. On the other hand, the fireplace in the next room was being used at the time. Where do you suppose the smoke from that fireplace went? I see, so what you're proposing is this. The smoke that came out of the chimney was actually from Miss Oldback's fire. So basically, the fireplaces of neighboring rooms. Share one chimney is that what you're implying? Precisely. Shared chimney. With a much bigger help than I thought he would be. Yes, however, there are a few aspects I don't understand about what he found. In that case, you should keep an investigating until you can understand. Now, Mr. Porter, continue with the investigation. Alright, I will. It is with great dread that I proceed and do what I must to solve this case. Alright. Is this yours? If you could please take a look at this brown-colored undershirt. Oh, Edgeworth, what is the meaning of this? Why did you steal that thing from my bags? All you had to do was ask, and I would have gladly given you as many as you'd like. Thanks, but no thanks. The shirt was found here in the crime scene. What? Come now, why don't you just confess and explain what it's doing here? I know nothing. Nothing, I tell you. What? Oh, I admit that I used that fireplace to dry that undershirt. But I can't really help the fact that I had to, you know? Wearing this, that pink costume, what? Oh my god. Wearing the pink princess costume was like being in a sauna. And on top of that, I get, fingered as a suspect. You're too cruel, Edgeworth. Are you claiming that you never once set foot inside this room? I have a plan. Go. Of course I am. If I had been the one to find the body, do you think I'd be as calm and relaxed as I am? Alright, she's going on a tangent. I don't know where my water's in my fridge. Well, I don't believe she's lying about her actions. So I can safely assume she really was drying her shirt by the fireplace on her break. Maybe you want. The shooting samurai dog was also yours. Ah, that brilliant mind of yours. You really can't see through everything about me. And so the feeling of dread continues, but I suppose I should ask for more details. That samurai dog was yours, wasn't it? Oh, of course I'm forever yours, my Edgeworth. What? You could just stick to what I asked you. Edgy, are you and Miss Oldbag? No. You really don't change, do you? When will you learn how to take a joke? Anyway, the samurai dog wasn't mine. Those things are a present from the studio to the embassy. A present. Studio bigwigs basically told us to play delivery boys. We were supposed to hand the dogs off to the embassy people and tell them hi. I had to pile them all into a pushcart just to move them all. Those studio guys should have delivered those things by themselves, right, Edgy? So, did you deliver the samurai dogs to the embassy staff as per your instructions? Hey, don't just ignore me and my questions. Aren't you going to stick up for me? Ah, but that, see, after the show... Excuse me. About that. See, after the show, I went to rest a spell in the dressing room. Because of my bad hip, you know? And there they were. The samurai dogs were just sitting on the dressing room floor. I suppose you had to make preparations for disturbing them after the show. Well, if my preparations you... Why can't I read? What the fuck is happening right now? Well, if by preparation you mean sampling them as well... Excuse me? Oh, I tried one and thought they were actually quite good. Sorry, but I just had to find out. I know it was a silly of me to think this, but I figured that since they're for a kids show, their taste was probably for kids too. But they were so good that I couldn't stop. Before I went back to my room, I just had to help myself to half a dozen of the or so boxes. I sat there by the roaring fire, warming them and eating them. I thought, this is it. This is... What is it now? Oh, I know. I bet you want a box too, don't you, my edgy poo? Well, who am I to say no to you? But I'll only give you one. The rest are all for me, for mine. Jesus, for me. Looks like the lesson for today is that when the Steel Samurai and the Pink Princess take off their masks, they transform into a pair of annoying troublemakers. Now what? I wonder what happens if I lose all my health. The lady's undershirt that missile found. Ah! Why are you getting all excited over holding on to a lady's undergarment? Miles Edgeworth, you uncoughed sea slug. If you know the owner of said undershirt, then hurry up and return it to her already. You have it all wrong. This is evidence. And the owner of this piece of evidence was in the room next door. And yet, despite that, Missile found it in the fireplace of this room. This lady's undershirt. Are you seriously claiming that it somehow passed through the solid brick wall? Not quite. The fireplace in this room is connected to a chimney. The other fireplace in the other room is also connected to the same chimney. Leading us to the possibility that the two fireplaces are connected to each other. Perhaps a closer look at the back of the fireplace is in order. There is an X on the back wall of the fireplace. Let's see if I can't get a better look at it. What the? The wall separating this room's fireplace from the next room's fireplace apparently turns. As I suspect, the fireplace does indeed connect this room to the neighboring room. There appears to be nothing particular about the next room, but the fact that there is nothing special about the next room isn't what's important. It's the fact that there is a secret passageway through this room's fireplace. Why is it more logic? I need water. My throat is dying. Yeah! Alright. My nose has also been fucking annoying me for like the past few minutes. It's just frantically itchy for some reason. Good water. All right. Where was I? We now know that the fireplace connects to the two rooms, but how exactly is that significant? You aren't going to suddenly name the old lady as the Master's 2 killer now, are you? No, she couldn't move at all because of her stiff hip, so she could not have been the one. Unfortunately, I believe that this fireplace has nothing whatsoever to do with the Master's 2's murder. Oh, thank you. Your nose has been fucking? My nose is fucking itchy. What are you talking about? Alright. Where was I? It would appear that the answer was made itself known. You're making quite a confident face here, Mr. Prosecutor. Bring it on. I'm ready to counter any argument you may have. Very well, then. If you are prepared, I'll show you exactly where my deductions have led me. Good, I'm counting on you, Edgy. Leave it to me, Larry. My first attack will be to expose your lie for what it really is. My lie? I know that there is still something you are keeping from the rest of us. What's wrong with you? Why is it you won't believe me no matter what I say, Edgy? Curse you, I should just hurry up and die already if that's how it's gonna be. I'll confess to every murder in the whole world and then kill myself. And throw everything into mass confusion. In-game, though. Hey, you made some wonderful friends as a child, I see. Larry, I only have one thing to say to you. You didn't even make that face at me. It's no use. A man who is ready to die is strong-willed. You know? Larry, it doesn't matter what sort of harebrained trouble you've caused. I only ask that you do not lie to me. If you caused an innocent person to be judged unfairly because of some split lie, I will never forgive you. Edgy. Although allow me to say that I consider you to be among the innocent in this case, and that I will draw the real killer out. You can trust me on this. Alright, this time I'll tell you the whole truth, okay? What happened, what didn't happen, the works. Just what happened will do. Now then, if you would please testify as to what you did up on the roof tonight. After the show, I left the pushcart in the rose garden and came into the embassy. Then they took a picture of me shaking hands with the ambassador. After that, and until my next appearance, I had some free time, so I wandered around. That's when I spotted a chimney. A chimney like that is a rare thing, you know? So then I wanted to play Santa and decided to give it a try. But it's kind of ultra embarrassing. What exactly is so ultra embarrassing that you can't tell me? Edgy, man, I just said it was embarrassing, so of course I can't just blurt it out. So you're just gonna have to reason it out of me. As your spirit, I command you to hurry up and expose the man's lie. I have every intention to, for I am not about to let us waste time on such trifling matters. You left the pushcart. Could you please clarify that statement for me? Yeah, so the wheels on the pushcart got covered in dirt from the rose garden. It would have made a mess of the floor inside, so Ambassador Alba said to just leave it. Well, it would be rather impolite to dirty another country's embassy. Come to think of it, I recall seeing the Pink Princess on my way into the embassy. And what was she doing? Nothing in particular, because she was being carried by by some docs on a stretcher. She must have been incapacitated by the pain of her bad hip that she suffered during the show. So came into the embassy, right, and then they took a picture of me shaking hands with the ambassador. After that, and until my next appearance, I had some free time, and so I wandered around. Larry, I want you to listen very carefully and take this to heart. The whole point of your life is to cause misery and pain to everyone you encounter. I know, I get it. I'm totally the bad guy again. I thought you were his friend. Don't you think that was a bit harsh? Langsy says, true friends are bosom friends? If you are in trouble, call on your bosom friend whose shoulder you can truly cry on. Hey, bosom buddy, I hope you're listening carefully to my testimony. As it crossed your pea-sized brain yet, that Agent Lang is only out to arrest you, Larry. No, you were wandering around the inside the embassy, and then what happened? About a chimney like that is a rare thing, you know? I should hardly think that chimneys are that rare. Agreed, especially since they are a traditional feature of American houses. Plus, many grand buildings even have larger and fancier chimneys. Yeah, but the kind of chimney I'm talking about is the really romantic type. A romantic chimney. I might sound kind of silly, but women seem to really enjoy it. And I just had a good feeling about the chimney. So then I wanted to play Santa and decided to give it a try. You suddenly wanted to play Santa. Oh, well, actually I dressed up as Santa once before already. That was down at Ground Lake. I appreciate it if you wouldn't dredge up such unnecessary memories for me. Sounds like you guys share a lot of history, a perk of being childhood friends, huh? Besides, not a funny to dress up and play Santa, you know? Santa doesn't go around killing people after he comes down a family's chimney, after all. Actually, it is worth delving into whether or not playing Santa is a big deal. Motherfucker, it's March! Actually, I've been in the case of this man. Playing Santa is actually quite a big deal. Are you saying that your buddy isn't exactly made of Santa quality stuff? Precisely, you hit the nail on the head, Agent Lang. Hey, Edgy, that's so incredibly mean. So tell me something, Larry. Did you know that Santa's job is to deliver presents to people all over the world? Of course I know that. I did graduate from junior high, you know. In that case, it's your turn to tell me something. I want you to tell me to whom you were delivering your present to. I was, delivering a present to a child not basking in the glow of love. Like, what? That must be the most elegant description of you I've ever heard. But a lie is still a lie. You sure know how to kick a guy when he's down, you know that. In any case, the person you wish to deliver a present onto was most certainly this. Hey, interesting taste you have there, Mr. Suspect. Don't spread lies about me. I totally didn't want to see Miss Oldback so much as that I'd try to go down a chimney. Ow! I advise you to stop right there if you're bashing off a lady. Well, I must admit that I, myself, hardly ever have the want to run into that lady. However, what if you were misinformed and under the wrong impression, then what? Define wrong impression. Simply mean that the man before you thought to enter the old lady's room without knowing one very important fact. And the fact is best summed up with this. Larry, I'd like for you to take a look at this piece of evidence. No way, but it's not really all that important, is it? It's always like this. You acting up so high and mighty, and then you bully me. That's why I refuse to look at it. Be quiet and just take a look. Well, if you say so, Franzi, but only because you say so. Some people never change, even if their attitude do change at the whim of a woman. So what's up with that anyway, Why, it's proof that you never even knew existed, of course. Oh, is that all? Well, I don't need it right now, so I'll just give it back. What? I've got you on the ropes now, don't I? Was that piece of evidence unrelated to the question I had? Oh, maybe it was. Need to think through this one more time. And the fact is best summed up this way. Oh, he wasn't informed about that. I'm not reading that out loud. I'm not gonna read that out loud. This is something the old lady received from her employer for the night. The girl who normally plays the Pink Princess, Mindy, was it again? It seems that this man is quite taken with the actress. But it's not true, Edgy. She's the one with the hots for me. I just know it. I can feel her sexy beam piercing my heart when she's watching me. Sexy beam, I tell you. You filthy, despicable cunts consider it fickle, idiotic, cowardly appreciation. Apparation of a man. Yo! Larry always gets the worst of it, bro. Fucking Francisca gave this man every insult possible. You haven't matured at all since we last met. Bro, they've all been roasting him for the longest this entire time. Hey, Mr. Prosecutor. Yes. This guy, he's got bigger problems than just getting involved in murders, I take it. I suppose you could put it that way. Hey, what the heck, man? I don't get you guys at all. Why do you all have to make me out to be some sort of bad guy? To return to the original topic, I propose that at least this much has been made clear. Without any knowledge that Miss Mindy had fallen ill, Larry tried to make his way into the Pink Princess's room. That much we know for sure. Hey, Edgy. Looks like I got the hang of this court thing now. But we're not in court at the moment. Shut up, I see what's going on here, and it looks just like what you do in court. I guess the old boy here still has something he'd like to say. Langji says, until the root of the tongue dries, one never knows the whole truth. You shouldn't form conclusions until everything is out in the open, which is why I'll listen. Alright then, get ready to listen to me defeat Edgy in the battle of wits. Larry, have you forgotten that I should... Wait, what? Larry, have you forgotten that should I lose, your victory prize will be your arrest? Alright. So, you think that all I wanted to do was to go visit Mindy? Well, I dressed up as Santa and climbed up the chimney, but the smoke was really thick. It was a case of mistaken identity, and that mistake made me late for the speech. Then, to top it all off, I became a suspect in the murder. That's what you really meant. But why would I ever put myself through so much humiliation on purpose? Hey, someone say something! Larry, are you seriously trying to submit this? Not as a confession, but as a testimony. So what if I am? Is there something wrong with that? My claim is a claim claiming my claim. Do you have a problem with that? It was you! You're my stalker! But I should warn you, it doesn't matter what kind of flattery you throw at me, Jesus. I don't have time for you, bro! Just shut the fuck up! I hate old blacks so much. I'm so inspired. You're such an inconsiderate, cowardly, idiotic, and all-around completely worthless man. I thought I heard something ominous just now, but perhaps it was just my imagination. I believe there's nothing further for me to prove at this point. What do you mean? Of course you still got something to prove. You still have to show some proof that I was trying to meet up with Mindy? Oh. Proof, you say? Remember, Edgy? Everything is evidence in court, right? You mean evidence is everything in court, Larry. But I understand your point. You see? I'm totally a pro at this now. Very well, if you wish to see the evidence, then let me show you the last piece of evidence you'll ever wish to see. So, you think that all I wanted to do was go visit Mindy? Well, I dressed up as Santa and climbed up to the chimney, but the smoke was really thick. It was a case of mistaken identity, and that mistake made me late for the speech. Then, to top it all off, I became a suspect in a murder. That's what you really meant. But why would I ever put myself in through such a humiliation on purpose? Larry, this is the final point you wish to make. You got it. I've called on all the energy I have and told it to you with all my soul. In that case, allow me to take that soul and break it. Huh? Yes, we'll stamp it under our feet until it's been ground to fine powder. A fine powder? Eek! You really put all your soul into that, then you're ready for what's coming, right? In place of the Honorable Larry, I offer my soul to you. Larry. Come out from behind there and faces like a man. They're scary, my liege. All time in one giant confession of all that he's done tonight. He's practically begging me to show why he bothered to put himself through all this. Larry, don't even think about denying that you have knowledge of this letter. Hey! Why are you showing that thing to me? Wendy, I'll be descending on you from above tonight, your loving knight. Well, isn't that just romantic? Well, you weren't able to descend on her from above, were you, Mr. Loving Knight? I have no idea what you're talking about. I don't remember a thing. You can't, you can pretend to be ignorant all you'd like, but it's written right here. This letter proves that you were not out to meet the old lady, but rather that you were attempting to pay Miss Mindy a visit. What part of this letter shows that the person Larry had intended to meet was Mindy? Oh. Larry, as soon as you take up penmanship lessons, that is, if you never wish to experience this level of embarrassment ever again. What the heck? What are you talking about? Speak English. You wrote Mindy so sloppily that it became Wendy to the average eye. Hey, stop picking on me. It's so embarrassing. There. Isn't that what a child's friends are for? They're the best, aren't they? We're punching, but that will have to wait until we're off of this crime scene. Save me from the scary man. Sure, if you're willing to make amends, starting with your incredibly embarrassing mistake. That wasn't me. Come again? It's a fake. Someone's out to get me, so they made that fake letter. To set me up. Accept your defeat graciously. I got something to say about fucking Phoenix Wright in general. Just the Ace Attorney games in general. Don't get me wrong. I love Larry. I love Larry. He's a very good comedic character. But this motherfucker drives on for so fucking long. It is aggravating at times to hear him talk this long. He literally is he's willing not to admit to shit until you've proven him wrong on every statement. I love Larry as much as the next guy, but man, dude, fucking admit to your shit already. Old Bag is another thing. That Old Bag is another whole situation where she talks too much. These two characters are the absolute worst to have in the same room. My god, bro. But you guys are being so mean. Penmanship analysis. What's that? No matter who, all people have certain unique features in their handwriting. Ergo, all we have to do is compare the handwriting in this letter to a sample of yours. And we'll know soon enough who it was that sent this letter. I'll never write another thing in my life. It's no use, Mr. Loving Knight. Well, you've already graciously provided me with a sample of your handwriting. His autograph in our mysterious letter. If we compare the handwriting, we'll know the answer to our questions soon enough. Confess now, Larry, to your miserable failure. I'm sorry. I did it. It was me causing trouble again. I admit it. You hit the nail right on the head, Edgy. So he finally confesses. I saw the pink princess being carried around in a stretcher and got worried, alright? I wanted to go into Mindy's room, but the doctors wouldn't let me in. So what choice did I have? I was the chimney or a bus, Edgy. Your mind jumped from the door to the chimney. What criminal overactive imagination? Well, at least I was honest and wrote Mindy a letter and stuck it under the door. That way, she wouldn't be so shocked when I came down through the chimney. Except for the fact that the letter was an utter failure at conveying said sentiment. I'm really, really sorry. Larry, you may be a shameful, good-for-nothing blight on the face of humanity. However, I always knew you weren't the killer. I told you to trust me, because at the very least I can attest to that about you. The friendship between, like, Edgeworth with Larry is the type of friendship that you have with your friends that, like, you would be like the biggest dickhead to them, but if anyone was to be a dickhead that they're not like cool with like that, or that you're definitely not cool with like that you would fight them on, like, hold up. Who are you, first of all? You can't treat them like that. I could treat them like that. I'm their best friend. So fuck you, but I love you. Like, you just like turn to them to say that to the other person. We lost a lot of valuable time because of you. And old bag. Oh. Next, I believe we can say that we now know exactly what happened. Mr. Larry Butts sought to climb down the chimney, not for access to the crime scene, but to enter the room of elderly lady next door. Great job, Mr. Prosecutor, although I still find it a bit unbelievable that the two of you are friends. But the suspicion on that guy over there isn't completely resolved yet, so don't get any funny ideas about running off, okay? Hey, what? Edgy, what does the Wolfman mean when he says I'm not off the hook yet? It means the murder weapon. Larry, did you forget? There are 2 layers of suspicion hanging over your head. Exactly what I mean. We can't only rely on the words of a suspect after all. May have figured out where he was and what he was doing all night, but the bloodstained samurai sword that was left at the crime scene. As long as there is no satisfactory explanation for that, this wolf will refuse to ease up on his bite. Edgy, that guy, he looks like he's seriously about to take a bite out of me. I'm well aware, and you should be as well, that this upcoming battle will be crucial. Thanks to the cooperation of our lovely bumbler, I've been dealt a very nice hand and a sweet trump card. Looks like we're about to enter the final bout. Now, Mr. Prosecutor, let's see what you've got. And I can easily point out the contradiction in the supposed murder weapon. But the real problem for me is to figure out what the real murder weapon is. This will be a high-stakes gamble. This is one game I can't afford to lose. I was the one who found the body of the victim, Damas, too. Besides him was a samurai sword glittering red and offering up the scent of blood. It was supposed to be in the Steel Samurai's dressing room, but I found it in here instead. But I found the murder weapon's owner, the suspect Larry Butts, in here too. Isn't it a bit far-fetched to accuse someone simply on the basis of ownership? But this owner wanted to sneak onto the crime scene. I think that's plenty to go on, don't you? We're alluding to this to his reason for being by the chimney. We've already established that. Hold on there, Mr. Prosecutor. You are longtime friends, right? Who say you didn't fabricate the evidence to give him an alibi? You're accusing me of fabricating evidence. You think I can believe anything you produce? Forging evidence is all you prosecutors do. This man has some serious issues with prosecutors. But come on, I can't think up something as complicated as that, right, Edgy? Larry, I can agree because I know you and your personality well. However, Agent Lang knows nothing about you, or me for that matter. And since his hatred for my entire profession emanating from his entire being, meaning that the only way I can prove Larry's innocence is to present irrefutable evidence. Why Larry? Found the body of the victim, the mask too. Besides him was a samurai sword glittering red and offering up the scent of blood. Excuse me, but glittering red and offering up the scent of blood. You'll have to spell it out for you. I mean the sight and smell of blood, of course. According to the test, the blood on the sword belongs to the victim. The sword was made to only be used on stage, so it's not sharp. But it's pretty weighty. It's certainly heavy enough to be someone to death with. Which leads me to suspect that the victim was beaten to death with the sword. Beaten to death, huh? This last statement is too important to just let it slip by. But it can't be if it's a prop weapon. Boo-doo, boo-doo, boo-doo. Do you know what this is, Agent Lang? It's a long spear, right? We used to use those a lot in my country a long time ago. Piercing, mowing people down, spears are the weapon of heroes throughout history. It's the next most effective weapon after the whip. I think the whip is in a slightly different category. So what's your point? Are you going to tell me that the spear is the real weapon? No, I simply want you to take a look at this section here. The way it's bent. Precisely. Apparently, it's certainly a certain troublemaker hit it against a wall in the embassy earlier. And as you can clearly see, the insides of the steel samurai's weapons are hollow. In other words, they are replicas that aren't strong enough to deliver a damaging blow, let alone the multiple strikes necessary to bludgeon someone to death. And yet there is not even a stent in the samurai's sword. How do you explain that? Hiya! Oh yeah, the sword and the spear are made of the same stuff, so they bend easily. But I wish they'd make them out of better stuff, because the spear got bent. I wasn't able to do my special early summer rain jab move. Man, I got such an earful from the director of the play for not doing it in the show. The Steel Samurai's special move was changed tonight because of him? Yo! That's more than enough of your whiny whimpering. Now, back on the topic of the spear. Yes, let's return to the real topic of discussion. This is where the real gamble begins. I don't have a real strategy per se, so all I can do for now is let the chips fall where they may. Using guesswork and taking risks in place of real logic is hardly the Von Karma way. It's neither smart nor very clever. Ms. Von Karma, as you know, unlike your father, I am not a genius prosecutor. Plus, I doubt his record of a 40-year win streak will ever be broken. But perhaps it is for the best if it remains unbroken. For no one should have conceived of the notion to convict all defendants in the first place. What a foolish statement from a foolish fool who hates to lose. It's the job of a prosecutor to make sure that all defendants are found guilty in court. There's nothing more important in this world than a perfect victory. That may be your opinion, however, I don't believe that's all we are. As a prosecutor, what I pursue is not the perfect victory, but the perfect truth. And if that means that the bridge I must cross will crumble beneath my feet, then let it crumble as I walk on towards the truth. You're good at keeping me entertained, Mr. Prosecutor. But you know, humans are delicate creatures. The slightest bump and we expire. I'd like you to consider, if you will, the possibility that the sword was used in such a way that the attack killed the mask too without being bent. Well, without bending it. So what do you think of my hypothetical scenario? I think you know what to do here, right? And what you need. Of course, what I need is evidence that even Agent Lang can't refute. This is it. It's time to bring this to a close. Why Larry Part 2? It's possible to use a samurai sword to kill someone. And under these circumstances, it's the only logical conclusion. We searched the embassy top to bottom, but the victim's blood is only on that weapon. So isn't it only natural that suspicion would fall onto the owner of said weapon? How long do you intend to cling onto that preposterous theory? As long as I want, because we examined every corner within the walls of the embassy. There's no stone we left unturned. We have managed to come up with the only one logical conclusion. That the only place inside the embassy with the victim's blood on it is the sword. You left no stone unturned. Is that a fact? You got something to say, then say it with the only way I respect. Wait, then say it in the only way I respect, Mr. Prosecutor. Yes, of course. In that case, allow me to make it all crystal clear for you. It's possible to use a samurai sword to kill someone. And under these circumstances, it's the logical conclusion. We search the embassy top to bottom, but the victim's blood is only on that weapon. The only place where you could find blood was the samurai sword. That's right, even the luminol. Which means that there are no other possibilities outside of what I've already outlined. That was the problem with Agent Lang's assertion that the samurai sword is the weapon. Raise an objection. If you believe that there is no other door of possibility left to open, then allow me to force one open for you. How do you plan to do that? By showing you what may possibly be the real murder weapon. Ha 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 ha. A real murder weapon, I hate to repeat myself, but my men have already searched every last inch of the embassy. And they've concluded that nothing else could have been used as the weapon. Knowing these facts, do you still want to press forward with your little hypothesis? Of course. Because it's not possible that your men inspected everything in their investigation. What are you talking about? I don't appreciate mind games, and I don't appreciate it when people like you slander my men. I'm not slandering them, I assure you. I'm merely pointing out that their investigation dragnet has a few holes in it. Namely that there is something you men couldn't even lay a finger on. And that item is the real murder weapon. Alright then, I'll play along for now. This real weapon that killed Master Mass too. What exactly is it? The real murder weapon which not a single person has yet to touch is this. That not a person has yet to touch? I want to say the knife, but it might not be this. Let's see. Always perform one job in proper manner. And I can't see how in the proper... Yeah, okay. Yeah, I was mistaken. Alright. It was the statue. The national treasure of Albus. You mean the Prima Duck statue? Yes, and as you know, only the ambassador and his secretariat may touch it. Which I believe means that neither you nor your men were able to examine it, correct? You know very well that if we did that, there'd be an international incident between the Kingdom of Albus and the Republic of Babal. The two countries' precarious relationship teeters in the balance over a stupid fight related to the sovereignty statue. But I'll be damned if I let something go unexamined. Agent Lang, if you could take a look at this. The direction the statue is facing just before and after the crime are different. And there is only one conclusion I can draw from that. Go look for Ambassador Alba and get him to give us the okay to examine the statue. Shifu, you can't listen to this infidel's words. He is most definitely trying to trick you. Shifu, please, let's be rational about this. 9Z says, just go already. Yes, sir. I don't think you can think of something. You're like, let's go. Shifu, yeah? I'm really sorry, sir, but I was unable to convince the ambassador. I was unable to obtain permissions for us to examine the Prima Duck statue. I see. Wait, but then the investigation is at a standstill. Agent Lang, I will go and speak with the ambassador personally. Save your breath. He may act all weak and frail, but that old man's one tough cookie. But I guess you've got to be tough when you're representing a whole country, you know? Agent Lang, what do you want? Let's just hurry up and examine the statue already. But Shifu, what about causing an international incident? Quiet. I'll take the fall if I have to later. Agent Lang, the hypothesis is mine, so if someone is to take the responsibility, let it be me. Responsibility. If we're going to talk in such a heavy terms, maybe I should let you. It'd be a real problem for my men if something were to happen to me. Alright then, less talk and more investigating. Want to know what the truth If we want to know the truth, we can't stop here. Action must be taken. Agent Lang, I like to run a luminal, what? Chemulamine sense test on the statue. A luminal test. Why the fuck didn't you just say that? God, good thinking. Statue is for the murder weapon, and some of the victim's blood should be on it. Okay. Let's get a forensic team in here. Look, it's right there. Now, looks like you hit the jackpot, Mr. Prosecutor. I guess that means that this is the real weapon that killed the mask too. Indeed. But I wouldn't celebrate yet if I were you. That this doesn't let your friend off the hook. It doesn't prove that he didn't kill the mask too, so the change remains. We're hardly done examining the statue, Agent Lang. Knowing that it is the real weapon, I believe further examination is required. You think so? Okay, then knock yourself out. What am I working with here? What do we have here? This dirty smudge. It looks like a handprint. What's a definite bit of evidence like you doing under here? Looks like we got some fingerprints to analyze. Worst case scenario, these prints belong to Larry. But it looks like it's too late for me to do anything about that now. Blood. Hey, friends, I want results on these fingerprints ASAP. You hear me? I have the analysis results, sir. Good, and? Sir, about the prints we lifted from the bottom of the statue. Well, you know the victim of the murder in the Babali's embassy? The prints belong to him. To Mr. Manny Cochin, sir. But that's... what's going on around here? No, that's impossible. Each prima duct statue can only be handled by someone of that country. But by the very fact that Mr. Cochin's fingerprints are on this one, it leads me to only one conclusion. This statue is actually Babal's prima duct statue. Impossible, it can't be. Larry never once set foot on Babali's soil, so he was free to go. However, this new piece of information only served to confuse us even further. The ringleader of the smuggling operation was killed with an abolitionist knife in Babal. And the mask too was killed in abolition soil with Babal's national treasure. And the mystery of the great thief Yatagarasu who visited both countries. The pieces were there, but I had yet to see the big picture they were for. That was middle part 1. I need a drink. That was middle 1. Middle part 1. That took 2 hours. I'm trying to do everything a middle for today. So that way we could do next week's ending, like, just straight up. March 14, 9:21 p.m. Open air stage. Other than Mass 2 investigation to Francisca and return to Babal, I suppose my first order of business should be to look into Babal's statue. Mr. Edgeworth. So, okay, what's the situation? Oh, it's great. Investigating is so much fun. In other words, they've made absolutely no progress. We weren't goofing off, honestly, sir. We've been investigating our hearts out. Very well then, would you care to give me an update on your investigation? Oh, we've had a really fun time, sir. I knew it. Zero progress. In any case, Detective Gumshoe? Yes, sir? You have permission to enter the Albiston Embassy, is that correct? Yep. As a local detective, I'm helping out the investigations on both sides, sir. Good. In that case, I can leave these pieces of evidence with you. They belong to the lady under the Pink Princess mask. Pink Princess? What kind of lady was playing her, sir? The kind that was also playing the role of the Pink Badger yesterday. Ugh. Understood, sir. I go them back to her. And if I don't, then I guess I'll unload them somewhere. Doesn't seem at all that enthused to go find her, but I can't blame him. Evidence that says lost their value given to Detective Gumshoe. Now then, I don't believe I'll be needing this anymore either. What? Are you really going to throw that autograph away? Yes, because that Steel Samurai was a fake. Steel Samurai's autograph scrunched up into a ball and disposed of. Wait, what? What do you mean by a fake? Now then, I believe it's time for a little housekeeping. Unnecessary evidence has been removed. Remaining evidence has been rearranged. Alright, well that's nice. Hey, you're not going back to Albus already, are you? No, not yet. I still need to gather a bit more information first. I did not know that would happen. If you see me flipping out, it's because I'm scratching my nose, and since like the camera gets covered by my hand, it like fucking flips me out. Ah, so you're back now, are you, Mr. Edgeworth? You must be tired. Here, with these, you can eat whatever you'd like. And these are discount tickets for our cafeteria. They open tomorrow at 10 in the morning. I appreciate the concern. However, these coupons do nothing for me right now. Open air stage. The open air stage, what function does it serve exactly? Well, normally we use it for a variety of events. It's all to attract that extra bit of attention into the ball. I heard that tonight over in Albestian Rose Garden, Ambassador Alba was to give this a speech. And you know what? Manny told me that I really should give a speech too. Mr. Coachman told you that. Yes, he did. Which is why I thought I should give a speech of my own. But unfortunately, I wasn't able to. Because of the fire that Yatagarasu started. Exactly. Ambassador Paleno, I'd like to ask you a little more about the Paradox statue. Oh, I see. Well, let me ask you this. Did you know that Albest and Babal used to be one country called Codopia? Yes, I know that much about your history. Well, the Prima Duck statue belonged to the founders of Codopia. At least that's how the story goes. It was bequeathed onto the king of Codopia as a symbol of this country's wealth. So it was meant as a symbol of sovereignty and the right to rule, I take it. Yes, that's right, which is why both countries are so adamant about their claim. We hold the real statue, therefore we hold the right to rule, is the reasoning. It's pretty petty when you think about it, though, I suppose. But Albest and Babal were to reestablish relations. Shouldn't that put an end to the squabbling over the statue? I have no reason to believe so. The Prima Duck statue is even more important now as a key to diplomacy. I wonder if Ambassador Polina knows about what has happened to the very important key to diplomacy. Perhaps I should try showing him this key and see what he has to say about it. Ambassador Polino, there's just one thing I'd like to ask you about. Yes, and don't worry, you can ask me more than just one thing. How about 2 or 3? In exchange, I expect you to be coming to Babals, yes? Thank you, but just the one thing is all I require. Manny Cochin, I'd like to ask you about this man who was your secretary. Sure, I'll tell you what I know. Thank you for your cooperation, Ambassador. He was, well, if I had to put it into one word, he was an able man. If there was ever anything I needed as an ambassador, he was able to get it for me. To think that a man like that had a hand in smuggling ring right under my nose, going completely unnoticed. Actually, I suppose because he was an able man, I was unable to detect his dirty dealings. Sounds like Mr. Cochin had a very sharp mind. Recently, Manny had been really busy. Since I became the Bubbly's representative of the Country Unification Council, he's been working tirelessly to cover my work for me. I'm sorry, but what is this Country Unification Council? Oh, well, you see, had tonight's events proceeded without a hitch, our two countries were to reunify and become one again. But I guess with how things turned out, that dream won't be realized anytime soon. I suppose not. Master Polina, if you could please take a look at this for me. The Prima Duck statue sitting in the obelisk right now actually belongs to Babal. So it would appear. I received a call from Miss Von Karma about this earlier. Then you will understand why I wish to inspect Babal's Prima Duck statue immediately. Because the statue currently in your country's possession, yes, well, I've already inspected it myself. And it's definitely Alba's statue. I know because it's the real statue. Then you're saying that Babal was a replica. I'm embarrassed to say it's true, even though I knew that someday it would be exposed. I received my orders from the leaders of Babal, and I was to negotiate with Ambassador Alba at this event. I was to negotiate with him and fix the results of the evaluation tonight, to say that we could not determine which statue was the real one. Why are you telling me this? Well, because you already figured it out. Our statue is just a hollow gold shell. Even if a ball were to lose face, the reunification of the country is what's important. I'm right in thinking that, aren't I? I'm not making a mistake, right? If you don't know yourself, then I won't pretend to know either. Never thought that by being betrayed by my own secretary, the real symbol of wealth would be given to me. Isn't it simply ironic? Miss Edgeworth. Look like you're enjoying yourself, Detective. Well, I don't have much else that I enjoy as much as a good investigation, sir. So what did you find out? Ah, well, thinking he has found nothing of any particular use, as usual. Miss Edgeworth, I got something really interesting from Ambassador Palino. Or Paleno. Oh, and what is this something interesting? This, sir. Wow, that's so pretty. I'm so jealous. That's a real treasure there. What is a flame burned green, Detective? So apparently, if you burn the special white crystal oil that they only make in Babal, it burns this green color, sir. Interesting. So it's a special property of the oil. I suppose this is a ploy to force people to visit Babal should the oil run out. Hey, Gummy, what about these silhouettes? They stuck some cutouts on the outside of the lantern so that it'd project the images. Oh? Silhouettes, eh? They are rather pretty, aren't they? Wait, what am I doing? I was supposed to be asking for an update on the investigation. Hey, what's wrong, sir? There's something I want you to investigate for me. Do you think you can do that much? You got it, sir. Hey, that's not fair. Why is Gummy getting to do all this fun stuff? Well, it's because I'm Mr. Detective's partner. Or Mr. Edgeworth's partner. Can't believe you took advantage of the confusion and stole my role as assistant. I expect the two of you to get along and work together like professionals on this. There you go. Hey, where are you going? Are we heading back to our bus? Yes, but before I do, I suppose I should give you a summary of what's happened. Oh, I see. My eyes look itching. There's been a murder in both countries using an object from the other country. That's the gist of it. Ball is just as strict as Albus. In their inspection of the people of things that enter their country, meaning that somehow both murder weapons were smuggled into the two countries. That's the only logical conclusion that can be drawn. Perhaps the key to the weapon smuggling is oh my god. Perhaps the key to the weapon smuggling is the person who traversed both countries, meaning the fake Yatagarasu. The only way or another, the Yatagarasu is connected of this, I am sure. Why does my nose itch so much? Now then, where was the Yatagarasu first spotted? I believe it was the rose garden on the Albistian side of the embassy. The garden is just on the other side of this boundary. It's where Ambassador Alba was to give the speech tonight. At least that's where I heard the Yatagarasu had appeared. In that case, I believe it's vital that I investigate the rose garden post haste. Maybe before you go, take a look at this, Mr. Edward. What is it? I guess my guess is that it's a guitar pick. I picked it up just now over there. Do you think it'll be of any use? Little water on it, but how did the water get on it? It doesn't look like there's anything it could get wet from around here. I was thinking they have concerts here at the open air stage from time to time, right? Alright, I'll find its owner later. Pick. Oh yeah, there's one more thing. Mr. Edgeworth, would you be willing to hold on to this? What is this? It's misused perfume. It's the bottle that woman left behind and that I found 7 years ago. I thought that one day it'd be some use in tracking her down. So I kept it safe all this time. Yeah, good. Be honored to hold on to it for you. Wasn't it blue? Or am I bugging? Oh, we actually get to travel through rooms. Change to the investigation on us now, but I know, I'll go back to football and do some more investigating there. So you're back, Miles Edgeworth. How are things in Babal? Although I can't really say I expect much from Scruffy and that girl. The investigation into Manny Coach's death hasn't really progressed any. However, the investigation to the Yatagarasu has, and yes, the Yatagarasu. Even now, I find it hard to believe. A person who can freely traverse between the two countries at will, preposterous. Well, that's what I came here to investigate. I heard that this is where witnesses claim to have seen the Yatagarasu. That's correct. Ambassador Alba was to give a speech tonight here at the Albust. And that's when the Yatagarasu appeared. The shadow of the mysterious thief appeared and just as suddenly it vanished. As that, there was the fire of the Babalese embassy and the Yatagarasu started. I vow that not a single feather from the Yatagarasu shall escape my diligence. Great. Statue of a woman. I wonder if the lady is pouring water. It says that it's a statue of the queen who spoke of love to King Prima Dux. Well, Miles Edgeworth, it seems that you are lousy at reading women's hearts. I opened my mouth about a statue and she somehow made the leap to that. There's an overturned spotlight here. When the Yatagarasu appeared, the audience that was waiting for the speech to start panicked. Suppose that's when someone must have knocked it over. I'm having a tough time visualizing the mass confusion that took place here. Thought to use my whip to capture the Yatagarasu, however there were many people in my way and I was unable to land at even a single lash. I mean that some other poor saps were hit instead. Move. There you go. There are roses scattered on the surface of the water, creating a pleasant fragrance. It's not just the aesthetics. This pool's water is also used in putting out fires. I see. Oh. The pool stopped filling itself automatically. The fountain's spouts are set to stay open until the pool's water reaches a certain level. If this water is used to put out fires, I suppose it must be refilled to its normal level. Which suggests that this pool was recently used somehow in this embassy. Guess I'll take some notes about it just in case. What the fuck are you doing? How dare you surprise me like that? I'm sorry. Oh hey Edgy, thanks for what you did back there. Gratitude alone is enough. More importantly, Larry, this pool is not for your personal enjoyment. So, what the fuck are you doing? I know that. Do you really think I'm the type of just jump into the pool and swim around for fun? Alright then. Did you by chance fall into the pool? Nice guess, but no dice. So you know my son, right, Edgy? Your son. I guess I kinda lost sight of him when I shook hands with the ambassador. And I'm pretty sure he was around here when I last saw him. You imbecile! How can you be so flippant at a time like this? What are you going to do if your son fell into the pool? And how old is this child of yours anyway? Huh? Oh, how old is he again? Larry, this is the first time I heard of a son. Who exactly is the mother? The mother? Oh, that chick? The pink princess? The pink princess? Miss Von Karma. I was a bit confused by this man's words for a bit there. However, I believe that he is looking for is the doll of the Iron Infant. Yep, because I'm the Steel Samurai through and through, heart and soul. The Iron Infant is my cute little son. You have given a whole new meaning to the phrase, an astounding fool. Larry, we have not seen a hide nor hair of the Iron Infant. But rest assured that if we should find him, we'll let you know now. Now get out of there. Sounds good. In that case, I'll go search over there. Hey, wait! I'm gonna sleep, man. You have a good night, Sly. Well, it's not as if he'll get very far swimming around in that pool. The lag is insane downstairs, but I'm hella tired. Good night, man. Good night, Sly. Thanks for dropping by, Chief. And although he's unrelated to the murders, he sure knows how to cause a lot of trouble. The statue bears a resemblance to the Prima Dux statue. The plaque says King Prima Dux and the battlefield. In order to save the Queen, Queen Prima Dux put his life on the line and went to war. The Prima Dux was actually a person of royal blood. Thought he was simply someone imitating a character from an ancient legend. Well, what surprises me is that a real person who looked like the Steel Samurai existed. I suppose there's that too. Oh, same shit, okay. Master Alba sat in this chair. Master Alba is very elderly. The chair was prepared for him should he have gotten tired during his speech. In that case, why didn't he plan to make his speech sitting down in the first place? The ambassador is also quite prideful, that's why. He sounds like my old principal from grade school who'd speak at assemblies. But this is where the ambassador Alba was to give a speech. The stage was set up nicely, however, where was the audience supposed to sit? Perhaps they were supposed to sit around the edge of the pool. That's such poor planning if there are no place other than a spot or two by the pool. They really should have made seating arrangements like how the gallery is set up in court. Indeed, you can sense that consideration for the viewers was taken with those. So in the end, the speaker and his audience were to stand the whole time, huh? Yes, although I suspect the audience would have liked to sit down after a while. I finished checking all the bystanders. Yes, sir. We found 14 counts of pickpocketing, 16 counts of illegal parking, and 1 person ran a light, sir. Don't tell me you didn't find out anything related to the case. Sir, not a single thing, sir. Well, for now, let's just get those other lawbreakers down to the precinct. Agent Lang? All evidence, Mr. Prosecutor. I would just like to thank you for your assistance earlier. Make no mistake, it's not like I was trying to help you with what I did. After I left, did you receive word from Ambassador Alba? We're to wrap up our bodyguard assignment, assignment at the end of today. Oddly enough, we received word from HQ to return home on an urgent matter. As if I can be so easily called away from this case after I've come this far. I swear that I'll find the truth and drag it out screaming into the light. You're with me on that, right, Mr. Prosecutor? That's Yatagara's appearance. You were working as Ambassador Alba's bodyguard at the time, so naturally you witnessed when the Yatagarasu appeared, correct? Yeah, I saw the thief with my own 2 eyes. Yatagarasu was always there, lurking in the shadows. When spotlights were turned on the Ambassador Alba's speech, a shadow appeared. That's when cries of it's the Yatagarasu rang out. Next second, the spotlight went out, and by the time we got the area lit again, the deaf thief had vanished. When we investigated afterwards, we found that the reason the lights went out was because someone had unplugged the extension plug for all the outdoor electronics. Whether it was someone doing it on purpose, or simply a guest who had tripped over it, we don't know. But one thing is for certain, Yatagarasu was here. You're saying that basically all you saw was the thief's silhouette. Yes. If all you saw was a shadow, then it's entirely possible that the shadow belonged to someone else. Ha, good thinking. Good thinking, sis. You just might be right. If it weren't for that fact that there was no one else with the same shape, not among the staff of or the honest members. My men have already done a thorough check of everyone, so I know I'm right. Someone else's shadow. That sounds like a plausible hypothesis. The suddenly appearing and disappearing shadow of Yatagarasu. I believe I figured out the true origin. I expected no less from my subordinate. Now, let's hear what you know on the subject. What really cast the shadow? Suddenly appearing and then disappearing shadow of the Yatagarasu. It is not possible that it was created by the statue. Are you playing me for a fool, Miles Edgeworth? This statue bears absolutely no resemblance to the shadow of the Yatagarasu. You are correct. However, this statue is but one part of the whole picture. What do you mean by only one part? Oh. It's another statue. I think this shadow was made from the shadows of these 2 statues. Made? What do you mean by that? Right now, the spotlights are all over the place. This is because they were moved when the guests were in a panic state. However, if we were to restore the lights to where they were when the thief appeared, we believe that the 2 shadows will create the Yatagarasu's shadow. Precisely. Now then, watch as I reveal the true form of the Yatagarasu. First, if we set up the spotlight to cast a shadow of the king, Prima Dux, and the battlefield, the shadow of the king statue would appear on the backdrop of the stage. Likewise, if we set a light up on the queen who spoke of love to King Prima Dux, her silhouette would also appear on the backdrop to the stage. Aha! So if we were to combine the 2 shadows, it looks nothing like the Yatagarasu shadow. Miles Edgeworth, how do you explain this grotesque shape? Calm down, Miss Francisca. The way the lights need to be shown on the Queen's statue is wrong. What do you mean by that? I believe that the whole of the King's shadow needs to be used for this work. However, in the case of the Queen, I don't believe her whole shadow is needed. Rather, the person who created the shadow only used one part of her shadow. Only one part. Yes, and the one part alone is enough to fill the rest of the Yatagarasu shadow. Why didn't you say that in the first place? You're right. I apologize. The hand? Think back of what is missing in our shadow. 5 long thin areas, correct? Now, what does that remind you of? That's right, it can only be the shadow of the queen's left hand. Princess, we please adjust the spotlight's position so that it only shines on the queen's left hand. Alright, let's give it a try and see what we get. This is so stupid. It's so stupid. Who thought that these two shadows would make this form? Anyways. Yeah, this is exactly like the shadow I saw. Garbo must have changed the spotlight's positioning beforehand. And then pulled the plug after people saw that the culprit wanted them to see. In their panic, the guests must have moved the spotlights around, which we can assume was also part of the culprit's plan. By the time the lights came back to the Yatagarasu shadow had vanished, which means that the shadow was a construct from the very beginning. So you see, the Yatagarasu never did visit Albus tonight. The only question that the visited was Babal, although it can be assumed. But the Yatagarasu had an accomplice in Albus. An accomplice, but who? I haven't figured that out yet, but I assume it was the person who set up the shadow show. Biggest clue yet to solving this case is the existence of the accomplice. Okay, investigation complete. That's nice to see. How's the investigation going? Detective Bad, have you come to join us on the investigation of the Yatagarasu? I love the murder and Aiden Lang's charge. And my only target from the very beginning is the Yatagarasu, so yes. Excuse me. So what have you found out? I got a piece of evidence. May I see it? Sure, but you might regret it. We're here because we are ready to face whatever may come. So if you please. When people heard the commotion, bystanders started gathering. And one woman claimed, I'm telling you, I'm a genuine international journalist. She gave me an interesting picture. A journalist? Well, actually, she's a freelance cameraman. This is the photo I got from her. What in the world? Yatagarasu was flying through the air. The times, they are changing. It's not just man, but evidence even they lie is to us now. When was this photo taken? Apparently, right after the fires on the 4th and 5th floors were put out. It was taken from a nearby building that you can see the embassy from. You see, so this was taken after the fire. The blurist in this picture took off from the Babalese embassy, flew over the boundary, and headed for the embassy of Albus. It's simply not possible people are incapable of flight. Is that a fact? I've had the pleasure of dealing with a case involving a flying person once. Actually, come to think of it, I've come across a case like that as well. 2, actually. Maybe it happens more often than we think. Am I up to the task of solving the mystery behind the photograph? Well, the Yatagarasu took off from the Babalese embassy, so I should start from there. This is good. I need to return to the Babal investigation for a bit. Alright. I'll continue investigating on this side of the building. Alright, I'll continue. I'm counting on you. What's up? Welcome back, Mr. Edgeworth. Now come on, let's get back to our investigation. Yes, let's. Alright, let's see here. Oh, you mean a wheelbarrow? And it makes so much more sense my way. Ancient people probably wheeled barrels, right? I highly doubt that that's where the word came from. Just let me have one for once. A ladder. Actually, that's a step ladder. They're the exact same thing. No way. From their structure up, they're totally different. But of course, from a thief's perspective, the best kind of ladder is the rope ladder. Step ladder is much too heavy to carry around after all. And from a prosecutor's perspective, any type of ladder is guilty of being dangerous during their earthquake. They had the conversation. There's a sign here warning passers-by to take precautions around the renovation site. They're really going all out, huh? The construction is going on everywhere. I believe Ambassador Poleno said it was to attract more tourists and visitors. What can they do with the new stuff they're building? Hey, what do you think they should do, Mr. Edgeworth? How about transforming it into a courthouse? Hey, be serious. But I was being serious. But I was being serious. I think after all that running around, we're right back where we started. It appeared that way. Hi, Mr. Edgeworth. Have you found Manny's killer yet? Terribly sorry, Ambassador Poleno, but I have yet to find his killer. And I guess his murder really was the work of the Yatagarasu. Let's get one thing straight. It was the work of the fake Yatagarasu. The real Yatagarasu is a noble vigilante who is only out to steal the truth. Miss Faraday, please don't make such a sad face. If there's anything I could do for you, all you have to do is ask for, alright? Mr. Poleno. Actually, there's one thing you can do. Will you allow us to take another look around? We didn't have enough time to conduct a thorough investigation. Oh, sure. Please feel free to investigate to your heart's content. Also, there are a few questions I'd like to ask you personally, Ambassador. If it will bring a smile back to Miss Faraday's face, then I'll gladly answer anything. Thank you, Mr. Poleno. You're a total gentleman. Ha ha ha. You don't have to waste such nice words on me, little miss. Hey, Sir Poleno. Those two sure got chummy awfully quickly. No, it's easy to say they're going to investigate. You know, it's easy to say we're going to investigate, but where should we begin? We should first start by comparing the state of this room before and after the fire. And then we should look into that matter of the suspicious person you spotted. Yeah, when I came into this room, that person was already gone. And I'm willing to bet that the person I was chasing is Mr. Cochin's killer. No, I don't know that yet. However, it's hard to believe that person is unrelated. Furthermore, because of the key that the Yatagarasu stole 7 years ago was found here, it signals that perhaps Miss Yu is also somehow involved. I knew it. That woman is almost definitely Mr. Cochin's killer. Yet again, we don't know that. There are too many mysteries that to be solved in this case. Speaking of the Yatagarasu and mysteries, I received the most mysterious photo from Detective Bad. Uncle Bad? He's taking part of this investigation too? Yes, he's been chasing after the Yatagarasu for all these years. Uncle Bad. Now then, I was told that this photo was taken just after the fire. Well, this kind of looks like the person in the long coat that I was chasing. Does this mean that I was chasing the fake Yatagarasu after all? I don't know the answer to your question, but I don't think people can fly either. But this could be how that person escaped. Well, we'll need to investigate a bit more before we can say anything about it. In any case, let's not dawdle anymore and pick up our investigation where we left off. Alright. So this is the real Prima Duck statue. This is really valuable, right? That's what they say. Okay, you're not seriously considering the theft of the statue, are you? No way, Mr. Edgeworth, I wasn't thinking about anything like that. I was just calculating in my head how much the statue is worth. It sounds mighty suspicious to me. Okay, have you ever heard of the word sus? That's how you are sounding currently. Grandfather clock. This one resembles this one in our best. Oh, that clock has been with us since back when we were still Codopia. This is one big clock. Hey, does that one have a bird that pops out like a cuckoo clock? I'm sorry, but no. Oh, but I'm sure you'll love the chime. Really? It's going to be 11 soon, so maybe I'll get to hear it then. Is it that time already? Time sure flies when I'm involved in an investigation. Oh, it's not that late. The night's only just begun. Okay, it's not good for you to stay up late, you know? Yes, Gramps. Looks like all of the souvenirs suffered some damage from the fire. Just don't believe it. Murder on top of arson. What is the name of the Yatagarasu? Bigger is guilty of much more than just theft, it seems. I know, because if it were me, my first priority would have been to loot this bookshelf. You will see ordinary souvenirs that you can buy virtually anywhere. You can't buy them anywhere. Each one is specific to a location and has its own value. And items that have memories attached to them are the most valuable of all. But could you really rob someone of their valuable memories just like that? No. Because even if I take that souvenir, I can't take the owner's memories. Still don't know where the blades of the Babalu's knife went. Could it be that the killer walked away with it? Mr. Coulson's body was been taken for an autopsy. White Island is all that is left to tell the tale of this murder. It appears that this area was heavily damaged by the fire. Yeah, I guess you should hurry up and get started examining it. Yep, we got it, Edgeworth. Oh my god, that's the ink! What's his desk? And it looks like there's still a lot of ink left inside. The seal is unbroken, so the fire probably couldn't get into it, into the bottle to burn up the ink. Hey, Mr. Paleno, it looks like your precious Babalese ink is alright after all. What? That's odd. Ambassador, what do you mean by that? Well, it's just that there is something strange about the ink. Would you mind elaborating on that statement for me, please? So I guess embassy phones are just like normal phones, huh? Well, what did you imagine them to look like? I thought the balls would look like a flower and the receiver would be a butterfly. That way, it looks like it looked like the butterfly receiving the sucking nectar from the flower base. If any country had a flower phone, it would be all bust, don't you think? Oh, then maybe the phone I envisioned would have been from when they were Codopia. There's really no point in asking me about something that never existed in the first place. You know what you lack, Mr. Edgeworth? Curiosity and imagination. There's only one book left standing here. Treasures of the World. Wait, what? Let me see that. I see. The most important part was blackened by the fire. Why cruel fate? Why? Looks like the map of where the treasures are located has been burnt. Manny Coaching. His name is written here in the nameplate. Why would you put a nameplate where your name on it in your own office? Suppose it's to inform people in case they walked into the wrong room by mistake. Do you think maybe it's also there to remind you of your own name if you forgot? Well, either way, it's never a bad thing to sit a nameplate on one's desk. Looks like a bunch of flyers with coupons attached to them. The ball sure gives away a lot of different coupons. Maybe I should create one of my own. I could call it the Great Thief Coupon. What kind of discount would that net you? The 5-finger kind? What else? And I'd steal an extra thing or two for the bearer. Things such as? That's just the truth. What else would I steal? Why, I wouldn't give to have a mountain of your coupons right about now. It appeared that this desk also fell victim to fire. It also doesn't look too damaged. Oh, I think we can rifle through the drawer a bit. I suppose we really should take a look. There's a rather unusual shape for a notepad. I suppose this must be another souvenir from somewhere. The shape of this notepad matches the shape of this note we found. Hey, you're right. What is it? It looks like something straight out of a Monument Valley. Ah, yes, that notepad is a souvenir from somewhere in your country. We've been collecting them for the purpose of studying them, you see. Yes, I do. You do seem to be quite passionate about it. Oh, would you like to see my souvenir collection? I'd love to show it to you. Are you sure they haven't been burnt into a crisp by the fires? Ambassador Poleno, I wonder if you might recognize the handwriting on this note. This looks like Manny's handwriting. I see, in that case. Oh, did you figure something out? This note was found in Albust. Specifically, it was found by being firmly grasped by the murdered Damas II. Damas II? Then this note, yes, it was a request from Mr. Cochin from Damas II to steal the Prima Duck statue. What? Manny tried to steal and bust Prima Duck statue? We would know for sure if we could run a handwriting analysis. Ambassador, do you have any documents that were handwritten by Mr. Cochin? Yes, I can gather a few and give them to you. I'll have to ask Detective Gumshoe later to run an analysis. Can't believe that Manny would even think of doing something like this. Do you have any idea as to why he would request the theft of the statue? There is one possibility, but mind you, it's just my personal speculation. Anything you could tell me would be a great help, Ambassador. I need to talk to him about it. Still not done rifling through shit, though. Seems that the contents of the drawer survived the fire rather well. That's a sturdy desk. I guess that's the value of solid wood construction. Let's see if there's anything useful left in here, Mr. Edgeworth. Well, looks like a very comfortable chair. Well, it doesn't look all that broken, so why don't you try sitting in it? No, I'd better not. It's very important that we preserve the crime scene at all times. Wait, you're always touching all sorts of things at the crime scenes. That's because I am a prosecutor, and it's part of my job to examine things. My job is to be a great thief, which is exactly why you are not allowed to touch anything. At the window. You can see the Albertine MC through this window. So where were you when you were investigating over there, Mr. Edward? You can see it from here. I was there on the 5th floor. That's where the Damas II was killed. What? You don't mean the Damas II? Aw, poor guy. As a fellow second generation thief, I can't just turn a blind eye to this. Even though this Damas II was merely an imposter of the original. Fireplace, huh? The Vault's office has them too. Two? Sorry, I'm scratching my eye. There's a fireplace in relatively the same location in the Abusine office. However, we found something there that I'd rather not recall ever again. Still can't believe that we found that lady's undershirt in the fireplace. If it was that traumatizing, why don't you try creating new memories with this fireplace? You could climb inside and we can play hide and seek. And come out covered in soot. I think not. You really have no sense of fun, Mr. Edgeworth. Alright, let's talk to him. Now then, Ambassador, I'd like to ask you about your movements before the fire broke out. Before the fire? Which fire are you talking about? Which one? There was more than one tonight? Huh? Oh, I see. I guess you didn't hear about it. We had 2 fires here at the Babalese embassy tonight. What a bother all that was. Wait, but the only fire we know about is the one after the Jammin' Ninja show. Ah, well, the first occurred at the start of the Jammin' Ninja show. Luckily, only the 4th and 5th floors of our embassy caught on fire. Not wanting to cause a panic among the theater goers, we decided to keep it internal. Then the fire after the Jammin' Ninja show was the second one of that tonight. Exactly. So the fire I'd witnessed was the second one. Come to think of it, didn't Detective Bab make a reference to the first fire? When was the photo taken? Apparently right after the fires on the 4th and 5th floors were put out. I suppose this means that the photos was taken just after the first fire was put out. Now, what is the extent of the damage in the second fire? The second fire was contained to the third floor. I think it was leftover embers from the fire on the floors above that caused it. That's how should I put it? A very bad stroke of luck. My office on the 5th floor, Manny's office here, and Manny himself, all gone in the blink of an eye. I feel so sorry for you, Mr. Paleno. Oops, look at me going on and on. Now then, what was it you wanted to ask again? We were discussing what your actions and whereabouts for today were. If you happen to know what Mr. Colton's actions and whereabouts were as well. Yes, very well. Let's see. I've been quite busy all day from morning until now. First I woke up, then I brushed my teeth. After that I had a roll of breakfast. Fascinating. How about if you just skip to the relevant parts for me? Oh, do you like to condense the condensed version? Alright, I can do that for you. Oh god, morning activities. So what did Mr. Colton and you do this morning? Well, originally we were supposed to meet and shake hands with the Jammin' Ninja. But Manny and I wanted to turn it into a photo op, so we were here tidying up his office. You helped clean Mr. Colton's office. Why were you not cleaning your own? Well, I think I forgot to mention that but my office is currently undergoing renovations. Which is why both the Prima Duck statue and the Babali's knife set are down here. I see. Oh, but the tidying didn't take much really. We just burned some files we no longer needed and expired coupons in the fireplace. That cleaning up the fireplace must have been a real pain though, huh? About that, I kind of forgot to clean the ashes out. I guess I'm up a creek without Manny here to get angry at me. An ambassador like yourself has been on the receiving end of the Secretary's anger. Oh, he was very good at being very mad. Why, even just this morning he got mad at me. I spilled some Babali's ink onto the back wall, when I was burning the files, you see? And he got mad at me, saying that I should treat the ink with more respect. Apparently orders go up the chain of command around here. That's about it for what we did this morning. Just some cleaning. Don't tell me you had no other work to do, being an ambassador and all. Afternoon activities. Now then, if you could tell me what you and Mr. Colton did this afternoon. Well, Manny and I went down together to the Theorem Naturalis. We had to be there for the start of the Steel Samurai stage show. After the show started, I went back to the office on the 5th floor alone. So they were together until the start of the Steel Samurai show. A little while later, after I had straightened myself up a bit, I returned to the theater. Excuse me. Because I was to take part of the photo op on stage at the end of the show. There was a commemorative photo op at the end. It was a fantastic photo of the three of us, Ambassador Alba and the Steel Samurai and myself. After the photo shoot, I went back to my office on the 5th floor to prepare for my handshake photo op with the Jammin' Ninja. He seems to be rather overworked for an ambassador. When I got to my office, that's when the first fire broke out, and I escaped down the stairs. My office was completely destroyed, but thankfully no one was hurt. I ran away from the first fire as fast as my legs could carry me, but during the second one, I pitched in and helped the embassy staff put it out. So you didn't see Mr. Colton again after the start of the Steel Samurai show. Yes, that's right. The next time I saw him, he was lying there in an eternal sleep. I see. Ambassador Paleno, I thank you very much for your help. I'm sorry I couldn't be more of assistance, Mr. Edgeworth. If there is anything else, please don't hesitate to ask, alright? The ink. I wonder if you might tell me what you noticed about Mr. Colton's bottle of ink. I just thought of it right now, but during the second fire, Manny was worried about his office, so he came rushing back to it. I called out to him, and when I received no reply, I used my spare key to open the door. Well, when I did, I was greeted by roaring green flames. The flames were so big that I wasn't able to see into the room at all. The fire was green. Well, what was the cause? Well, white crystal oil burns green when it's lit, as you can see by this lantern. And Babali's ink is made from the same oil, which means it would also burn green. You know, I too had thought it was Manny's ink that had caught on fire. So that's why I was surprised to find out there was still a bottle of ink left on his table. The case is perfection green flames. Talk about a mystery. What exactly was it that caught on fire in here? I believe that you said you might have an idea as to why Mr. Cochin had hired the mask too. Actually, I fear it may be more my fault. As I was telling you earlier, we were to determine which statue was the real one as a part of today's event. But because of the Yatagaratsu and the fire here, that got cancelled, didn't it? I'm actually relieved that the rest of the event has been cancelled. For you see, Babal's statue, well, is just a replica. And did Mr. Cochin know that about Babal's Prima Duck statue? Of course he knew. That's why he was the only person I could consult with. We'd have to do something once our statue was revealed as a replica. As to be expected, I was very nervous today as this would impact our country's authority. Yes, I understand. Well, when I told Manny my concerns, he said, let me handle it, it'll be alright. Hi. I'll find a way to make sure you're the ambassador of the reunited Codopia. At the time, I thought he was just trying to cheer me up. But when I saw that note, I realized he was serious. Mr. Cochin conducted a lot of business behind your back. I assume he did all that to ensure that you are the next Codopian ambassador. But why was he trying so hard, I wonder? He was so much better at getting things done than He was so much better at getting things done than I ever was or will be. I don't know the answer to why he was trying so hard yet, but I suspect he had an ulterior motive in mind beyond this simple kindness. Oh, here you are, Mr. Edgeworth. Detective Gumshoe, have you collected the information that I requested? Yep, got it all right here, sir. Here you go, Kay. Feel free to take a look. It's for you, after all. What's all this, Gummy? It's all the information on this room that I got from the embassy and Interpol people. Now we know exactly how this room was before and after the fire. Good work, Detective. I will nothing, sir. I'm an expert at getting people to talk. Wow, you two remind me so much of my father and Uncle Bad. What do you mean? As prosecuting detective, your dynamic is just like theirs back in the day. Well, don't you worry. I'm going to find my own wonderful partner someday. And when I do, I'm going to become a good Yatagaratsu just like my father, right? Please don't ask me questions to which I have no answer to, Kay. However, I can say that it is truly a wonderful thing to find a partner you can trust. You bet. So what now, Mr. Edgeworth? Well, I'd like to ask you I'd like to ask you for a favor. Yes? That gadget, Mr. Thief, is it? That thing you call your secret weapon. Oh, you mean Little Thief? Heh. You're coming to rely on it, aren't you? I don't need to crush like that. I'm only asking because I need it for the investigation. From the information Detective Gumshoe gathered and the ambassador's testimony. I'd like you to please recreate this room as it was during the third floor fire. You got it. Alright, here we go. Dark skies of evening, when no other bird dares take wing, only one alone remains all-seeing. Now witness the true power of the real modern-day Robin Hood. Just a... Tick. It seems there are other things besides what the ambassador mentioned that have changed. It's possible that we might find the escape route the person K saw use as well. Oh, what is this? Is it some sort of light show I was not told about? This is the power of a true vigilante. It's recreating the room with the info I inputted. Really, that is certainly one interesting device you have there, Mrs. Faraday. I believe it's about time we return to our investigation. I've been the large green flames Ambassador Polino saw. With flames like these, it's no wonder he couldn't get in. Okay, by the time you came into this room, had the fire already been put out? Yeah, the fire had died out or something by that time. And this fire is in here only burned from the time the fire started on the third floor. Until the Yatagarasu appeared and caused a stir in the ball, I suppose. Guess Mr. Paleno was just lucky enough to run into this fire as it was burning, huh? Yes, you could put it that way. And since you were in the first to discover the body, we can assume that no one else entered the room until that day. Or time. No one other than the person you were chasing, of course. I knew it. The person I saw was definitely up to no good. I mean, the person... well, what? I mean, that person could even be Mr. Cochin's killer. That is very likely to be the case. After all, the person came into the room before you. You must have chosen this room precisely because they knew... Oh my god, why am I, like, losing my train of thought, or, like, losing my line of where I am? And must have chosen this room precisely because they knew no one would be in here. Okay, then maybe the green fire was where it was to prevent anyone from coming in. But then what did the person set on fire to make it the green flames? Well, whatever it is that person burned, made a rather sizable fire. And since the fire is green, well, we've seen something that burns green, right? It's a bit tinier than these flames, but you get what I mean. Yes, and I do believe that what you are thinking exactly why these flames are green. Which fire-related piece of evidence burns the same color as these green flames? The source of green in these flames is related to this. Oh, really? Well, I don't think they're related at all. Oh? Sorry. It really isn't related after all. What? You honestly apologize to the time for being wrong? What? I'm always honest. And that's a good thing. Now just keep on doing it. I need to think about it a bit more carefully. If I stay calm, the answer should come to me. The green flame is the same as that. Oh, it's just, what is the same color? Or what is the same thing that has the same flame? The silhouette lantern. Its green flame comes from the white crystal oil it's burning. Yeah, that's the fire I was thinking of too. I love the green it gives off. I think we've now established the green flames were caused by white crystal oil. Furthermore, we know that there is only one other thing made from white crystal oil. Oh, you mean that thing Mr. Paleno was mistaken about, right? Yes, precisely. As we found out earlier in our investigation. What? I don't get it. Can you fill me in, sir? Well, I suppose I'll explain it to you a way that even you can understand. This is the thing made from white crystal oil that Ambassador Paleno was mistaken about. The oil, the ink. Babyliss ink is made from white crystal oil. Oh, so it should burn the same color as the flames in the lantern, right? Yes, precisely. However, the green flames in this room were not from a bottle of Babyliss ink. Because we found the ink Mr. Cochin used on his desk, right? Yes, however, we know that Mr. Cochin was smuggling the ink in massive quantities. Now, what do we suppose he made using all that ink? I believe that he made with that ink is the answer to what gave birth to the green flames. Oh yeah, I'm beginning to really feel the energy coming from you, Mr. Edgeworth. Huh, it would appear that I finally found it, the smuggling ring's real goal. Made of Babyliss ink, this is the source of the green flames. What would consume that great of volume of ink to make what that would be? The counterfeit bills that the smuggling ring made and are circulating in Zhangfa. You're kidding. You're saying that it was Mr. Cochin who made the counterfeit bills? I believe you could even go so far as to say that he stole Babal's printing press. Ambassador Mr. Cochin had permission to freely use the printing press, correct? Why, yes, and I do remember seeing him use it in the middle of the night. But never did I think he was using it as such a foul deed. Ambassador, because of your secretary's crimes, you will need to be investigated as well. Ah, yes, I suppose so. We've caused a bit of trouble for a few countries, haven't we? It's my duty to search out all who shielded Mr. Cochin and concealed his crime. But they are the ones who started the fire in order to destroy the evidence. Alright. His grandfather clock. It was apparently in a different position before the fire. According to the staff member, the clock was flush against the wall before the fire, sir. Which means that most likely it was moved by someone during the fire. Speaking of which, it's totally 11 o'clock now, but I don't hear any chiming. Huh? That's odd. It was still chiming right on the dot on every hour this morning. Maybe the fire damaged the terminal mechanism or something. Master Poleno, may we take a look inside the clock? Sure, go right ahead. Dr. Gumshoe, if you could please inspect the insides of this clock. Yes, sir, I'm on it. Mr. Edgeworth, I found this inside, sir. It looks like the length of a wire. So this is what caused the clock to stop chiming. But why was a long length of wire doing inside a clock in this first place? Why would someone do this to such a valuable clock? It sounds like it wasn't Mr. Poleno that put that wire in there. And perhaps it was Mr. Coach's killer who did it. Looks like one of the Bubbly's knives were already missing from the fire to begin. It would seem, especially since the other two knives handles were burned away. The remaining handle was swapped out with the handle from the real murder weapon. Babal's national treasure was stolen. Poor Babal, don't you think? I'm not sure I would lump the replica statue in with the rest of Babal's woes. It's the charred remains of a fallen ceiling fan. I've seen a few of these before. They spin around and round and play music. I believe you're thinking of a musical mobile for babies. Yes, that's it. Well, they're nothing alike. They're totally alike. They spin, they spin those babies right around like a record. Did she just make a reference to you spin my head around like a record, baby? I see. I guess I can see how you might think that. So Babal is really into pushing their tourism industry, huh? Yes, it would appear that way. You know, I'd really love to take a trip. Hey, why don't we take one after this case? Do you already have a destination in mind? Well, ideally, I'd like to go someplace where I can continue my thief training. Well, if you want to learn the fine art of stealth, perhaps you should visit the studio where they make the Gem in this TV show. Hey, that's actually a really great idea, Mr. Edgeworth. I can't believe she took me seriously. A fireplace, huh? So Babal's office have them too. There's a fireplace in relatively the same location. I'd rather not recall ever again. Sure. We already read this. While I'm going through this, I'm gonna drink some water. This is the same conversation. Looks like a very comfortable chair. Well, it doesn't look at all broken, so why don't you try sitting in it? No, I better not. It's very important that we preserve the crime scene at all times. Oh, the same conversation again. Did I miss something? Time of the fire. You could tell people because the inside wasn't burned, right? Yes, thanks to the safe's fire resistance, where stronger evidence was preserved. Right. What did I not check? Must have been as... This one is covered in soot. Well, lousy timing, just as the two countries were about to become friends again, too. Would have been better if I had stolen it then for it, so to get caught in that fire. Okay, I think I understand your sentiment. However, you were to engage in theft, I can't look the other way, right? You could please stop stealing my lines. Am I missing something? Oh, I think I have logic. Connect the fireplace renovations. No, that doesn't match, does it? don't think it does. Between these, yeah, just kind of like, yeah. Alright. You saw these. We know what caused the fire. Detective, you took part in the initial ball investigation, correct? Yep, sure did. I also helped out, put out both fires, sir. But the first fire took me by surprise. I had a tough time escaping the 5th floor. First I tried the elevator, but I guess someone else had the same idea because it was in use. If I hadn't remembered to use the stairs at that point, I'd have been burnt to a crisp. Wait, that's odd. We always warn our staff that in case of fire, it's dangerous to use the elevator. Oh? Maybe someone wrote it in a fit of panic. Detective, did you see the Yatagarasu that came into the Babali's embassy at all? Didn't personally, and the other staff members told me they never got a good look at the person either, sir. I wonder if you could tell me a bit more about what you discovered, Detective, during the fire. The second fire broke out around the time the Yatagarasu was spotted in Alabas. That's also when a suspicious person was spotted in Babal, which caused some panic. So no one was able to get a good look at the Yatagarasu that entered Babal. Yeah, all they saw was a mysterious person wearing a long coat. But that's not enough to make a positive ID, you know? Still, it was enough to make the people who received the calling card panic even more. Person in a long coat. Sounds like the exact same person I saw. The Yatagarasu that appeared in Albus was proven to be just a fabrication, a shadow. In light of that fact, the Yatagarasu that appeared in Babal is also suspect. You can't be serious. Not when we're this close to capturing the fake. I mean, close to you. The Yatagarasu appeared caused mass confusion, killed Mr. Cochin, and disappeared. What you saw. By the way, Detective, why did you not chase after Yatagarasu? I did, but well, this embassy is huge, sir. I got separated from the other staff members I was with and was lost for a while there. You didn't even memorize the layout of the building you were to guard, Detective. I'm sure I'll be sure to do them from now on, sir. But you know, it's thanks to me being lost that I was able to come to Kei's rescue. Oh? Is that a fact? Yeah, it was when I lost... Oh my god. What's with me and not being able to read shit? Alright. Yeah, it was when I was lost and wandering around in the 3rd floor hallway, sir. When I heard a scream, I headed towards it right away. Oh, that's probably from when I found Mr. Cochin's body. I thought it sounded like her, so I got real worried and ran as fast as I could. And it was thanks to Gami that Miss Shihana wasn't able to take me away. He covered for me until you got here, when you got here, Mr. Edgeworth. Oh, I see. So he can be useful once in a blue moon. Still, it's too bad that Agent Shihana got her here before I did. Wonder where Agent Shihana was before you found her here. Well, just because I got to... Sorry. Well, just before I got to this room, I saw her coming out of this room next door. Shihana mentioned something about chasing the Yatagarasu herself earlier. Well, she apparently helped in putting out the fire first. And during the second fire, I heard she was busy chasing the Yatagarasu. Excuse me. Needs to be very dedicated agent. You would do well to learn from her. Why are you pointing at me when you say that? Examine everything in this office, but there is one thing that bothers me. Perhaps I should ask Ambassador Polino about it. Ambassador Polino, there is something I'd like to ask you about. Yes? About this office, it appears to me to be very similar to the Ambassador's Alba's office. For example, the location of the fireplace and the position of the grandfather clock. Oh, that's right. You've also paid a visit to the Albasian side of the embassy. Our 2 embassies actually used to be one. Yes, I know, even though the pamphlet mentioned that. Which is why the building is by literally bilaterally symmetrical. I don't know if I said that word right. So no matter which room, the location of the fireplace and the like are exactly the same. Even where the art is located is the same, as my room is currently under renovation. We worked hard to make Manny's room look like the ambassador's office. You mean for your handshake photo op with the Jammin' Ninja? Yes, that's right. I mean, what's a photo like that worth if it's not taken in the ambassador's office, right? Yet another odd expression of the ball's obsessively competitive spirit with our best, I take it. Thank you, Ambassador. That piece of information is all I needed to connect the dots. Connect the dots? Well, anyway, I'm glad I was able to be of some help. These don't connect. Nope. There you go. The Albestian and Babalese sides of the building are symmetrical to each other, as we know that to be a fact that this room's fireplace may also hide a secret passageway. And at best, the fireplace turned out to have a revolving back wall. A revolving wall? It sounds like something out of a ninja house. Wow, there was a trick like that built into the fireplace, sir. What? This embassy holds that kind of secret? There seems to be a lot about this room that you don't know about Ambassador. I guess it's time to pay the bill for letting Manny do so much work for me. Please, I really want to know about the real Manny and what you know about this room. What are you waiting for, Mr. Edgeworth? Let's get to the bottom of this. Agreed, and my first thought is that it's likely the killer who used the revolving fireplace. Looks like just another fireplace, though, doesn't it? So how do you turn it? How do you turn it again? And Albus, I had to push where the X was on the far wall of the fireplace. Oh, I see an X back there, sir. Let's see what happens when I push it. Ah, I'm scared. You scared me, sir. There's something about the fireplace that lies in contradiction to the facts. Huh? We found the X where you thought there'd be one, right? We did, but that's not what I was referring to. Something is missing from the scene. What does the contradiction mean for us? What? Spot somehow connected to any of the evidence I hold. What? Oh. To point out exactly what is so contradictory about this fireplace is currently this. Okay, if you don't see... Oh. I think I need to actually point at the fireplace itself. I, like, pointed at the wall. Yeah. Come on, let's skip this. There you go. Professor Paleno, you said that you burned some old files in the fireplace today, correct? Yes, I burned quite a few files this morning, actually. And after you did, you forgot to clean out the ashes from the fireplace, correct? That's right, but why are you asking, and why are you making such a scary face? I'm sorry, I admit I am a bit intimidating when I'm serious. In any case, take a good look at the fireplace and tell me what you find odd about it. Let's see. Huh? Where did all the ashes go? Missing ashes. What's the meaning of this, Mr. Edgeworth? You don't really think that Ambassador Paleno is lying, do you? No, there is no reason for him to lie, and I don't believe his testimony is wrong either. It is the fireplace that is causing the contradiction. Okay, I wonder if you might update the fireplace data for me. You got it. I'll add the ashes from the burnt files and... Sounds like we pretty much figured everything out now, huh? Well, it was nothing. All I did was follow where our leads led us. Oh, I sense it coming on. You're about to dazzle us again, right? Oh, you mean that? Well, what Mr. Edgeworth is known for, you know. There's really no need for you two to dance around the name of what I'm about to do. I already checked this area earlier, but it never hurts to check. The ashes and Master Paleno left have disappeared. If you follow there, this piece of information leads, which should be the truth. It's time to use the secret weapon. Yeah, go on, sir. Use your special skill. Yeah. I'll ignore your strange phrasing for now and focus on the information. A little further, I can sense the truth lying on the other side of this. Literally. The ashes that should still... Oh, okay. It should be on the other side then, right? Is what his premise what he's saying. The reason as to why the ashes are missing is simple. It's not because someone cleaned them up, right? Nope, no, because even if someone did sweep them up, the fireplace is too clean for that. Ambassador Paleno said that he spilled some Babyliss ink while he was burning the files. And yet there's not a single trace of spilled ink on the back wall anywhere. Well then, I don't know what happened. Well, I'll tell you what happened. The two sides were switched. By using the revolving fireplace... By using the revolving fireplace wall, the ashes were moved into the neighboring room. Which means that this is a clear indication that the fireplace was used. Then you mean the person I was chasing disappeared from this room through there? Yes, I believe that the person you were in pursuit of is Mr. Kojin's killer. And after committing the murder, escaped through the fireplace. Wow, Mr. Edgeworth, you figured out the killer's escape route. But this is only the beginning. Now we have to chase the killer down. The person Kay was chasing used the fireplace to escape into the room next door. She was in the room next door, Mr. Colton's office, until she tried to rescue her. Oh wow, that interconnect. If the killer used the fireplace in the room to escape into the next, it's only logical for us to talk with the person who was in the neighboring room. Well, the person that was in the next room was... Oh, it was that person, sir. Yes, Detective. Agent Shihana. Yes, Detective. Agent Shihana. Ugh. Making me think so hard. Looks more and more like Miss Shihana is the killer, isn't it? Let's not jump to conclusions yet. We need to go through what we know so far. We came running straight into this room from the next one and instantly accused you. Furthermore, she claimed that it could only have been you that killed Mr. Kochin. I don't have any proof yet, however, I know she is hiding something from us. Okay then, why don't we go ask Miss Shihana herself? No, not yet. There's something that needs to be done first, Detective Gumshoe. Sir, it is my turn to do something, Mr. Edgeworth. Yes, I have the two-part special assignment for you. First, I need you to run a handwriting analysis on the Master's second note. Or, the Master's 2's the second note. It's a weird statement. Second, I want you to see if you can fit through that revolving fireplace wall. Right now, sir? No, next decade. Of course now. We need to test our hypothesis first, don't you? Go on, Gummy. You can do it. Alright, I'm gonna do this like a real man. Here I go. Through the fireplace and back. You shouldn't need to psych yourself up that much for such a simple task, Detective. Wow, the wall inside the fireplace really did turn. That's so neat. Now I want to try going through there too. There really is a secret passageway through there. I had no idea. It would appear that the ash was pushed into the other room. Furthermore, the Babalese ink you spilled, Ambassador, is there on the back wall. Oh, here I go, sir. Detective, I'd like you to go through there under the same conditions as the killer. Huh? There's all this ash and stuff. Your point is, now we're short on time, so if you could please hurry on through. Yes, sir. Okay, so now we pretty much have the whole picture, right? No, not yet. There remains a few more mysteries to solve. That's the Yetagara's whereabouts and the other smuggling ring members. 2 weapons that made it across the border, the key Miss Yu stole 7 years ago. In fact, we haven't figured out the thing regarding how Miss Yu is related to these embassies. Mr. Edgeworth. A number of pieces connect in a very complicated way in this case. It's almost enough to make one completely mentally exhausted. What are you saying, Mr. Edgeworth? I thought you were the one who said that it's easy if you follow the leads. That's supposed to be an impression of me, Kay? If it's info gathering you need, Gummy and I can help with that. Then all you'd have to do is show off your fancy-schmancy logical deductions. Show off. It seems like I'm being boastful when I do that. Let's not overcomplicate matters, okay, Mr. Edgeworth? We've been so focused like a laser on only what seems strange and out of place. There's no wonder nothing's clicked and we haven't unlocked anything yet. But if we think things through calmly, the answer should come to us. Okay? That's the sort of thing I say to myself. When I'm practicing how to unlock padlocks, you know? That is something that I hope practice doesn't make perfect for your sake. Haha, yay, looks like you're back to your straight-laced self again. Hey, Mr. Edgeworth, I'm back, sir. Yes, I can see that. Good work, Mr. Detective. Looks like you can use that fireplace like a door, sir. Are you alright, Gummy? I'm okay. It's just a bit of ash and dust, that's all. Your jacket has gotten quite filthy. I see the hem has practically turned black. Yeah, well, quite a bit of the unburned ink got on it, sir. I see. Thank you, Detective. You did a fine job. I'll even pay the cleaning bill for your trench coat. What? Oh, no, sir. I could never. This is just my old coat, sir. If it was a coat I actually cared about, then I'd get it cleaned, but, you know. I see. Very well, then. As you wish. Because Gummy was able to climb through the fireplace, we know it can be used, right? Yes, but that's not all we learned. We actually learned one other important fact, and that is... I will have to explain it to you later. Right now, we need to deal with the handwriting analysis, Detective Gumshoe. Yes, sir, I'll be back before you know it. The handwriting analysis on Mr. Coachen's handwriting will take a bit of time. Let us go and wait into the Theorem Naturalis, along with Agent Lang and Agent Shihana. That's so good. Be like that. Alright. Agent Lang. Langzy says, little cubs never do they know the real fury of the elder wolves. These quotes are definitely becoming increasingly difficult to decipher. And what does that mean? It means that you'll never really know how angry I can get. Mr. Prosecutor. The counterfeit bills made with a Babalese ink. They were all of Zhangfa denominations. Yes, so I heard from Miss Von Karma. Well, we don't know where the play money has gone. They must not have figured out that it was all burned yet. Ever since those things showed up in circulation, my country's economy has taken a big hit. Zhangfa is in financial chaos as we speak, because we can't tell the difference between our own bills and the fakes. But it's not just the money, the citizens are also worried. I stake the honor of the House of Lang on this, and have come to this land to capture the mastermind behind the whole mess. Investigate how the bills were made and how the ink was smuggled into Zhangfa, and pursue the smuggling ring all the way here. But tonight, this is where the final chapter was written. Despite my frantic efforts to chase the smuggler down, someone got to him first. And now I'm called to return home without a single answer. Agent Lang, Don't start. It's not your fault. Not anyone's fault, Mr. Prosecutor. Master Alba, I'm sorry for all the trouble tonight. Oh no, it is I who should apologize. It was all because I was not strong enough. If only I was able to think of a better solution. Carcass, you fool. Corcus, you fool. Curse your empty brain. Hey, you're being too hard on yourself, Ambassador. Take full responsibility for tonight. End of story. Shihina, let's go. Time to return to our den. Yes. I don't like to admit it, but there's not much else for us to do but to go home as well. Agent Lang, a moment if you will. You, Wolfman, and the security later, hold it. Objection, pal. Dr. Gumshoe. Have you got the results of the handwriting analysis already? Yep, and that note was definitely written by Mr. Cochin, sir. Just as I thought. Good work, detective. Hey, Mr. Prosecutor. How long do you intend to hold us up here for? Sorry to have made you wait, but I believe that now everyone is finally here. Agent Shihana, I'd like to ask you something if you don't mind. Yes. How exactly did you fail to see the Yatagarasu when you were in the neighboring room to where Mr. Cochin was killed? I'd like you to explain that to us. What? Hey, Mr. Prosecutor. What are you doing asking her about something she didn't see? Agent Lang hasn't touched the ball investigation at all. So I suppose I will need to explain a few things to him first. Miles, Edgeworth, I can't even begin to imagine what's going on in that head of yours. The only thing going on in my head is the pursuit of the truth. Oh? Sounds like you have some sort of plan. Very well, I'll supervise you until the end. She's seriously going to treat me as a subordinate for the rest of the day. You're not trying to pick a fight with my subordinate on some flimsy guess, are you? I'm not trying to pick a fight, and the evidence is hardly flimsy, as you will see. Should have known that you and I are destined to fight it out to the very end. It would appear that way. I'll prove her innocence, so let's see what you've got, Prosecutor Edgeworth. With pleasure. My opening argument, I'll discuss the Yatagarasu that appeared in Ball, and establish exactly who it was that Kay saw. Agent Lang, I assume you've been briefed on Kay's testimony. You mean the suspicious person in the coat that she saw? That's right. Person is one of the keys to solving this case. The person who pretended to be the Yatagarasu. Pretended? What do you mean by that? I'll get to that in a second, but first I want to review what this person K saw. What the person K saw did. Also, whatever. Okay, if you would please explain what the person you were chasing did for us. Okay, you got it. First spotted a suspicious person near the open air stage on Babali's side. I called out to the person, but as soon as I did, that person ran off. Thought I was rather suspicious, so I immediately gave chase. For sake of argument, let's call the suspicious person the Yatagarasu. Now, please tell us what happened when you chased the Yatagarasu up to the 3rd floor. Can do. I chased the Yatagarasu all the way up to the 3rd floor of the Babalese embassy. It was a pretty straight chase down the hallway until the sudden turn. The Yatagarasu disappeared around the corner, so I did my best to catch up. When I turned the corner, I saw the Yatagarasu run into Mr. Cochin's office. I gave chase and ran into the room. When I entered the room, it was pitch black. I couldn't see a thing. I felt something on the ground next to my foot, so I turned on the light, but then... Ah! Who's there? By the time we turned on the lights, the Yatagarasu had disappeared. Okay, into the room, the person she was chasing was already gone. Why do you suppose that was Agent Lang? Why do you suppose that was Agent Lang? Not Miles Doofworth? What did you try to do there? What do you mean, why do you suppose? Isn't it obvious? Person slipped out through the door behind the girl under the cover of darkness. Sorry, but I know for a fact that person didn't escape through that door. Oh, and how do you know that with such certainty? That's easy. If the Edgeworth had left through the door, they would have run right into this person. Because she was outside, right? Your answer is Sihana. Yes, because let's consider what would have happened if the Yatagarasu had used the door. When Kei screamed upon discovering Mr. Kojin's body, the Yatagarasu would have run right into Agent Sihana, who was in the next room over. Agent Sihana, would you mind telling us if you saw the suspicious person in question? No, I didn't see anyone. You see? Therefore, the Yatagarasu could not have escaped through... This means that the creep slipped out before Shihana made it out into the hallway. I doubt that, as there was another person in that hallway, a certain detective, Detective Gumshoe, where were you exactly at the time? Me, sir? Well, when I heard Kay scream, I ran towards Mr. Kojin's office from the opposite direction of Agent Shihana, sir. So, Agent Lang, can you explain how someone could have eluded both of them? Even you must concede that under these circumstances, the door was not a viable route. Ugh. Way to go, Mr. Edgeworth. You nailed him with just an explanation of what happened. Yes, I've eliminated one of the possible escape routes from that room. This is far from over. I need to make Agent Lang aware as well of yet another possible escape route that Yatagarasu could have taken. I get it. That's what you were trying to show me. Hey, Mr. Prosecutor, let me guess. This is what you're trying to say, right? Because the door was not a viable escape route, then there must have been another way out. Precisely. Hey, Mr. Edgeworth, it's time we to bust out with our revolving fireplace with explanation, right? No, not quite yet. Huh? But why? I thought this would be the perfect time. The revolving wall on the Babyliss side is known only to 4 people, and if we use the information unwisely, the truth may escape us in the end. What all the whispering over there? Scared I'll figure out your tactics. Nothing of the sort, Agent Lang. Come, let's continue where we left off. That smug, haughty attitude of yours, you really rubbed me the wrong way, you know that. Well, no matter. I figured you out already anyway. The only other possible escape route besides the door, is the room's lone window. And since an eerie picture of said escape route exists, are you saying that this photo captures the moment that Yatagarasu escaped? Detective Bab must have filled him in on this photo. I have to admit that at first, I thought the window to be a possible escape route as well. However, I now know that to be impossible. I realize you may not know this, but humans can't fly. Of course I know that. That's bloody common sense. Besides, I never said I thought that photo to be the Yatagarasu's escape route. I suppose not. Alright, then explain yourself. Shadow on this photo is not the Yatagarasu that Kei was chasing after. You can say whatever you like in whatever language you want, but there's only one language I really understand, the language of evidence. Very well then. I present to you proof that the person Kei saw is not the same as the one in the photo. What? How will I prove this? Is it Person case saw is not the same person, the same as the one in the photo. Because it was taken from the 4th floor, right? When they were on the 3rd floor? Present to you proof that the person case saw is not the same as the one in this photo. Hold up, what? Where's the photo? I gotta check that photo real quick. Found in the open air stage, it looks like a guitar pick. It's also wet for some reason. Let's say this. This piece of evidence proves that the shadow of the photo is not the person Kay saw. Oh, is that right? What do you think, little miss? Huh? Well, Gummy, what do you think? Me? Miss Von Karma, what do you think, sir? I don't think anything because I already know the evidence proves absolutely nothing. Looks like you got a, Muntiny on your hands, Mr. Prosecutor. Okay. Back to what Detective Bad told me about when this photo was taken. The time, I guess, show the photo again? Let me explain to you precisely why the shadow in this photo is not the Yatsurato Kay saw. Kay spotted the Yatsurato heading for the 3rd floor during the 2nd fire. However, the photo in question was taken just after the 1st fire. Yeah, way to go. That's twice you bit him in the butt now. We're not done yet. You still have to explain what that shadow is. And how the Yatsurato escaped. I don't suppose you can answer both, can you? Regardless of the photo, I admit that we don't understand what it means quite yet. As I thought. However, the Yatsura's escape route, now that I can answer. You can't. Well then, Mr. Prosecutor, go on, enlighten me. Even I explain it to you, you'll try to find some flaw with what I have to say. You were busy heading up the Bestian investigation, correct? In that case, I doubt you'd have much knowledge about the Babali's side of the case. So wouldn't it be best if the lead on that side, Agent Shihana, explained in my stead? Shihana is my subordinate. If I don't stick up for her, how can I look her in the eyes and call myself her boss? Lang, it's alright. I can take care of him. Shihana, you shielded me a lot as my boss, but it's time for me to prove my worth. Alright, you're okay with it? Then you have my support. Finally, it's down to just Agent Shihana and myself. This is where the battle really begins. Now then, what is it you'd like to ask? Let's see. Why don't we start with your movements inside the Babali's embassy? Movements. During the first Babali's fire, I assisted in putting out the fire. During the 2nd fire, I was searching for the Yatagarasu that had appeared in Babal. While I was searching, I heard a scream coming from the next room over. Although I was in the next room, I was unable to catch a glimpse of the Yatagarasu. To be honest, I'm actually very skeptical that the girls Yatagarasu even exist. And that is all I have to say. But I'm not lying when I say I saw the suspicious person run into Mr. Goshen's office. Like I said earlier, I have no intention of retracting my testimony. Good. Just to confirm, did you have a partner when you were on your investigation? No, I moved alone. In that case, you have no one to corroborate your alibi. Is that correct? You're calling her suspicious because she was in a room by herself. How pathetic. And it wasn't when Agent Chihana tried to arrest Kay under the same rationale. How about when you accused Larry because he was the weapon's owner? Ah. Not that it's unexpected for that useless lump to get into such a situation, although I suppose it's never a good idea to let mistakes go uncorrected. I will make no excuse for what I did in that situation. And you should apologize right now for making Kay out to be the killer, pal. I'm sorry. So you're not apologize. I'm sorry. It's real okay. I mean, I'm not under suspicion anymore. Right, Mr. Edgeworth? Well, I never doubted you. Not for 1 second. And the same goes for me. I believe in Shihana. Then let's put that to the test and see if she is really worthy of your trust. This promises to be interesting. Shihana's movements. During the first Beverly's fire, I assisted in putting out the fire. So you helped with the fire extinguishing effort. I was in charge of the police on the Beverly's side, so I helped them with their work. Police doing the job of firemen. You really know how to work people. Sure she does. That's because she's one awesome woman who knows how to manage. I guess so. She's always bringing you a business card or a scroll at just the right time. Prepare everything before I'm ordered to. That is the definition of a secretary. She kind of seems more capable than Agent Lang, doesn't she? At the very least, she's certainly more capable than you, Detective. Oh. Kinda had a feeling you were going to say that. Shihana's more than just a capable secretary, you know? Shihana, tell him what other things you're good at. Alright. During the second fire, I was searching for the Yatagarasu that had appeared in the ball. By the second fire, you mean the one that consumed the third floor of the ball, correct? Yes, that was when the suspicious person was spotted in the ball. Then you were after the same person in the long coat that I was after? There's no proof that the suspicious person was really the Yatagarasu, because no one was able to get a good look at the person's face. By the way, how was your team's investigation? In order to extinguish the fire, water was pumped into the third floor via the windows. So the majority of the investigators conducted their searches on the other floors. Maybe they did, but there was one person who was wandering around lost on the third floor. When the fire was pretty much out, I moved to investigate the third floor. And you did that alone? Yes. While I was searching, I heard a scream coming from the next room over. So you were in the room next to Mr. Cochin's office. I already told you I was earlier, as I was examining the neighboring room. I heard that girl's shrill scream. Upon hearing her, I immediately ran towards Mr. Cochin's office. Wherein you proceeded to arrest her, as I recall. Yes, I did. But she was totally innocent, pal. Thought we had already cleared that up. And I thought I had already apologized for my behavior. Now the tenacious detective would be so kind as to be quiet. Oof. I have to agree, right now is not the time to take issue with that. Nah, you too, Mr. Edgeworth. But what I do take issue with is the fact that you didn't see the Yatagarasu agent Shihana. The prosecutors of this country are also strange. Although I was in the next room, I was unable to catch a glimpse of the Yatagarasu. To be honest, I'm actually very skeptical that the girls Yatagarasu even exists. You were unable to catch even a glimpse despite being in the next room. Is that true? I really hate to repeat myself. I'm sorry for inconveniencing you. However, I simply wish to make sure that you are not misremembering something. We wouldn't want you to be accused of lying later on, would we? Hey, Mr. Prosecutor. Are you calling Shihana's testimony a lie? Agent Lang, I'm talking with Agent Shihana right now. So I'd appreciate it if you wouldn't interrupt us with superfluous comments. So mad. You know, I feel kind of bad for him. I understand his pain at watching one of his supporters being accused. However, I cannot turn my eyes from the truth. Lang, I'm alright. And as for you, I think you should be focusing your doubts on the girl rather than me. And why is that? To be honest, I'm actually very skeptical that the girl, Yatagarasu, even exists. Are you throwing Kei's words into doubt again? Well, she does claim to be the Yatagarasu, right? And she did try to chase down the Yatagarasu despite being just an average citizen. Actually, she came here with the goal of capturing the fake Yatagarasu. That's right. Which is why I would never lie about anything related to the Yatagarasu. I suppose you have proof of that somewhere. Not quite, but even without any, I have people who believe in me, and that's enough. I see. Kei's testimony is without flaw, but as for yours, well, let's just say that I find your testimony to be a bit suspicious. There seems to be a very large flaw in her testimony. Oh, then why don't you show her using what you found out with Little Thief? I will, in due time. Gave out the other notes of the kit. It turns out that it actually really leads right into Agent Lang. Oh, because she's in the other room, so she would have noticed. During the second fire, I was searching the other notes, and while I was searching, I heard the scream coming over from the next room over. Present. Where's the fireplace? Revolving fireplace wall? Is that the last one? Yeah. Oh, wait. Maybe that wasn't it. Didn't need to talk to you. Yeah, wait a bit. Yeah, what sort of? I don't like to waste time developing. Okay, that wasn't it. It's something of that, though. Although I was in the next room, I wasn't able... Oh, that one. That's the one. I think I did the wrong statement, actually. There you go. Being in the room next to Mr. Coach's office is the problem with your testimony. Mr. Prosecutor, I don't see what problem you're talking about at all. Agent Lang, do you recall the secret we discovered about an Bestian office fireplace? Huh? Oh, you mean how it connects the office with the room next door? What about it? Well, all of us isn't the only country with secret connecting fireplaces. What? The fireplace in Mr. Coachen's office holds the exact same secret. What? Yatagarasu didn't escape through the door to the room or the window. The escape route was through the revolving fireplace wall and into the next room over. Now do you see? If the Yatagarasu had escaped into the next room, then the thief would have run straight into Agent Shihana. Meaning that it's impossible for her to have missed the Yatagarasu. Yeah. What is the meaning of this, Miles? Well, would you care to explain, Agent Shihana? How do you manage to completely miss the fleeing Yatagarasu, or shall I? Your claim that you were in the next room was a lie all along, wasn't it? The truth is, you were the one Kei saw in the coat. Turning to be the Yatagarasu, and you were the one who she chased after. As you tried to lose her, you ran into Mr. Coaten's office and headed to the fireplace. Then you shed your coat in the next room, leaving it there to emerge as Agent Shihana. After that, you came back around to place Kei under arrest. Does that sound about right? If not, then speak now or forever hold your peace. How dare you make Kei look like the bad guy when you're the suspicious one, pal? Shihana? Oh, it is her! Ha 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 ha. That laugh! They're the exact same person! That's crazy! I remember this irritating laugh. I'm getting chills down my spine. It can't be. But it has to be. Shihana, what's wrong with you? Whew. I'm sorry. It was so funny that I couldn't help but laugh. Funny, you say? Yes, that you would accuse me of being the Yatagarasu. The prosecutors of this country really are also very strange. You think you can get away with this by simply laughing it off. You think I'm taking things too lightly? I think not. It's that prosecutor is. Look, everything you said earlier is nothing more than mere speculation. The Yatagarasu fled through the fireplace. Do you have any proof to back up your claim? If you don't, then you haven't proven a thing regarding the Yatagarasu escape route. The tone of your voice, the tone of voice you're taking with me now has certainly changed. That's because it's been a while since I've had this much fun. I think I'll let loose and then we can have a real battle of wits. For an agent of Interpol to show me the true power of her mind, it is a great honor. Don't underestimate me, I'm not some foolish broad, you know. I know, and that is why I won't hold anything back either as I answer your question. My question? Here's your proof that the revolving fireplace wall in Babal was used recently. Where's his testimony? There you go. Sorry, but this is really your honest answer to my question. Yes. According to Ambassador Polino's testimony, he said that he was burning some documents in the fireplace with Mr. Cochin. Oh? The ashes of what they were burned were left in the fireplace, so they should have been there. However, when we went to investigate the room, the ashes weren't there. Why is that a problem? Maybe someone cleaned them up. Unfortunate for you, Ambassador Polino said that he forgot to. And so the question remains, why were the ashes missing? The answer is simple. When the Yatagarasu went through the fireplace well, the ashes were pushed into the next room by the wall as well. The moment of the ashes that were in Mr. Cochin's office is my proof. Ha 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 ha. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. And just what is so funny? Ash as proof. Are you even allowed to submit such flaky evidence in court? You still wish to fight us? Of course, why wouldn't I? In that case, let's hear your counter-argument. My counter-argument, huh? This really is just like being in court. Well, to me, we're simply continuing from where we left off all those years ago. I have no idea what you're talking about. It doesn't matter if we're at a crime scene or in court. Let's finish this here and now. I suppose I've had a lot of fun today, but I grow weary of this game of cat and mouse. Let's make this the last testimony and wrap up this absurd case once and for all. Shina's rebuttal. In my eyes, all you proved is that the rotating fireplace wall was used. But you can't really call that proof that the Yatagarasu used the fireplace now, can you? So then, who was it that used the rotating wall? Show me your answer with real evidence. Remember, we've already finished our very thorough investigation. We found not a single suspicious thing in Mr. Cochin's office. And there you have it, my counter-argument. That's very impressive. She has seen through the fact that I have yet to gather that one piece of evidence. What is it, Kay? I haven't heard a peep out of you in quite a while now. If you don't think you can handle it, feel free to leave the rest of it to us. But Kay, pull yourself together. You are the true heir to the Yatagarasu name, are you not? If you want to steal the truth, then you must never take your eyes off of it. This chase you're running to catch the truth. You must see it through to the very end. Mr. Edgeworth. You're right. I will see it through to the end. So, you go get her for me, Mr. Edgeworth. With pleasure. Looks like a lack of evidence has left you wide open, doesn't it? Chihana, please. Show me you're someone I can trust. Don't worry. This will be the deciding match. You'll see. Really sorry, Agent Lang, but I simply can't allow her to escape me again. Very well then, Agent Chihana. Shall we begin? I'm ready whenever you are. My eyes, all you've proven is that the rotating fireplace wall was used. But you can't really call that proof that the Yatagarasu used the fireplace now, can you? So then, who was it that used the rotating wall? Show me your answer with real evidence. Remember, we've already finished our very thorough investigation. So Interpol has finished examining the entire Bubbly's embassy. Yes, the investigators who weren't allowed into Obelisk were incredibly helpful. They all put the great efforts to search for any sign of the Yatagarasu. And yet, despite all that effort, it appears that they failed to notice the lack of ash in the office fireplace. Furthermore, you were the one who inspected the room next to Mr. Cochran's, correct? I didn't notice the ash there in the fireplace at the of that room, or for that, I am sorry. You don't need to apologize, Sienna. As your boss, your mistakes are my mistakes. So allow me to apologize for you. I'm sorry. You know, maybe this guy's not such a bad guy after all. He apologizes for his subordinate and everything. What a great boss. Are you saying that I don't do anything for my own subordinates? Ah. No, nothing of the sort, sir. You're someone I really respect, sir. Even if you are a bit too strict sometimes. That's only a problem on your end. Wow, way to be super hard on him in response. Am I really too strict on everyone? Anyway, Shiona. We didn't find anything in Mr. Coach's office, right? That's right. We finished our investigation. And we found not a single suspicious thing in Mr. Coach's office. You really didn't find anything. Yes, as I said, not one suspicious thing. Although, as you already know, we did find the Yatagarasu's key in the document detailing the smuggling operation. But we still haven't found the blade that belongs to the Babali's knife handle yet. Ah, you see, my subordinate works hard to investigate. So there was nothing else to find, alright? Wow, Agent Lang really sticks up for his people. Langzi says, all men are brothers and friends become family. So you see, my people are my family. Their families are my family too. That's a rather large family you have there. Yes, but we all know there is always one black sheep in any family. And though it pains me, Agent Lang, you will know the black sheep in your family. So, do you actually have any proof that the Yatagarasu used the fireplace passageway? No, I haven't found any yet. Then, what are we going to do? There's no need to worry, because there is a loophole in Miss Interpol's agent's argument with an exploit first. The one in charge of the Beverly's investigation was not Agent Lang, which means that with Agent Shihana in charge, it's possible she may have tampered with the evidence. That piece of evidence that we found. There is one thing I do know is that someone tried to hide it from us. So then, remember, we've already finished our very thorough investigation, and we found not a... Okay, so it has to be on this statement, because she said she didn't find anything. The wire? It would be the wire, right? Because it was in the fucking clock. While you say that you and your agent have finished your thorough investigation, are you absolutely certain that you didn't overlook anything? Well, aren't we full of ourselves, standing there insulting Interpol agents? You better not be insinuating that my men are incompetent, Mr. Prosecutor. I'd never do that. However, it doesn't change the fact that they did overlook something. I'd like for you to take a look at this length of wire. And what exactly is this supposed to mean? She's sweating. A length of wire, so what about it? I'll tell you what. We found this in the Babalese embassy not long ago. What? And we found it and wound up inside the grandfather clock in Mr. Cochin's office. You found that at the scene of Mr. Cochin's murder. But this wire wasn't all we found. We found one other very important thing. There's more? In Mr. Cochin's office, there were signs that someone had burned counterfeit bills there. What in the... yeah. I love Lang. Lang has been a great character. He shows some development over the course of each thing. That evidence was something you found out through that girl's machine, right? So what if it was? That's what I thought. But unfortunately for you, a recreation made by a machine is hardly concrete proof. Among the ashes you found in the room, did you happen to find any counterfeit bills? No. You see? So there was nothing in that office, nothing you can call evidence anyway. I'm sorry, but it seems to have given you the wrong impression. How so? I don't recall saying that I was presenting evidence of any sort. But rather, I was pointing out that your investigation was incomplete, and that this throws doubt on the purity of your investigation into the Yatagarasu. You still suspect me, I see. Alright then, I ask that you point out what part of my investigation is incomplete. The other Interpol agents worked under the command of Agent Shihana, and is it not possible that the reason the person K was chasing chose the 3rd floor was because that person knew there would be no other agents on that floor? Furthermore, we've come to see that Agent Shihana was only pretending to be investigating the Yatagarasu to the point of arresting K. In that case, there is one location that no one has yet to inspect. Your team's investigation was incomplete because they failed to inspect this location. This room right here. Location Agent Shihana is of course the room you claim to have examined. I believe the room next to Mr. Kochin's office warrants a thorough inspection. Even if you do that, I doubt you'll find anything of use to you there. I will be the one to decide that. Detective Gumshoe? Yes, sir, I'm on it. Right back after I check out that room next to the office. Hey, Mr. Edgeworth. Do you really think that Miss Shihana is... Oh my god, Miss Shihana's the Yatagarasu? Yes, if my logic is sound, I believe she is. Then I'm not going to let her get away with ruining the name of the Yatagarasu. But can you prove she's the Yatagarasu in the question? If Detective Gumshoe can find what I'm hoping he will find, then I should be able to. And just what are you hoping he'll find? Let's just say this. I had Detective Gumshoe do a little experiment for me earlier. Experiment, as if that detective has the brains for high science. Wasn't that mentally taxing? I had him use the same escape route as the Yatagarasu. And what did you find out by doing that? First, that it's possible for the person to fit through the revolving wall door. Second, that by going through there, his coat was covered in ash and Babali's ink. Who cares what his coat was covered in? It's not worth that much anyway. But is it really worth so little? I believe that it's actually quite a meaningful result, the value of which I'm about to prove. Mr. Edgeworth, I found some things you really need to see, sir. Alright, give it to me. Oh, so what are these things that you found? Some makeup, a coat, and a pair of shoes, sir. You found a coat? You hear that, Mr. Edgeworth? Maybe it's the one the person I was chasing was wearing. Yes, the possibility does exist, Agent Shihana. Were these pieces of evidence not in that room when you examined it? Unfortunately for you, those aren't suspicious items of any sort. They all belong to me, they were getting in the way, so I stored them in that room. Thank you for bringing them to me, it saves me a trip. May I have them back now? These items that the detective brought back are incredibly significant. I request that we be allowed to examine them. They're my personal belongings, so you have no right to touch them without my permission. I wish to examine them for the sake of the investigation, but if you wish to deny us access to them, Agent Lang, let's hear your opinion on this. I say let them look at your stuff, Shihana. Lang. Shihana, let's put it all out in the open. If you're really innocent, then you have nothing to worry about, right? I guess so. Alright, go ahead and examine whatever you'd like. After all, I have nothing to hide. Good, now let us begin. So which of the Agent Shihana's belongings are you going to examine, sir? Let's do the coat first. That's like the most suspicious out of everything there. Let's examine the coat. Yes, sir. Appears you managed to stain your coat rather badly. Agent Shihana. The Yatagarasu that Kei saw was wearing a coat, and I'm beginning to wonder if this stain was created when you went through the fireplace. No, you have it wrong. That soot probably got on my coat when I was helping the police put out the fire. And what about the dark substance around the hem of your coat? Oh, I didn't realize that the hem was that dirty. I'm sure it's just some water mixed with soot from when I was helping with the fire. I don't think so. You think you can get away with such a transparent lie? Yeah, don't lie to us, pal. It's the same pattern of the dirt that got on my coat when I went through the fireplace. Your words ring hollow in the absence of evidence, you know. So unless you can prove that the dirt on my coat is from a fireplace, which I can. How? You did a great job, Detective Gumshoe. Huh? Me, sir? What did I do? This coat. This is exactly the piece of evidence I was searching for. I had been hoping to find the coat that the person Kay saw was wearing. And thanks to you, we proved that going through the fireplace would sully a coat. I don't quite get what you're saying, but I'm happy for the praise, sir. All that remains is for us to show what the dark substance on the coat hem is. Oh, you think you can do that? Of course I can. Here's the dark substance that sullied the hem of this coat. The ink. Babyliss ink! Yes, this is what will prove that the coat went through the fireplace. According to the Ambassador Polino, he burned some files in the fireplace this morning. You told us about that already, so I don't really see the point of mentioning it again. My point is that he spilled some ink on the back wall of the fireplace at the time. If the dark substance on this coat turns out to be Babyliss ink, it would prove that you and this coat went through that revolving fireplace wall. Ack. Sorry to have clipped one of your wings, Yatagarasu, but we're not finished yet. But you have no way of proving whether or not this is Babyliss ink on the coat hem. Oh, but I do. I intend to show that it is ink in the few seconds. How? How, you ask? Well, since you don't seem to know, allow me to show you. Here's how I will prove that the dark substance on the coat is Babyliss ink. Burn the coat. We can find out whether that is Babyliss ink or not by lighting it on fire. That's how you're going to prove that it's Babyliss ink? Yes. If you could please cut a section of the dark stained area for me, I'd appreciate it. Because I will show you here and now where the dark substance is. Shiana, sorry to do this, but I'm going to have to cut off a bit of your coat. Go ahead. I wasn't planning to wear it anymore anyways. Now then, if someone could loan me a lighter or something. I got some matches. I always carry them with me so I can light some smoke bombs. And if I could please have one, Kay, we can get this experiment underway. The event's wild as fuck, though. Yeah. The flame. Same color as the flames white crystal oil produces, which means Babyliss ink is the product of white crystal oil. When lit, the ink produces a green flame. I believe the time has come to clip the Yatagarasu's other wing. Nishihana, you're the fake Yatagarasu. The one who killed my father. Sorry, my lip is like being annoying. Right. It's about time you came clean, Agent Shihana, or should I say, Callisto you! Hey, Mr. Prosecutor, you're not serious, are you? Do I look like I'm joking, the joking type to you? Aha. Callisto you. I've never heard that name before in my life. That manner of speaking and that attitude, you haven't changed a bit in 7 years. You're the defense attorney that killed Mr. Faraday and then tried to frame me for it. Oh really, you have proof. You insist that I am this Callisto you woman, but you can't prove it. If you have no proof, then I'm afraid you won't be able to lay a single finger on me. The raven is a very unique bird, one that flies by the darkness of night. However, the light of dawn has arrived and it will reveal your true ugly form to the world. Enough poetry, I want to see some evidence. You really have something that can prove that she is Callisto you. I do. It's something that Second Yatagarasu has preserved for us these last 7 years. Do me the honor, Mr. Edgeworth. I will, Kay, for we have finally come to an end. We'll prove to her to be Callisto you with this and clip the Yatagarasu's wings for good. The perfume! This perfume. This will prove you to be Callisto you. It will? Kay has preserved it perfectly for us. Surely you remember this bottle. This belonged to Miss Yu just before she disappeared 7 years ago. Naturally, this means that a few of her fingerprints are on here as well. This is that bottle of perfume you spilled, which I have preserved ever since. I heard from my father, Brian Faraday, that if stored under the right conditions, a fingerprint can be preserved for decades. Which means that your fingerprints are still on here, every last one. We can clear everything up if we were to compare the prints on this to your own. Now come, Agent Chihana. Will you submit yourself to a fingerprint test? Yo, that psychotic laugh! Look, that's really cool. The way she looks. She fucking lost it. Looks like you've seen right through me yet again. You're sending the biggest chill down my spine, Edgeworth. Callisto. You! So, you've shown your true face at last. This feeling of thrill is even greater than that time 7 years ago. Shina, Lang, I really enjoyed our days together. You're an insanely strong, nice, kind-hearted idiot of a man. So you were a spy all along. A mole sent by the smuggling ring I've been chasing after. Someone who has been feeding them on Interpol all this time. Aha, very good. Maybe you're not as big of an idiot as I thought. Callisto, you. The woman who killed my father 7 years ago. You're her, aren't you? The fake Yatagarasu. That's right, Callisto, you. That's just one of my many names. But even that is just a facade. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I am the Great Thief Yatagarasu. Callisto, you, this time you won't escape, for this is the end of the road for you. Now come along quietly. You know you're the one who left the strongest impression on me, Kay Faraday. And had you not used Yatagarasu's gadgets, I might have never known who you were. But here you are, being a thorn in my side. Just like your father always was. Kay, don't. I'll never forgive you for what you did to my father. You really are just like him. Mr. Faraday, too, possessed such laughable honesty. Kay! Ha! You let Kay go right now, pal! He's despicable. Let go of me, you filthy Think I'm fake, don't you? Well, unfortunate for you, I'm the real Yatagarasu. That's impossible. My father was the one who created Little Thief. Hey, Edgeworth. The Yatagarasu has 3 legs. Do you know why that is? Why it has 3 legs? There are 3 main reasons why the Yatagarasu will always be one step ahead. First, the Yatagarasu always knows the exact location of the target object. Second, the Yatagarasu always knows exactly how to disarm the security system. No, it can't be! Did you finally figure it out? Do you finally know the real identity of the Yatagarasu? The real identity of the Yatagarasu is... neither person? The real identity of the Yatagarasu is neither Brian Faraday nor Callisto Yu. But by the same token, they are also both the real Yatagarasu. How very perceptive of you. No way. The single person known as the Great Thief Yatagarasu never existed. Mr. Edgeworth, I refuse to believe this. The Yatagarasu is known to have 3 special skills. Skill number 1. The Yatagarasu always knows the exact location of the target object. And a lawyer would have the opportunity to learn the layout of client corporations. Skill number 2. The Yatagarasu always knows exactly how to disarm the security system. And a good prosecutor would be well versed in the ways of a criminal. And skill number 3. The Yatagarasu doesn't leave a single shred of evidence behind, ever. Detective Bad! It's only natural for the Yatagarasu to never leave evidence behind. Because the lead detective on the case hid it all away. You're the 3rd member of the Yatagarasu. You. I've been looking for you for a long time, 7 long years, but I finally got you. Why, Mr. Bad, long time no see. What happened to us? We used to be such a great team. You were such a great team, then why did you kill my father 7 years ago? Why indeed. It was nothing personal, really. He was just another person I had to kill. How can you see that? I grew weary of this, and it's about time for everything to come to an end. And this time, I won't miss. Stop! You! Kay! What the fuck is happening? It's over, Shiona. Your leg. Agent Lang. Ah, you idiot. What were you thinking jumping in front of my gun like that? What are you risking your life for? I'm sorry, Detective Bad, but no matter what sort of past she may have had, or even if she is a spy, it doesn't change the fact that she is my subordinate. As long as she is, I can't allow any harm to come to her, not even from me, or from you. You really are an idiot, you know that? Ah, that's fine with me. You should know by now that this is just how I am. Hey, sis. Yes? I want you to conduct a full body search. Shiona might have another weapon on her. Alright, Detective Gumshoe, your assistance, please. Sir. Hey, I found something. What is this, sir? It looks like the blade of a knife, but it doesn't have a handle. This is a great find, Detective. Huh? It is, sir? Let's try pairing up this blade with the handle. I believe this blade actually belongs with the handle that was on the murder weapon. Hey, they fit together perfectly. This blade must have been taken from the crime scene when the knife handles were switched. Wanted to go return this Babyliss knife now. Alright, I trust that you will make sure that it is returned to Ambassador Polino. Babyliss knife handle given to Detective Gumshoe. I believe that this makes it perfectly clear who did it, Callisto you. For the only time the handles could have been switched is just after Mr. Cochin's murder. Haha. Which means that you must be Mr. Cochin's killer. You killed Mr. Cochin with the Abyssian knife. Albastian knife. Twist the handles and then switch the handles and then took the original blade of the Babyliss knife with you. Later, you allowed yourself to be spotted by Kay near the open-air stage. You used the fireplace to lose her, and then you went back to accuse her of the murder. That's about sum it up. Aha, you craft an engaging tale, Edgeworth, but there are two problems with it. Problems? In what respect? Why do you think my real reason was in allowing her to chase after me? It was also I could capture Kay Faraday. What? When I saw you using that device at Gatewater Land, I knew right away that you were Brian Faraday's daughter. I became curious, so I researched a little into your background. That's how I found out that you were on the trail of the Yatagarasu. But that's why you tried to pin Mr. Cochin's murder on me. Yes, I knew you would show up at this embassy tonight, so I thought to use you, but pinning the murder on you wasn't my only goal. You had another? Yes, once I had you under arrest, I had planned to search you, and take back the device that rightfully belongs to me, the true Yatagarasu. You were going to take Little Thief away from me. 7 years ago, it was thanks to the device that Faraday was able to infiltrate this place. But he stole more than he should have. I had a tough time recovering that precious key. And the person who stole the Yatagarasu's key was Mr. Faraday. That incident 7 years ago. What was the catalyst behind it? In the eyes of the smuggler, the Yatagarasu was becoming a bit of a problem. It wasn't an especially pleasant assignment. And why? Why did you become a member of the Yatagarasu? Why? There is no why. I was destined to betray everyone from the very beginning. From the beginning? What is that supposed to mean? The person I take orders from hasn't changed, even now to this day. Does this mean that the leader of the smuggling ring wasn't Mr. Cochin? Then the real ringleader is still out there pulling the strings. Are you done asking what you need to know? Because if so, we should probably get going. You're going to tell me everything you did tonight. Do you understand, Shiona? I guess I should tell you then, that I was the one who set the Babyliss embassy on fire. Why do you do that? I suppose it was to destroy all evidence of the counterfeit bills. That was what the smuggling ring was trying to do, but then why start two fires? Sorry, but I can't tell you anything about the ring. It's your job to complete your investigation after all. I've had my fun, now it's your turn to enjoy the ride. Wait, Miss Shihana. Yes? When I fell to the floor earlier, these fell at my feet. What about them? They're such pretty hair sticks that I thought... Wait. They're such pretty hair sticks that I thought, well, that I should return them to you. You can have them. They're of no use to me anymore. If you don't want them, you can always just throw them away. No, I want to keep them. Suit yourself. Oh, that's right. I almost forgot, Edgeworth. About the second problem I had with your story. I didn't kill anyone tonight. What? I'm not saying that as a sore loser. Think of it as a hint, if you will. Mr. Prosecutor. Yes, Agent Lang. Mark my words, I'm not done here and I'll be back. And it's got nothing to do with duty or anything, because this has become my personal case. I may have been shot, but I'll show you just how dangerous a wounded wolf can be. His anger appears to have negated to the sensation of pain in his injured leg. It's finally over, Kay. I feel like I've peered into my heart a little, you know? It's so cold and dark and incredibly lonely. The person who was giving her all these commands, the one who taught my father was... No, wait. The one who thought my father was a problem to be removed. That person is the real ringleader behind the smuggling ring. Mr. Edgeworth, I have a favor to ask. Can you hold on to these hair sticks for me? They're really pretty, just like the ones they were selling for the Jam and Ninja show. But until this case is over, I don't think I can look at them without being overcome. I don't understand. I understand. I'll take good care of them for you. There's a bit of soil stuck on the ends of these sticks. Soil? I guess it's that time already, huh? So it's midnight, the dawn of another day. Hey Pops, thanks a bunch. You've really done a lot for everyone all these years. Something bad, don't tell me today is the day. Yeah, it is. With this, I can retire in peace. It was down to the wire, and we almost didn't make it. Oh, we did it. We solved everything. That's just it. We haven't solved everything yet. The ringleader of the smuggling ring you and the Yatagarasu were chasing after. The legend of that Yatagarasu is now over. Mr. Edgeworth, that bit of logic earlier, it was brilliant. I feel like I can leave it all in your hands. I'm counting on you. Is it really true, Uncle Bad? Were you also part of the Yatagarasu? I said to you earlier, okay? I'm truly sorry. Wanted nothing but a peaceful life for you. Uncle Bad. Hey, don't take it so seriously. It's all just one big joke, right? Unfortunately, it isn't. Oh, come on, sir. She's just yanking on my chain, isn't she, Mr. Edgeworth? Detective Bad. Wait, no, you are no longer a detective. Mr. Bad. I'd like to ask you about the Yatagarasu. Ah, you too, Mr. Edgeworth. Mr. Edgeworth, here. I should give these back to you. These are the pages from my KJ case files that the Yatagarasu stole from my office. Huh, wait, what? Mr. Edgeworth, I must apologize for last night. So the Yatagarasu who stole into my room was you, was it? Wait, then that means what? Tell me it's not true. That's so insane for me to believe, sir. It's true, even if it's not something you want to hear. The KJ incident, it was a very emotionally trying case. We stood in that courtroom, Faraday as the prosecutor and I as the lead detective. Faraday had evidence in his possession that would prove the defendant guilty. However, because it was stolen, the defendant was found innocent. You was the elder sister of the victim in this case. The defendant was pronounced not guilty. She let out a great wail. That's when we realized that there was a limit to what the law could do. The only way to bring someone like that to justice was to do so outside of the courts. That's what we thought at the time. That's how we formed the Yatagarasu, and vowed to bring to light any dirty dealings companies had with the ring, including companies that dealt with the Amano group. Mr. Amano's conglomerate. We called ourselves the Yatagarasu and flexed our collective muscle. We exposed all sorts of shady dealings as a warning to the business world as a whole. By doing that, we were able to stop the higher-ups from covering things up. And then, it was finally time. We had finally arrived at the moment when we'd find out the ringleader's true identity. It was then that you literally stabbed us in the heart. And Faraday, he died for it. But why? Wasn't she the sister of the victim in the KJA incident? After Faraday's death, I looked into her past. And that's when I found out that she was a phony. The victim of the KJA incident, CCU, she never had a sister. What? Then that means Shiona wasn't the only fake name she used. Calessa Yu was also another whatever. But from the very beginning, that woman was a spy sent from the smuggling ring. She said herself, I was destined to betray everyone from the very beginning. Anyway, let's return to the real topic at hand. Mr. Edgeworth, the trump card that we stuck onto this page of the case file. Please use it wisely. Trump card. That photo that we stuck on there. Try peeling it off. Behind it slumbers a piece of evidence that Faraday hid away all those years ago. It's the mark of the Yatagarasu, but why? This is a directives card from the big boss. Take a look at the back. This was something Cochin had on him at the time of the KJ incident 10 years ago. That blood is from the victim of the incident, Miss CCU. But why is the kid? Oh my god! But why is the card a drone with the mark of the Yatagarasu? The reason why we called ourselves the Yatagarasu was because of the three-legged raven marked that the smuggling ring's boss used. Apparently, orders from the boss would come on these cards without fail. The person who received the order was supposed to burn it immediately after reading it. Apparently, it burns a bright green flame when set ablaze. So, you mean the cards were written in Babyliss ink? The fact that the card that Cochin was sent made it into Faraday's hand at all is nothing short of a miracle. We decided that whenever we stole anything, we would send a card along with it to the police. That's what those white cards are. The great thief that used the mark that only those within the ring would know. It was our message to the ringleader that we were only a few steps behind. And one more thing, stick to gumshoe. I've entrusted this to you. What is this, sir? This is what I was talking about earlier. During the KJ incident trial, Faraday had this in his possession. This important, definitive piece of evidence. But I thought it was stolen. How do you have it? The person who stole it from us 10 years ago was a man by the name of Ernest Amano, and he had it locked and hidden away for all this time. But we forced him to tell us where it was finally, after the other day's kidnapping case. This video. Don't come any closer, I'm warning you. This is the same video as the one Mr. Portsman was trying to conceal from me. Yeah, it would seem that even he was caught up in the ring's web. Amano was preparing to take on the boss someday. The video was his insurance. That's where that prosecutor comes in. He was to retrieve the video. On top of that, he was apparently instructed to sneak into your office and steal the trump card. Sorry for yourself, right? The card that told him to preserve the evidence. And that card was not the calling card of the Yatagarasu, but rather a directives card from the ringleader to Mr. Portsman. Sorry. The two pieces together make for a strong weapon for whoever holds them. The evidence Mr. Portsman thought to withhold from me, and the one that you stole from my office last night. Both pieces are illegal, and for me to use either one is... Whether you use them or not is up to you. But they will be of help to you when you take on someone who is above the law. Is the boss one of those who cannot be brought to court that Mr. Faraday spoke of? Take the bad. There is no limit to the law, for it is the people who determine the limits to them. You still insist that even now. You really are something else. Leave the rest in your hands. Now then, Detective Gumshoe, the handcuffs. It's time to lock up the last remaining member of the Real Tagaratsu. Pops, don't ever lose your detective spirit. Pops, why is this happening? This isn't justice. Like I always told you, do not get emotionally involved. Now let's go. Yes, sir. It's really the end of the legend. Hey, we're up to the end pieces now. An hour in of the end pieces. We're now up to end 1. We got 3 more fucking things to go for the endings. Yeah! Ooh, good stretch. Now we know who the Yatagarasu really was. Yet there remains much to this case that needs to be resolved. Like how the weapons cross country lines, for example. 2 countries have incredibly strict security systems and entry procedures. Short of America, is it possible for someone to have smuggled them in? Smuggled them in, huh? We need to open a new line of investigation on just this aspect alone. But before we do, I would like to go through my evidence once more. Unnecessary evidence has been removed. Remaining evidence has been rearranged. Hey, there's a VCR here, sir. Now we can see what's on the tape Detective Bag gave us. This piece of evidence from the KJA incident, hidden from the site for 10 long years. I just know that this is related to the current case somehow. Detective Gumshoe, if you would please play the tape for us. Sure thing, sir. This man, it's Manny Kochin. He's holding a knife in his hand. This looks like footage from a security camera at the entrance of an apartment building. Apartment building? How do you figure that? Unlike you, I actually read the summary file on the KJA incident. And the crime scene was the victim's own apartment. This footage was shot at the entrance of the victim's own apartment building. At the trial, Mr. Faraday claimed that this piece of the footage existed. However, no one could find it. Yes, somehow someone was able to steal it and hide it through Mr. Ernest Amano. I can see how this would have been a definitive piece and why someone would want to hide it. But it's a piece of evidence from a 10-year-old case. There's no way it's related to this case we're working on now, sir. Actually, I believe it has everything to do with the case we're working on now. The ringleader even went so far as to use Mr. Porchman to retrieve it. Which means that in this video lies a very inconvenient bit of footage to the ringleader. Where? Wait, what was that? That bit you played just now, please show it to me again. This car is something we cannot overlook. Why is that, sir? Look here, Detective Gumshoe. This is the national flag of the Principality of Codopia. And because it has the national flag on it, we know this is to be the official government car. But the question we should be asking ourselves is, what was a government car doing there? Ah, Miss my car, Mr. Edgeworth, so you were here all this time. Master Alba, thank you very much for continuing the investigation, even at a time of this time of night. If only I was even a tiny bit more careful. This tragedy would never have happened. I am truly sorry. This wasn't your fault, sir. This had nothing to do with how careful you were. You idiot, Corcus. You couldn't chase after a simple thief. Now then, let's get down to the real reason why I came looking for the two of you. I would like to put the investigation on hold for a while. Can you do that? Excuse me? I heard you apprehended the thief that turned this embassy upside down. We are in the middle of an event celebrating our country's I don't even know what that word was. We can't exactly have the police and detectives walking around here forever. You're scaring the visitors away, so I hope that you can understand how I feel. We must finish our investigation and resolve the remaining issues. Why don't we leave the rest to the Albessian and Babalese police? Ambassador, we are so close, just a little more, and Ms. Von Karam, I'm afraid I've made up my mind. Without my permission, you cannot proceed with your investigation anyway, right? That's true, however, as I said at the very beginning, this area can be considered to be Albessian soil. In which case, we are nothing but foreigners in their land. Is this really where our investigation ends? Shifu, we found Mr. Edgeworth, sir. Shifu, this way. Yo! Agent Lang, you're back on the scene rather quickly. If I laid back and took a break, I'd lose the scent of my prey, Mr. Prosecutor. Agent Lang, why have you returned? Because I have to solve this case no matter what. Well, I'm sorry to inform you. And don't take this the wrong way, I don't suspect you personally. However, a member of Interpol was just found to be a thief, and so... Under these circumstances, I wish to put your investigation on hold. After all, I believe our own police can handle things from here. They are quite capable. In this way, our investigation really will come to a close. Huh. Ambassador Alba, I get it now. I really do. Oh, I'm very glad you understand how I feel. No, not that. What I was talking about is... I know who the killer is behind tonight's murder. You... No. The... Killer? Do you really mean that, Agent Lang? Wolves don't lie. Then who is it? Oh, let me first say that I'm not talking about Mr. Coach's murder. That was all Shihana. Langji says, the truth lies not at the exit, but rather shines outside the maze itself. The truth is unexpectedly simple. So let me ask you this. Who do you think was the mass second's killer? I'll tell you. It was you, Franziska von Karma. Lang, what? The fuck are you talking about, man? I was the killer. Hey, wait, but that's impossible. Yeah. Although that whip is actually quite... Hold your tongue at that ludicrous remark you were about to make. Agent Lang, are you seriously accusing her of murder? Yeah, I am. He doesn't appear to be joking. Hey sis, I remember that just before Ambassador Alba went to give his speech, he called you into his office, right? Yes, he did. But what does that have to do with anything? I'm getting to that. Furthermore, in order to solve both cases, you moved around rather freely between Albus and Babal, did you not? And where is your evidence that I am the killer? Huh. I was just getting to that. Trust me, I'll show them to you in due time. Ambassador Alba, in order for me to bring this case to a close, I'll need to inspect your office one more time. Will you grant me permission? With things as they are, I suppose I don't have much of a choice, do I? Good, then let's move out. Oh, and don't even think about running away, sis. My pack will be keeping a close eye on you. You can bet your bottom dollar on that. As if I would ever have any reason to flee. But just so we're clear, your logic had better be sound. Because I'll accept nothing short of perfect explanation. She seems rather upset, not that I blame her. I expected that you'd accept no less. But we'll see how long you can keep that nose of yours stuck up in the air like that. Agent Lang, as someone related to tonight's case, I request that you allow me to take part, and so that I may clean up my superior's mess. Huh. I guess I should. The more the merrier, especially when it's the peanut gallery. Oh, in that case, I want to join in too. So I haven't seen what it looks like on the Albus yet. If you let Kay in, then you gotta let me in too, pal. I can't sit around and do nothing when Miss Von Karma's in trouble. Hey, Gummy, let's have a competition to see who can save her first, okay? Okay, I'll take you on that. Oh yeah, I'm fired up and ready to go. Detective, I don't believe this is something you're supposed to be excited over. Sounds like it's going to be, sounds like this is going to get real interesting. Ambassador Alba, I'll be bringing these kids along for the ride. Very well. But I'd like you to keep in mind that will be your last chance. We'll have this whole mess cleaned up before you know it. Now let's go. Okay, now let's first go over the facts one more time. Manny Coach's body was found over in his secretary's office in the ball. The weapon that took his life was one of the Abyssinian ornamental knives. And then the body of the masked second, Mr. Kashi Noe, was found here in the Abyssinian ambassador's office. Through our investigation, we found that the murder weapon was the Prima Duck statue, and that this is actually Babal's statue. This case, no matter how I look at it, since if it wasn't you, then there's no one else who could have pulled this off. Agent Lang, do you understand the full implications of what you are saying? Of course I do, sis, and I'm serious. You were on the trail of the smuggling ring, and you wanted any evidence you could find. And so, while people were distracted by the Yakuza's appearance, you snuck in here. That's when you two ran into each other. You and the other thief who took advantage of the confusion from the fire. Even if all that were true, how do you explain the movement of the weapons? Don't worry, I plan to show that you're the culprit behind that too. You have permission to investigate both embassies as well. With that kind of free reign, you could have easily taken the weapons. Hey now. Look, sis, I thought I already told you, I'm not messing around here. This case isn't directly tied to the smuggling ring, but Shiona certainly is tied to the smuggling ring. It's right in saying that she is a member of the smuggling ring. However, the connection between this case and the ring could it not be deeper than what any of us can imagine. Let's get this ridiculous circus over with already. Francisca, you need to calm down, because you only know the facts of the Abyssinian side of this case. I don't believe you can see the case as a whole and therefore solve it. What? But don't worry, I'm taking this seriously as well, and I will prove your innocence. That's the only way to be, Mr. Prosecutor. But can you come up with anything else that can top my hypothesis? Of course, your explanation has to solve the mystery of the moving weapons as well. Of course, and I will. Let us now delve into the truth behind the murder of the Mask 2. You understand, don't you, Miles Edgeworth? This isn't just a confrontation against Agent Lang. You can't figure out how the murder of the Mask 2nd is related to the smuggling ring, then it will mean the end of our investigation. As long as I have no good counter-argument to his hypothesis, then the best I can do is walk this thin, tight rope and see what I can do. Come on, Mr. Prosecutor, let's get started. Yes, let's. Border crossing weapons. One of the besting knives was used in Babal in order Babal to murder Mr. Cochin. And the murder weapon in the killing the masked is Babal's Prima Duck statue. Somehow these two objects were able to penetrate the two countries' impenetrable security. The only one who traversed the two countries just before and after the crimes was you. So as long as I can explain how the weapons moved about, Francisco will remain a suspect. You got it, Mr. Prosecutor, so why don't you stop giving me a hard time? Under these circumstances, who the heck can carry a weapon across country lines? I worked through every possibility, and there's only one that's plausible. Your boss. Your boss. Agent Lang, what I've learned from you just now is that you've lost sight of yourself. What are you talking about? By focusing too intently on that which is in front of us, we become blind to the truth. Don't tell me Mr. Lang Z never said anything to that effect. You prosecutor. Who do you think you are, speaking about Lang Z's proverbs like that? I don't need his proverbs. Because my words are all you need to see the truth. Alright, let's see what I can get out of here. One of the embezzling knives was used in Babal to murder Mr. Cochin. And the murder weapon in the killing of the masked second is Babal's Prima Lux statue. What? Fuck. Did not mean to put that. You're saying that the Prima Lux statue was also brought over by Francisca. Like I told you before, that's the only way it makes sense. And how exactly did she bring it over? I haven't figured that out yet. That's a rather weak statement considering how sure you are. Maybe, but there's one thing I do know for sure. Somehow these two objects were able to penetrate the two countries' impenetrable security. The only one who traversed the two countries just before and after the crime was you. Was Francisca really the only person to have traveled between the two countries? According to the guards at both doors, she is the only one to go back and forth. The cis there was in Albus when the Yaktaratsu showed. And then just before you guys found Mr. Kochin's body, she entered Babal. Then we could assume that that's when she brought the knife into Babal. How do you explain the Prima Lux statue? I haven't quite figured out that out yet. However, the fact that the two weapons across the border proves that the killer must have also traveled across the country lines. The only thing that crosses across the border are the Prima Lux statue and the knife. I should hardly think that those are the only two items in Agent Lang. Okay. The photo. Agent Lang, about this piece of evidence. Oh, it wasn't that. The music stopped, so I was confused. So, and the words without confidence are about empty shells. You shouldn't waste your breath on words you have no confidence in, Mr. Prosecutor. Although it's just as bad as to say something with full confidence and be wrong. I'm going to let him lecture you about your confidence like that. I don't need to be overflowing with self-confidence. I just need to think irrationally. I only need to be confident in the facts. Meant to check the fucking photo. No, that's wrong. Piece of evidence. Has nothing to do with it. Your logic is badly in need of repair that you might need to. Real deal. The courtroom mannerisms are worthless at crime scene. Use all the courts. I try to see if it was that. Yeah. Not sure what this one is. The only thing to cross the border are the premium luck statue and the knife. I should hardly think that those are the only two items. There's another item that went through, is what he's saying. Somehow these two objects were able to penetrate the two countries. The only one who traversed the two countries just before. Something else traveled between them. We wouldn't say this, would we? Because the water would have to go to the other side. Let's present this, and then if that isn't it, yeah, okay, and then I'll present the fountain thing, the water. And if not, then I completely am truly lost. These two objects were able to penetrate the two countries. Wait, hold up. Yeah, okay, there you go. That makes more sense. Because that would mean the other statue would have to travel too. Okay, Agent Lang, those two items are not the only two that, to cross the border tonight. Oh? The mass second was killed with Babal's Prima Duck statue, yes. But if that's the case, then tell me, where did Abla's Prima Duck statue go? To Babal. Precisely, and if the two statues really were switched, then that means that both statues were smuggled across the border at some point, which means that a total of 3 items were smuggled across our embassies. I guess so. But you know what? It doesn't matter the number of items, only that the sis is the only one who could have done it. Because the only person who went back and forth between Abbas and Babal is her. Is that really true? Was there no one else who traveled between the two countries? Actually, there was definitely another person, one who paid a visit to both sides of the wall. Is that really so, Agent Lang? What a lousy time to try and bluff your way out of this. I checked out what the guards said along with the security camera's footage. You're not going to overturn my hypothesis that easily. But suppose there was some other way other than through the theater doors. What other way? The other entity that managed to cross the border unharmed. If I pointed out, it would open up the whole new possibility. And though I hesitate to bring this out, as long as this entity exists, the impossible road becomes a possibility. Looks like you've got some clever idea in mind. I do, and I can show it to you through a single piece of evidence. Fine then. Let's see that piece of evidence that will show me the other route. This piece of evidence will show us another way to move between the two countries. This now, right? Okay, yeah. Agent Lang, I'm sure you are familiar with this unforgettable photo. That supernatural photo, like I said before. Humans can't fly. No, of course not. I understand that perfectly well. And don't start claiming that Shihana somehow grew wings either. I wouldn't dream of claiming that. And I won't allow you to take back what you said either. I'll say it again, I'm not human, it's not humanly possible to fly through the air without wings. So you better have a good explanation for this, Mr. Prosecutor. But how can I prove who it was that flew through the air in this photo? Wait, not humanly possible. Eureka. Very well. You will have your explanation. So, fuck. Sounds like you have a good idea simmering inside that head of yours. Let's hear it. The face hidden within the photo's blurry, trailed shadow is... Do I want to put this as a thing? The face behind the shadow. Oh, I get it. No, I get it. It's the statues. And just in case... behind the shadow. I thought I said that you'd better have a good explanation. I can't make heads or tails of what you're trying to say with that. I want to let this play out for a bit. I've got all the answers I need. Come on, sis. It's time for us to go. Agent Lang, please wait. Sorry, but I'm tired of waiting. Because I'm not one for waiting around for others to solve my case. Miles Edgeworth, I demand that you do something about this at once. Lots of what I do myself. Well, I know I have a plenty to ask the sis here about. Let's go. Miles, it's really where it all ends. Thus, the truth was lost for all eternity. Wow. Alright, there you go. Let's see. Who was it? Let's see if this is this one. Okay, there you go. It's the other statue. So dumb. That's it. The shadow in the third, naturally, the shadow is the third smuggled object, the Prima Duck statue replica. You can't be serious. The Yatagarasu, or rather, close to you, dressed as Agent Shihana, was inside the ball. He dressed the replica statue up in clothes and launched it through the air. Mr. Prosecutor! You left out a very crucial bit of your explanation. I know I did. She launched it through the air. And how exactly did she do that? Why are you emphasizing shit? He's literally banging his fangs at me. But he has a point. How exactly did it move through the air like that? As long as as this remains unsolved, we won't be able to move any closer to the truth. Which reminds me, didn't he say this earlier? He says, I remember that just before Ambassador Alba went to give his speech, he called you into his office, right? So just before the murder, Francisco was called here, right into the very room. If that's the case, then that may be another avenue I can pursue. Agent Lang, in order for me to answer that question, I will need to hear testimony from Miss Von Karma. Oh? What are you up to now, Miss Pretty Boy? Earlier, you mentioned something of an interest to me. You said that just before the murder occurred, Miss Von Karma has been in this room because Ambassador Alba had called for her. And for the reason alone, you believe her to be the killer. Yeah, I guess I did say something like that. In that case, I believe it is my duty to ask her what her side of the story is. Do you really think a criminal would tell us the honest truth? How dare you? As I've said numerous times, there is absolutely no proof that I am the killer. Miles Edgeworth, don't tell me you suspect me too. I don't. However, I can't ignore the fact that you were in this room at one point in time. which is why I would like to hear about your movements in this room. Francisca, I feel that I still don't have enough information, which is why your testimony is incredibly important to the outcome of this case. Alright, so what would you like me to talk about? I'd like you to please testify to your movements in this room until the murder occurred. Alright, let's try this your way for a change. But if what she has to say turns out to be a waste of time, I'll place her under arrest faster than you can howl. As you wish. Okay. Movements in Albus. As said earlier, I was assigned to guard duty in the Albestian embassy. After I saw the Steel Samurai off on his way towards the ambassador's office, I returned to the Rose Garden for a bit and checked up on the security situation. Though all the preparations were in place, I was called back by Ambassador Alba to his office. Mr. I want us to make this clear from the very beginning. So what I wish to confirm is that the only time span in which you were in this office was before the murder occurred. Is that correct? Yes, of course. I see. For now, the only way that I can see for us to break out of this situation is to ask Francisca about her testimony in more detail. I saw the Steel Samurai off on his way towards the ambassador's office, turned to Rose Garden for a bit, and checked up on security. After all the preparations were in place, I called back the ambassador. At that time, the second body had yet to be found in this room. Is that correct? That's right. But Ambassador Alba was here. One could hardly miss his rather large presence. Criminal will say anything to get out of getting arrested. How do you know you're not lying? Well, if you need proof, I'd be happy to oblige you. Seriously? Like I keep telling you. When I arrived at this office, Ambassador Alba was already here. He was standing by the flower box on the windowsill watering his plants. I can attest to that. I remember speaking with the lovely lady around that time here in my office. Alright then. Add that statement to your testimony and let's hear some details. So Ambassador Alba was in this room at the time, was he? When I arrived, Ambassador Alba was watering the flowers on the windowsill. For the sake of being thorough, I'd like to ask you something. How did you know that Ambassador Alba was watering his plants at the windowsill? What do you mean by that? The entrance to this room is on this side, however the window is on the opposite side. If what you say is true, then when you entered the room, his body would have been like a wall. He would have been blocking your view of what he was doing. Isn't that not correct? I suppose it was a bit hard to see around him, but fortunately for me, Ambassador Alba is not in a movable wall. I knocked before I entered, and as I did, he turned around to greet me, with the watering can in his hand. So it's only natural to believe that he was watering his plants, right? I suppose. After his greeting, we spent a little time talking about his flowers. He had obtained them himself and is growing them with the utmost care, you know? Yes. The plants in this room, they are like my children. The passion flowers in the flower box on the windowsill are growing beautifully too. All four of them are in full bloom. Miss Von Karma, what did you just say now? I said that the flowers are growing beautifully. What about the statement do you not understand? What do I not understand? I do not understand why a certain thing is the way it is. I'd like you to append. Oh my god! I would like for you to append that statement on your testimony. Very well. But haha! We only saw two. Francisca, for some odd reason, your testimony contradicts with this piece of evidence. It does appear that way. Ah, I knew it. I knew we couldn't trust your word, sis. Mr. Edgeworth, what are you doing discrediting Miss Von Karma like this? Yes, sir. If you keep this up, she's gonna get taken away, sir. All I've done is state what I saw. I have made not a single mistake in my testimony, and for this, I am still under suspicion for murder. Is the number of flowers really all that important as this conjecture, Miles? At the very least, it is a contradiction in the enigmatic case. One that I find hard to dismiss as irrelevant. Then let's hear it, Mr. Prosecutor. What does the number of flowers have to do with anything? What does it prove? I believe the answer to that will become clear if we were to examine the flower box. How did the contradiction come about? There must be something behind the discrepancy. There, my beloved flowers, I have grown them with the utmost care. So I ask that you please be gentle with them as you examine them, Mr. Edgeworth. I understand. I won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious-looking nook and cranny. Why is this flower facing the other way? The name of these flowers, I believe, they're called passion flowers. Despite being called flowers, they are actually a species of vine. They appear to be growing well and are well supported by these plant supports. Yeah, but no matter how I look at it, it looks like there are only two of them here now. Been a while, was good. You realize, don't you, sis? Your little lie has failed you. Ah, Miles Edgeworth. Hurry up and shut this man up from you already. I suppose I will need to use some evidence to shut him up, won't I? I'm stoned, but I low-key thought I was in an actual... It'd be like that sometimes. I believe I have just a piece of evidence you required. Oh? You do you? You have such confidence in the face of our current plight. But I highly doubt it'll last until the end. You howl like a wolf, Agent Lang. But we'll see if I have any bite to back up that bark after you see the evidence. It could be seen like with this piece of evidence. The sticks? Shihana, who was supposedly in Babal the entire time, had these hair sticks on her. That look exactly like the plant supports in this flower box. In other words, I believe it can be said that these hair sticks are in actuality support sticks from the passion flowers. Huh, so what? Is this really all that important to the case? Of course it is. It means that we found yet another item that was smuggled between the countries tonight. Ayah. Think about it logically, Agent Lang. These sticks were originally in Albus. But somehow they wound up in Shihana's hands, who was in Babal the whole time, or the whole night. So make no mistake, these sticks are smuggled somehow, just like the knife and statue. Very well then. I want to hear from you exactly how they wound up in Babal. How did these support sticks find their way to Babal, and why? There must be some reason to why they ended up here. Ah, so that's why. Agent Lang, if you would please take a look at this and tell me its shape. It's just another stick, isn't it? And so it is, but the shape of the support sticks is what is important. For when they are used with something in this room, that's when it all comes into focus. Edgeworth, what the fuck are you talking about? What? Hold up. And the object that completes the picture when used with the support sticks is... I am in complete utter disarray of what the fuck he's talking about. The fan? Hold up. Save that real quick. The podium. Fuck it. I don't know. This is what was used with the support sticks. Come again? Isn't it obvious? Someone used those with this. Those with this. Okay. Not that. The fan! No way. This is what was used with the support sticks. Oh, okay, yeah. I will figure it out some way. I'm never gonna find it. I have no fucking idea. Okay. And the object that completes the picture when used with this, with the support sticks is... the statue? No. Oh my god, I can't believe it's actually the crossbow. That's a crossbow. Wait, you're not really suggesting. I am. These hair sticks, or rather plant support sticks, they made for perfect arrows. Yeah. I'm fucking laying right now. I've done it. I found the common thread that connects the two offices. But this thread has yet to be completely untangled. Even using the arrows, how does this explain how the statues were transported? Furthermore, I can't. Who fired these sticks and arrows? There must be a common thread that ties all these things together. Mr. Prosecutor, hold up a second. You do realize what happens when you tie a statue to an arrow, right? They don't fly at all. So the ball statue was draped in the Yatagara's cloth and then shot over here. But even if you fired the arrows from this side, they wouldn't go far with the statue tied to them. I don't think I need to tell you that the prima duck statues didn't sprout wings. You're a realist after all, aren't you? Oh man, this is where the wire comes to play. But wow. Prima statues didn't sprout wings. Of course they didn't. Glad you understand. I feel much better already. I was afraid for a second that you were unaware of the crucial fact. It's only crucial because you're under the belief that wings are necessary to the equation. What? You need to free your mind a bit more and then let it fly like a bird on the wind. In the wind. Prima statues flew, but not on a wing. Allow me a bit of your time and I'll explain this mysterious phenomenon to you. So the ball statue was draped in Yatagara's cloth. Yeah, even if you fired the arrows from this side, that they wouldn't go far with the statue tied to them. I don't think I need to tell you that the prima ducks didn't sprout wings. Fuck. I think I understand what went sailing through the air. I suppose that's because you're an expert at things that fly through the air. What did you expect from the second Yatagarasu? Indeed, now to show Agent Lang that what really went soaring through the air tonight. I gotta make sure it's not... You know... I see. I think I did it on the wrong one. No, I didn't do it wrong. Alright. Okay, so I think I need him to tell me how else. So I have to like get him to... I have to press him. And then get him into the thing. The statues didn't need wings to fly. And how would you explain things? I'm almost looking forward to whatever fantastical explanation you come up with. You're a realist after all, aren't you? If I present evidence, this would be a contradiction. That's the concept. Of course, I assure you that my hypothesis is firmly grounded in reality. Well, all I'm hearing is a fantasy of the disparate man. At times, even reality itself can be a mysterious thing. Even you must admit that. Do I? If it's so true, then why don't you go ahead and show me? I'm trying to see where this is lying right now. Hold up. It was draped into the other clothes and then shot over. Sort of. Even if you fired the arrows from this side, they wouldn't go far with the statue tied to them. Correct. Is it really just presenting it on... You're a realist, aren't you? So... No, it's not that. It has to be a statement. Well, we are in agreement that an arrow by itself wouldn't reach the other side, correct? But just the arrow by itself is pretty meaningless, don't you think, Mr. Prosecutor? Because the things that they wanted to smuggle were a lot bigger than nothing. No, that's not necessarily true. What? What I need right now is not further discussion of my conclusions, is the launching of my conclusions. What the shooter wanted to launch with the crossbow was not the statue themselves, but rather something a crossbow can launch that can be used to move the statues. If it wasn't a statue that was tied to the arrows, then what did the crossbow launch? There you go. The wire. There you go. Because I was like, hold up. There's a missing contradiction in this. Finally. Finally, we have reached this point in our discussion. For I present to you that which was carried by the arrow for the crossbow. I get it now, Mr. Prosecutor. I can see exactly what you were trying to say. You're saying that the wire was tied to an arrow and then shot into Mr. Cochin's office. All the way from the 5th floor of the Albestian Embassy. Down to the 3rd floor of the Babalese Embassy. If what you're claiming is really what happened, I can see how Abel's Prima Duck statue could be moved. Gravity could be used to move the statue down to the wire from the 5th to the 3rd floor. But then what about Babal's Prima Duck statue? The dark shadow in this photo is clearly flying away from Babal. Going in the opposite way of gravity from the 3rd floor of Babalese Embassy up to the 5th floor of the Albestian Embassy, how do you explain that? Aha, I think I finally see how the gears behind this whole trick works. Agent Lang, the motion used behind this trick. I wonder if perhaps you have yet to envision how it works in your head. Motion? What motion? This is the motion that was employed to smuggle Babal's Prima Duck statue. Bungee motion. Rotary motion. I believe it was done via rotary motion. If the two statues were transported simultaneously, get real. Such it could have collided. Did I ever say that there was only... Jesus. Did I ever say that there was only one line of wire between the two offices? You shot an arrow with the two ends of the wire tied to it. A circular belt can be formed. Like he says, don't object to and call a success what is beyond reasonability. Taking into account the tension difference between the two wires. The top one would snag too much to the point where the statues would collide anyway. Agent Lang, as you know, the Prima Duck statue is one of a kind national treasure. The fact that the Babal statue is a hollow replica of the real statue, it would naturally be lighter than the real one, meaning that my idea is very possible. Langsley says, wow! Here's what I believe happened. Miss Yu and her mystery conspirator set themselves up into two different rooms. The co-conspirator bridged the rooms by shooting the two ends of the wire down on one... Oh my god, I can't read. One arrow. Then the two of them covered the statues and proceeded to transport the statues. After the switch was completed, another arrow was fired, carrying the other end of the wire down to the ball where it was supposed to be. And to do that, Miss Yu hid it inside the grandfather clock, GED. Ah! This proves it, right, Agent Lang? That I'm not the killer. Not yet, sis. I still haven't had my desserts yet. Right, Mr. Prosecutor. The proof is in the pudding, as it were. Pudding is a nice dessert. So, do you think you can do it? Can you prove that what you said is what happened? Because remember, if you can't, I'll be taking a certain someone back home with me as a souvenir. I agree that as long as there is no proof, my hypothesis remains just that. However, what I've laid out is no mere hypothesis, for there is one more piece of evidence. One more. This should be interesting. You think you have a piece of evidence that will turn your hypothesis into fact? Well, then let's see it, Mr. Prosecutor. The thing that made it possible to create a circular belt out of length of wire. I believe that it is right here in this very room. Now then, I believe this is what made the circular belt transportation method possible. Tell me it's the fucking fan. Shit, which one was the save one? This one? I did it. Tell me it's the fucking fan. Ah, looks like you dropped another bomb on us again. Last piece to the trick. And our two pulleys. Precisely. The ceiling fans double as pulleys in this case. And thanks to the fact that there is one installed in each of these offices, the ceiling fans made for the perfect pulley set for the wire to run on. This must be it. This is how the smugglers bypass the impenetrable security. You really are something else, Mr. Prosecutor. I bet you figured it all out already, haven't you? You know who the big hotshot that set up this real-life stage show is, don't you? The person who set up this rather large and complex stage show needs to be someone who had foreknowledge of the existence of a ceiling fan in both the Alvestian and Mobley's offices, and the passion flash support sticks could be used as arrows. The real mastermind behind this case. Well, don't you dare make this wolf wait for his food. Why are you so hesitant, Miles Edgeworth? If you can't say who it is, why don't you present something like you always do? A single point of the finger here and this case will explode into an international incident. However, it's already too late for me to stop the forward momentum. It appears that I have no choice now, but to rush in. It's a piece of evidence that will point us to who the mysterious mastermind is. What? This is the piece of evidence that will point us to who the mysterious mastermind is. His name is Tyrell? I didn't even realize his full name is Tyrell Bad. What a good name. Getting orders from boss of smuggling a ring to Cochin. No, this is proof of the thingy. Piece of evidence that will point us to who the mysterious mastermind is. The smuggling could not have been possible without the use of the crossbow. Furthermore, the arrows that were shot by the crossbow were plucked, as it were, from the flower box in this very room. They were planted so long ago that the passion flowers had the time to grow so big. That Miss Von Karma didn't even notice the arrows when she visited the room today. On top of all this, the fact that the culprit knew that both offices had ceiling fans tells us that the person has very detailed information on the embassy's layout. So as you may have already guessed, the person I am accusing of hatching this plan is the person who grew the flowers of in the flower box with the utmost care. Thus, it can only be you, Quercus Alba. Are you out of your mind, Miles Edgeworth? I'm certain of what I am saying, and I am sure that he is the culprit. Tell me, Mr. Prosecutor, what was the ambassador trying to accomplish by doing all this stuff oh my god, you just outlined? Why in the world would he need to use a trick like that? I understand your need to doubt me. However, there is one thing that stands out to me as very odd. Just one thing, huh? And one single end result Ambassador Alba sought to obtain. If we were to examine the focus of this complex trick, I believe we will finally find the answer to everything. Everything will become clear once we examine this piece of evidence. What? What piece of evidence are you talking about? I absolutely cannot tell you what the fuck it is. Excuse me. Used to be real, but has been swapped with the fake from the ball was used as a weapon. I am more confused than anything right now. Everything will become clear once we examine this piece of evidence. I'm not gonna lie to you, Chief. I have truly no idea what he's talking about. Alright, we got like 3 things. You want to examine this? Yes, for I believe that by examining it, we'll finally have all our answers. These items that become evidence should never have any overlook. All evidence related to this case are fine. I don't need to examine it again. Understood. It's understood now. Okay. I would fully understand the reasoning had the situation been in the reverse. However, to go through the trouble of swapping the real Prima Duck statue for the fake, that seems a very shady reason for such a bizarre action. And who better to ask for the reason than King Prima Duck himself? I see. Ambassador will be examining the statue now, with or without your permission. Okay. This guy kind of looks like the Steel Samurai, don't you think? Maybe it's because they look alike that he's picked to be the Goodwill Ambassador. I suppose that's possible. Take a look at this area around the base of his neck. It looks like a gap. Hey, you're right. Maybe it's meant to be kind of a secret. Perhaps it's possible to open the statue from the gap it's constructed. What? Hurry up and open it, Miles. Alright, here goes. Hey, what's this thing that fell out? I believe a more thorough examination of it was required. What in the is this? Hey, this is what I think it is? It's a plate for making counterfeit bills. Somehow it appears that we've at long last arrived at the exit of this complex labyrinth. We finally hold within our hands one of the counterfeit money plates. And the reason why the replica was smuggled into Albus to begin with. Remember, the statue can only be handled by the ambassador of the Secretaries. And the replica is nothing more than a hollow shell covered in gold. These two circumstances make the statue the ideal object in which to hide contraband. After receiving the statue containing the counterfeit plate from Shihana, the ambassador had the misfortune of accidentally running into the mask too. Surprised by the thief, the ambassador raised this replica statue at the mask too, and bashed him. And in order to frame the steel samurai of the murder, he covered the samurai's sword in blood. Well, Ambassador Alba, you're the leader of the smuggling ring. My country is a mess, and it's all because of you. You're the one who killed the masks too. Answer us. I never thought that you would figure things out to this level. However, there is one point I disagree with you on. The head of the smuggling ring was Mr. Cochin. Quit screwing around. I have no sympathy for someone who would try to pass the guilt onto a dead man. If there is one thing I'm sure of it's that you're the real ringleader, Quercus Alba. It's not good to speak with subjectively, you know, Agent Lang. Subjectively. My conclusion is anything but, and is the result of logic and investigation. Logic and investigation. Only seconds ago, you were ready to arrest Ms. Von Karma. I don't think we can give such flip-floppy logic any real weight, do you? Huh. It looks like you still don't get why I came back. Excuse me? You see, the reason I came back is so that I could sink my fangs into your wrinkly old neck. From the very beginning, my real target has been you. What? Agent Lang, I demand an explanation. Sorry, sis. I didn't mean to put you through all that. I knew you were innocent from the very beginning. You did. I knew that this whole incident had been meticulously planned and prepared for. So naturally, the occupant of this room, Ambassador Alba, seemed the most suspicious. And without the ambassador's permission, we couldn't get in to take another look around. Ah, so that's why you put on the big show to accuse Francisca of the murder. Using Francisca as the bait, you were able to gain us entry and investigate rights. Yeah, if I hadn't done that, I doubt the ambassador would have given the okay to poke around. So that's what all this was about. Very well, I will forgive you. But in exchange for using me as bait, you will take some responsibility and help us find the truth. Agent Lang, for giving me such a great opening, I thank you. You know, I just knew, Mr. Prosecutor, that somehow if we were able to find some proof by investigating this room, you would be able to figure out the real culprit with your special brand of logic. The evidence detectives collect combined with the logic of a prosecutor. That's just as it should be in the prosecutor-detective team, right? I don't know about all that. But one thing I do know is that I'm itching to see that old man get what was coming to him. Oh, you're quite scary when you want to be, aren't you? Hey, you were the one who was planning to use me and push all the guilt onto the sis. But unfortunately for you, you misjudged me. Agent Lang, I wish for you to stop trying to intimidate me. What we need right now is evidence and proof. I wonder if you have what it is necessary to prove that I am the head of the smuggling ring. Don't be such a sore loser. If you really are the head of the smuggling ring, then you should acknowledge your crimes with dignity. Dignity? That is nothing more than a fool's insincere display of strength. If you really wish for me to acknowledge my crimes, then I would like to first see some of the things you call evidence. I tell you, I knew nothing, really. I didn't even know that a counterfeit plate was hidden inside that statue. You swapped the real statue that vested in your country the authority to rule for a fake. It doesn't make any sense that you didn't know anything. It doesn't make sense. Where doesn't it make sense? Can you prove that it doesn't make sense? He's really got us. He's turned the entire situation around against us. The proof that the Interpol has been after which points to this man as the ringleader. If we can somehow find that proof now, then we can see to it that justice is finally served. There's nothing I can use to break this case wide open. The trump card and the videotape. With those two items, we might be able to finally bring this man down. But the card is evidence from a case that Mr. Faraday hid away in secret. And the tape was stolen by Detective Bad from the police. They're both illegal evidence. No matter what, a protector of the law can't be allowed to use such pieces of evidence. Needless to say, we Von Karmas are commanded to achieve nothing but victory, and by any means necessary. The only way to bring someone like that to justice was to do so outside of the courts. That's what we thought at the time. I no longer follow the path of Manfred von Karma, and I won't follow the path of the Yatagarasu. This leaves me with what? What creed will I believe in? If I want to pursue the truth, then I will sully my hands of illegality. And if I want to pursue justice, then I will lose the truth. What is the law and what is justice? Which path is a prosecutor supposed to follow? The choice is one I must make on my own hand here and now. Oh boy, okay. I say use the trump card. Fifth one. Don't know why it wasn't working. Oh shit! Okay. Use the trump card, don't use the trump card. I feel like using the trump card makes it easier, but not using it makes it harder. There is no limit to the law. Any limit that exists was set there by men. When the person goes beyond that limit, then the law too crosses into new territory. For what reason were laws invented? The answer to that is what I must now show. Master Alba, I wonder if you might recognize this. Oh, I wonder what that card is. I've never seen that before in my life. It's a directives card used by the leader of the ring to relay instructions to his subordinates. Oh, is that what it is? This card was sent to the real culprit behind the KJ incident 10 years ago. A man by the name of Mr. Manny Cochin. Oh, so why do you have such a card in your possession? Because it was hand-delivered to me by a certain great thief, the Yatagarasu. The Yatagarasu gave that to you. Don't talk nonsense and let's be serious, Mr. Edgeworth. Do you have any proof that the card contains directions from the ringleader? I'll have you know that the card is not the only thing I was given. What? This contains security footage that was shot just before the start of the KJA incident. The card and the video. These two pieces of evidence are what will seal your fate. Very interesting. I must admit I am very curious now. Very curious indeed in these case-deciding pieces of evidence you're presenting. The prey of the Yatagarasu has been chasing all this time now stands before me. I can't allow this man who has had free reign for 10 long years to simply walk away. Now is the time for me to bring to fruition a valiant spirit that was given to me. I think we did the right choice. So what is this interesting thing that you wanted to show me? The trump card and the videotape. These two pieces of evidence together make for the ultimate hand, and this is where the real meaning behind Detective Bad's words will be realized. Did the gumshoe? Yes, sir. What you see here is security footage shot just before the KJ incident murder occurred. From this footage, we know that the card is Director's card from the smuggling ring. This is the section that proves that the card was used to relay an order. As you can see here, Mr. Cochin is holding the card in his right hand. I see. The killer is indeed holding a card with the exact same design on it. But the card and the one you have, just because they look like the same doesn't mean that they are a dozen now. But there's a very easy way for me to prove that they are in fact one of the same. All we have to do is simply take a look at this. Dark red blood, yes, this is your proof. Proof that the orders on this card were played out in that terrible tragedy. The blood belongs to the victim of the KJA incident. With a bit of DNA testing, we can very easily verify that as a fact. If you have no objections, then I'd like for you to take a look at this next piece of footage. This car that passed by in front of the victim's apartment building. It's an official Kodopian government car. What? Detective Gumshoe, if you could please magnify the footage. This area of the footage directly links the smuggling ring with Kodopia. Why is this thing not working? The shape of this pocket and the director's card in it. It tells us that without a doubt, this person is in this car is Mr. Cochin. The license plate on the car was also captured by the security camera, and with it, we can easily find out who was sitting in this car on the day 10 years ago. Which is why I can say with confidence that you were riding in the car on that day. You done well, boy, to make it this far. However, are you about your claim that I was riding in that car at the time? It's going to be mighty difficult to prove. How so? The Principality of Kodopia no longer exists, so naturally all records from that time period also no longer exist. That arrogance. What he really means is he's already erased all traces of them. Are we finished here, boy? The only weapon I have left to me now is this piece of footage. There must be something there here that I must use against him. Kind of like line it up a bit. Hold up, hold up. Got it. What the? Ambassador Alba! Yes, what is it? You were once an army man in the service of Kodopia, and it was you who made the many missions you participated in successes, correct? Why the sudden backhanded praises, boy? Although, to be sure, the brilliant medals on my breast were rewarded to me during the era of Kodopia, but now I am the only one who owns the particular medal. In that case, the only person it could be who is sitting in this car is you. How do you figure that? By the medal captured here in this footage. It is clearly the same exact medal as the one on your chest. What? This is how it will be, but I won't look back. For this is the path that I have chosen. You moved me with your devotion to this case, Mr. Edgeworth. Why is he taking such an arrogant stance with me? It's almost looking possible, isn't it? But a lot of you to have come this far, it looks like I just might lose our little game this time. You might lose the game this time. You don't get another round, Mr. Ambassador. Is that a fact? Very well, I've decided to confess and admit my guilt. You're going to confess? And I will accept whatever punishment that may come as a result. What the? Regarding the Mass 2 murder, I admit it. I did it out of self-defense. You're claiming it was justified self-defense. Mass 2 attacked me and I felt that my life was in danger. If I hadn't done what I did, I might be the one who you found dead instead of him. What a pathetic performance. I'm not giving you one. Wow, you two really know how to laugh at inappropriate times. If you wish to claim it was justified self-defense, then we will need some evidence. It's always the evidence with you, isn't it? But if that's what you require, I'll provide it. That man left a mark on me when he attacked. What? I don't particularly want to show it off, but this is proof that it was in self-defense. I'm an old man, and sometimes I don't pay enough attention to what I do, or whatever. But the masked suit didn't have a single weapon on his body. Hold on, it's nothing to get worked up over, because I hid the weapon. You hid it. I'm sorry, but as you know, a murder is a murder, even if it's in self-defense. And I couldn't let it become public, seeing as how I am an ambassador. This is the weapon you seek for my special bonsai trimming shears. It's covered in blood. He was trembling quite badly during our struggle, but that's when he grabbed the shears that were sitting in my office and attacked. So you see, it was an act of self-defense. Is he right, Mr. Edgeworth? Since he has both a wound and the weapon that caused it, it's enough to declare it so. No way. Oh, which reminds me, I guess there is still one more accusation I need to resolve. Smuggling and counterfeiting. Unfortunately, all of that is my secretary's doing. I had no knowledge it was going on. Stop spewing nonsense. You're trying to throw my investigation under the bus in your desperation. You want to get real honest. Everything in this case can be connected to you. The murder of the Masked 2 was done in self-defense. Now, by trials, no man escapes his crime alive. Perhaps so, if you were my opponent in court. However, there is one very important fact that I think you may have forgotten. And what is that? That's what you mean. Extraterrestriality. That's right. This embassy sits on what is effectively Albestian soil. So any trial that is to be held will be held in Albest. Therefore, the crime I just admitted to will never be tried in your courts. Agent Lang, what is Interpol's stance on this? Agents investigate, that's our job. The judgment of people who have confessed to their crime, that's the court's job. I've already confessed to all of my crimes, Agent Lang. Furthermore, by the very nature of my position, I am fully extraterrestrial rights. These rights are effective even on your country's soil. Therefore, no matter where a crime may take place, I will never stand a trial in one of your courts. That arrogance in an expression. That's nothing like the face of someone who is ready to accept the consequences. Don't tell me you have your own country's judicial system eating right out of your hands. These crimes you all speak so seriously of, to me, this has all been nothing more than a game. You may chase me out of this embassy with your accusations, but it's no big deal. Albus has numerous other embassies in other countries around the world. All you would accomplish is you would change the backdrop of our little game. These two layers of protection that extraterrestriality provides him. This is why he's one of those who cannot be brought to court. You see now, don't you? I live in a whole different world than you. Now, if you excuse me, I need to go and fetch my eviction papers or whatever the fuck. Is there nothing we can do? To be continued! Dude, fucking A. That was hour 2.5. And part 2. Can't believe it, sir. Extraterrestriality. Yes, and there's nothing we can really do about that. In the end, we didn't have enough authority to bring him to justice. I can't believe that even though we know he's the boss, we can't lay a finger on him. I know. Hey, Mr. Prosecutor, sorry to skip out on you, but I've got some business to take care of. We can't even give an evil guy like him a slap on the wrist. Then what the heck were laws created for? What good are they? Ow. Okay. If the law can't help us, then I'll go as the Yatagarasu and take care of that myself. Don't you dare. Mr. Edgeworth. Sorry, that was a bit too harsh. I know how you feel, sir. We're trying to take on an ambassador after all. And he did tell us earlier to get out of the theater. It's kind of the country, I guess. But I feel like I've been slapped across the face for just doing my job. What am I going to do? Should I retreat for now or formulate a better plan and attack? Come on, everyone. We can't give up yet. Okay. I want you to think about something for a sec. We've never let up for even a second, and as long as we don't stop investigating, we might find the rotten treasure hidden here. She's right. Come on, Mr. Edgeworth. You're right, Kay. Very well, let us reopen the investigation and see what we find. Come on, Kay. Right behind you. Okay, then I'll go check out Babal and a bit more, sir. Now I have something that I need to investigate further in Albest. Obelisk. Now then, before I gather any more information, I should do a bit of housekeeping. Passion flower data erased from my organizer. We got an investigation portion now. Master Albel seemed agitated over something. Wonder why. There are two special circumstances that surround the ambassador. First, the embassy itself has extraterrestrial rights. If something happens on Ambassador soil, we are unable to legally prosecute him. Cool. Sounds like embassies are the perfect place to steal whatever you want. And Murder the Mask 2 run a smuggling operation and make counterfeit bills, apparently. But I thought all the counterfeiting was done by Mr. Coaching and Babal. Yes, he apparently used the embassy's coupon printing press to do it. But it's the same story over there anyway. Babal also has extraterrestrial rights. Which brings me to my next point, the ambassador's extraterrestrial rights. Those rights are effective even in our own country. Really? No matter what happens, he can never be tried in our courts. He retains some very special rights indeed. Basically, no matter what wrongs he may commit, we can't bring him to trial here. I guess we really don't stand a chance, do we? We might stand a chance that we can somehow nullify either one of his special rights. We come too far to give up. We must expose Ambassador Alba's misdeeds, Mr. Edgeworth. Yes, of course. We've got to find a way to steal the ship and get out of here. Oh my god! Out of there for my father's sake. I don't know why the fuck I'm yawning so much. Yes, and we will. The reason for Ambassador Alba's nervousness must still be here somewhere. Furthermore, I need to pin down exactly what happened in here. I'll start by thoroughly examining the room for any information I can find. Agitated Alba. Hey, Mr. Edgeworth, if you don't pay attention, Ambassador Alba is gonna get away. Yes, I know. Now hurry up and do that swing thing you always do. I have no idea what you were talking about. What? You don't? Oh, come on, you know what I'm talking about. The thing you do. Are you talking about logic? Yes, that's it. So hurry up and let's swing already. Alright. To be honest, it's been a bit hard to connect everything up until now, but by just looking. However, I should be able to piece together, things together if I take another look at my leads. Perhaps now is the time for it to use logic and reason my truth. Do I have anything right now? I do. Use Babyliss Embassy's printing press and Babyliss ink to make counterfeit bills. Since there is something he doesn't want us to investigate. It was taken just before the two ambassadors gave their bouquets to Steel Samurai. Wait, is it just my imagination, or is there something in this picture that I've seen before? Won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious-looking nook and cranny. Here's the bouquet of the Persian clemens and roses. Wow, you even know the exact species? Never would have figured you for an expert on flowers. It's all because of those flowers that old lady sends me every month. Just look at me, I sound like some sort of botanist. So, what exactly is the yellow flower here? That one, I'm not sure. What? You don't know? As far as I can recall, I've never seen a flower like this before. I feel as though I've seen it in the shape somewhere before. It includes a phoenix taken off from the sky, blah blah blah, yeah. Fakes are so hard to spot. The knife. The ball's national symbol is a butterfly and Albessa is the flower. It would appear that someone is employing the old hide a tree in the forest trick. What are you mumbling to yourself about? Wait, what? The handle on this knife? Ah! Yes, it's the handle that was supposed to be on the blade that killed Mr. Cochin. The weapon that killed him was carried through the Theatrum Neutralis, in the very bouquet Ambassador Alba was carrying. The flower motif. It looks like one of the flower petals is missing. Oh. And take a look at the weapon itself. It's missing an exact same petal. And the knife in this photo is most definitely the same as the murder weapon. Nothing else to look into, right? Flowers were sent to a variety of people and businesses to celebrate the Goodwill event. Even the Steel Samurai received some flowers from the ambassadors. There's so many bouquets here, it's like a wedding ceremony. I believe the flowers for those are for a slightly different reason. What do you mean? This event was supposed to be like a wedding between Albus and Babal, right? Actually, I believe they're more in a state of divorce. Okay, then this event was supposed to be their remarriage ceremony? I suppose you could call it that. Well, and welcome to the Embassy in Babal. Sorry, but I don't really need to enter your country at this time. Right now, for a limited time here at the Babal Boys, we're offering the very... How about it? Shall we sign you up? They're fine, thanks. We have an investigation to run. He doesn't want me to investigate something in here. Is it really just the picture? Backdrop they used in the Steel Samurai stage show today. Love the climax of that show, Steel Samurai Sushi Slash. That was the first time I'd seen a special move. But well, the Jammin' Ninja stage show's climax was much better, of course. Oh, is that a fact? That scene where he sang for Princess Misola and gave her those hair sticks. I could totally feel the love that in her heart. Perhaps the Jammin' Ninja is just more popular with female audiences. In the guards of Ambassador Alba, no one is allowed into Albus. I thought a lady with the whip passed through here not too long ago. She's from Interpol and had the proper paperwork, so while I was reluctant, I had to let her in. Heh. Sounds like Francisco alright. Besides, if I didn't, that whip of hers. Yep, definitely Francisco. Those were sent by the Global Studios. Global Studios? That's where they filmed the Steel Samurai television show. Yeah, I've been producing hit after hit recently, so the studio is being remodeled. I read about that in the papers the other day. That mascot of theirs is also getting a facelift too, right? What's its name? You mean Mrs. Monkey? Yeah, I thought it was something like that. You really have a great memory. Never under the mystery, the powers of recollection. Okay. So we can't go to either or embassy. We discover the factor of the one thing. Use Babyliss Embassy's printing press and Babyliss ink to make counterfeit bills. I sense that there's something. We could try. I didn't save. Fuck me. I don't know how far back I am. The pieces don't fit together quite well. Yep, had a feeling. Okay. Give me a second here. How far back are we? Oh, fuck! Son of a bitch. Why is it not working on the thing now? Oh, shit, what's happening? Don't worry what just happened. Don't worry about it. Load that again. I was way further than I remembered. Is there a fast forward? Sort of fast forward, but we'll go with that. Why is RT also that? My bad, my bad. I'm just trying to see something. Is there no way to do a fast forward or... Doesn't look like it. Okay. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Wrong button. We're just about to go through it. Yo, this room is getting hot and then too cold too many times. It's getting annoying. Shows us that. We get the evidence for it. Yep. Whoa! Anyone else just dropping by now, I'm literally just fast forwarding to this shit. Only because I didn't do a quick save beforehand, and now I must eat my words. Or not my words, but I must eat my mistake. That gets done. He's gonna be like yada 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 to be continued. Oh, I had a save. That's fine. We could resave again in here. Had a regular save. Just completely fucking left my thought process. The amount of dialogue text that I went through, I'm just like, man, this is what I was doing. These just constant amount of dialogue texting. Do I got any more information? I should be the housekeeping, passion flowers, duh. Investigation begin. Yep. Wait for this conversation to end. Times like this, I wish there was a fast forward button. I don't know what the fast forward thing here could be. I never messed with the settings for this shit. Well, that, yeah. I'm also very yawning, so my bad for that shit. I'm not even tired. I'm just yawning, and I'm like, I'm so annoyed. There you go. Okay. Limit the frame rate, and then do save state. There you go. All right. We're back at it. Alright, I already read through this as well, so we can just kind of go through this easily. And then look at the flowers. She's gonna be like, there's something off about them. And we deduce this flower here. What does it look like, or what is it connecting to? It will connect to this. Eureka! I already read through this part, that's why I'm not reading it right now. I need to investigate more of the, what's it called? I think the painting, because I really didn't go in depth with the painting as much as I thought. Okay, that's added, updated. And then now I gotta look more into this. I can't believe he was pretending to be a harmless old grandpa. Talk about deceptive. Anyone expected him to change that drastically. But he's thinking of something evil behind that cheery smile. Hey, please try to remain calm and focus on the here and now. Yeah, you're right. Sorry, I got all worked up. Well, the only way we're going to be able to steal the truth is if we keep on investigating. Mr. Perlino has a really great smile, don't you think? I bet he was really happy that they were going to become Kodopia again. Perhaps, but instead he became the greatest victim to today's case. An ambassador like him who is always thinking of his country is really to be admired. Yeah, although this happened, I hope they'll be able to reunite the country someday. Hope so as well, but for that to happen, we need to solve this case first. We need to see to it that those who would harm the new Kodopia are locked away. We will. There's that troublemaker standing there smacking in the center making two peace signs. Oh, Caesar Samurai stands out even more than the two ambassadors in this picture. Oh hey, the person playing the Steel Samurai is one of your friends, right? No, I have no idea who he is. Wait, but you just said he. So you knew what gender he was. So you must know him, right? I beg that you please refrain from talking about that person with me ever again. Yo, Edgeworth does not want to associate with fucking this man anymore. Okay. So, now for the logical aspect of what we're gonna do. Let's see. Logic. Let's save that. Okay. So, it was not these. But is it possible this? It was not. Then we load up the fucking file again. Okay, the last only connection we have. Renovations and coaching's counterfeiting app. That connects? We know that the counterfeit bills were printed using the embassy's press. But the necessary materials such as the Babalese ink and paper must have been hidden in a secure location. But what do you think would have happened if the renovation had begun? Well, he probably had to find a better hiding place or get rid of it all. Right, so we can assume that the renovation was the cause of the plague and Bill's disposal. And the reason Mr. Colchin was killed as the ringleader of the smuggling operation. Based on what we know, who do you think was the one with the most gain? Well, here's the safe stating. This guy. It's the one person who has been erasing all evidence of the smuggling operation. From both embassies and the conspirator who is mopping up Ambassador Alba, Ambassador Alba had a very strong motive to kill Manny Cochin. Go on. Is it the motive? Who would have fucking thought? The cause of Ambassador Alba's agitation, the rotten treasure we may find, and the motive for killing Mr. Cochin. Miss Yu said it herself that she didn't kill anyone tonight. If we were to take her words at face value, then the reasons for the ambassador's nervousness can only be one thing. He didn't want us to discover the real circumstances under which Mr. Cochin was killed. Then you mean Ambassador Alba is the real killer? But I thought the two of them were friends. Maybe they were, but what if Mr. Cochin was the one who first betrayed their friendship? Oh, I get it. Wasn't Mr. Cochin pushing really hard for Mr. Paulino to be ambassador after the reunification? Yes, and that was the real reason why he wanted to steal Alba's Prima Duck statue. But Mr. Cochin hired Damas to go steal it for him. But then Ambassador Alba found out what he was up to. He killed Mr. Cochin. There's definitely a possibility at this point. Those two really were thinking on no one but themselves. But the question now is, how did he do it? Ambassador Alba was in Mr. Cochin's body was discovered in Babal, right? Right. And that is what we must solve next. I believe we now understand why Ambassador Alba was so nervous and agitated. It must have something to do with where Mr. Cochin was killed. The place where the Albestian ambassador was likely to meet the Abalbalese Mr. Cochin. The place where Ambassador Alba happened to have committed the murder is... the place... Oh, what the fuck is he's asking me? The place where Ambassador Alba happened to have committed the murder is... here? The area is rather suspicious, don't you think? You really think so? Because I don't see anything odd about it. Okay. Load the file. There you go. He killed him here! I don't know if I'm clicking in like the right spot either, but I'm just like, hold up. The place where Ambassador Alba happened to have committed the murder is... no way. Oh my god. The only place that makes sense is here, at the Theorem Neutralis. What, here? The Goodwill event was being held here today, correct? So the only place that the both of them would have been is here. If that's the case, then everything changes. This theater isn't actually Albestian land, so that wipes out one of those extraterrestrial rights he has. It makes logical sense. In which case is the reason for us to investigate further. So what should we check out? Let's see. I believe we should check the immigration records for both Albest and Babal post haste. Babal's records should be easy to obtain. However, the problem with Albest. I wonder if they would allow us to see their records despite the order to vacate. I'm already one step ahead of you, Miles Edgeworth. Francisco. I have here the security footage from both Albest and Babal. You would do well to take a look at its contents. You move fast. Avon Commerce strives to be perfect in every way. It's not in my nature to keep on retreating like this. I took the liberty of looking over Babal investigation reports as well. From now on, you will make no excuse to back down or say that we can't solve this case. I'm sorry about earlier. You won't be beaten, because my cute little subordinate is going to try his very best, isn't he? Hasn't she patronized me enough already for a lifetime? So the video contains footage from Albus immigration screening area. I really hope there's something in here that we can use. Do the thingy. The VCR. I was like, what the fuck is it called? 522. 523. Which minutes footage should I examine? Doesn't something about this lump shape strike you as odd? Huh, isn't it supposed to be this shape? No, there's clearly something odd about the bulge. If only we had the pushcart itself, we could compare and confirm my hunch. Next, let us check the footage from the ball security camera. Hope it shows us something good. Ooey. There wasn't a single sign of suspicious person or anything. That right there is the contradiction. Huh? Did I miss something? You didn't miss anything, because there was nothing to miss. However, what is missing is the image of Mr. Cochin entering his own country. Well, wasn't his body found in Babal? It would appear that the true face of our final puzzle has finally revealed itself. I think I'm getting what Edgeworth is trying to state, is that the fact that since there wasn't anyone entering into Babal, that it's gonna be the pulley system again. Ambassador Alba. I thought I asked for you and your group to vacate the premises, Mr. Edgeworth. Actually, I thought I should let you know that this theater sits on my country's soil. You've had your fun, and I've enjoyed our little game. I dare say that you even achieved a new high score. However, once you've recorded a score, that same game can never be replayed again. Do you understand what I'm saying to you? Your game is done and it's game over. No. Where do you think you're going at this time of night? After admitting to my crime, I was overcome with regret. So I am heading to the airport now to return home. I'm afraid I can't let you do that. There are still too many issues we need to discuss with you. You can't stop me, Mr. Edgeworth, and you know it. Please, may I have a little bit of your time? Ambassador Alba. Ambassador Polino. Even just a teeny tiny bit of is fine with me. The already strained relationship between our countries is in a precarious situation, you know. Very well. If you insist, I will play just one more round with them and see what they want. Not that they'll get any farther. Ambassador Polino. Mr. Edgeworth. All I wish for you is the normalization of relationships between our two countries. But there is one person standing in the way of that dream. I believe in you. You'll do what's right. Thank you for your vote of confidence. Now then, what was it you wanted to ask me about? I do have a flight to catch after all, so I'm afraid I'm going to have to limit you to just one question. That's more than enough because I only have one question anyway. I want to hear your alibi about how you couldn't have killed Mr. Manny Cochin. Oh, I see. You seem to have a good hand this time around. This should be fun. This really is the very last chance we have to bring him down. I won't allow even an atom-sized contradiction to slip by. Alright. Here we go. Ambassador Alba's alibi. Frankly, I still don't understand why I'm being placed under suspicion here. Under your hypothetical scenario, Mr. Cochin and I were fellow smugglers. But to get to the point, I was in Albus the whole time. So it's simply not possible for me to have killed him in Babal. That is my alibi. So, that is your alibi. That is correct. It's simply not possible for me to have committed a crime in Babal. Now that we cleared that up, I'd appreciate it if you would move out of my way. I said, hold it. What is it this time? I thought I told you I'd only allow one question. You did. But you still have yet to really answer my one question. What? Until you tell us the truth, I will refuse to budge an inch from where I'm standing. Very well. I'll play with you just a little longer. Miles Edgeworth, as my subordinate and representative of this country's prosecutors, you are forbidden to lose. Of course, that is something I understood from the start. That guy's the one who ordered my father killed, isn't he? Yes, I believe so. The goal of the first Yatagarasu was the capture of the smuggling ring's leader, my father and Uncle Bad. Their legacy will live on through me. That's why we've just got to catch him. We just have to catch him, okay? We will, I promise. Now, Ambassador Alba, let's have the truth now, shall we? No matter how many times you ask, my answer remains the same. Okay. Just gonna do another save right here. Save state, save state. Okay. Regularly still don't understand why I'm being placed under suspicion. Under your hypothesis, Mr. Gochin and I were fellow smugglers. Let's get to the point. I was in Albest the whole time. Sir? Sir? The statement just now stands to be a clear contradiction. No, it's not. I don't want to lose health points for being stupid and not actually looking through it. There's no suspicion here. Under your hypothetical scenario, Mr. Cochin and I were fellow smugglers. But to get to the point, I was in Elvis the whole time. So it's simply not possible for me to have killed him in Babal. That is my alibi. Let's press him on this real quick. And what exactly did you do while you were in Albest? I had a meeting with the Steel Samurai, and then I arranged a few files. Around the time that thief who was sneaking in took me by surprise. By saying that it was the mask too that made the first move. Yes, and it was after I was attacked that I hit him on the head of the Prima Duck statue. Fortunately, he died from the blow, but it was an act of justified self-defense. Calling it that doesn't cover up what you really did. Cover up? No, my boy, I'm not covering up anything. I'm telling the truth. You weren't planning to admit to it, which is why you tried to frame the Steel Samurai. If you weren't an ambassador, I'd be letting my whip fly loose on you right now. I'm terribly sorry that I didn't clean up the body better, but I'm a busy man. I had a speech to give in the Rose Garden after that, you know. Yet despite that, you still had time to kill Mr. Cochin, didn't you? Hahaha, man is evil, and I'm sure you are familiar with the facts, but Mr. Cochin was killed in Babal while I was all the way in Albus. You insist that it's not possible for you to have killed Mr. Cochin in Babal, and you are correct. Oh, I thought you would put up a bit more of a fight, but if you must concede him to me, the only thing I am conceding is that it's not possible for you to kill him in Babal. I'm not conceding that your alibi is the truth. Oh, I see. However, no matter how you try, know that you can't crush my alibi. You are wise not to underestimate a prosecutor of this country. We'll see about that. So Mr. Cochin was a friend of Ambassador Alba. If that's true, then why did Ambassador kill him? It's not like the case of my father where he ordered someone to do it. The problem we have here is we don't know what their exact relationship was. Indeed, if they had complete trust in each other, then there is no motive for murder. However, both men were very selfish and I believe that is from where his motive arose. Did I not get the motive? Or am I bugging? No, I didn't get the motive yet. I doubt this is gonna be it, but I'll try. No. Objection. Actually, I don't understand why I'm being placed under suspicion here. Being the leader of a smuggling ring while taking on the duties of an ambassadorship. Don't you think that's the combination is more than enough to reason for suspicion? Then there's the matter of the crossbar arrows and the Prima Duck statues. All that is nothing more than your flights of fantasy. Yeah. What do you mean by that? From the hypothetical scenario, Mr. Cochin and I were fellow smugglers. It's not a hypothesis. Earlier we proved it to be what happened. Well, let's leave that one side for now, because it doesn't change the fact that I have no motive. Oh? So you really had no reason to kill Mr. Cochin? If you want to suppose that I had one, then why not? I'll indulge you. After all, this is nothing more than a silly game to me. Even if that's how you see things, I appreciate it if you would take me seriously. I'm sorry. I suppose you are a bit of a pickle. Very well, a game is no fun if the playing field isn't level. Therefore, I firmly claim that I had no motive to kill. Now let's see this to disprove this. How can he stand there looking proud that when he knows he killed another human being? Well, I'm not going to stand by and just watch him get away with this crime. In that case, what motive would I have to kill my co-conspirator? Codopian paper documents, maybe? Not the videotape. Shit wild, shit wild. I want to say it's this, but I'm not sure. Not that. Not that as well. Where? In that case, what motive would I have had to kill my co-conspirator? Oh, wait, isn't it because he backed up this man? Maybe? No, it's not that. Because then it would have to be a motive against the other guy then. In that case, what motive would I have had to kill my co-conspirator? Hold up. Let me press him on this. Are you serious that just because you were partners that you had no motive to kill? I'm only following your hypothetical scenario to its logical conclusion. Looks like he's not going to admit it himself that he was in league with Mr. Cochin. I suppose not. But I do know that his relation to the smuggling ring and to Mr. Cochin. You mean he's a ringleader and that Mr. Cochin was his subordinate, right? Correct, but I know more than just that. You remember the safe in Mr. Cochin's office, correct? Yes. The safe had 2 compartments to it, didn't it? Yes, and why do you think those stolen goods were being stored in Mr. Cochin's office? Could it be because he was trying to cheat Ambassador Alba behind his back? So Mr. Cochin didn't turn the goods over, but he decided instead to keep them for himself. Suppose that's possible. Seems to me that both men were only concerned with their own wealth and well-being. And that means that maybe they didn't have a trusting relationship after all. What Ambassador Alba had to gain, I believe that is his motive for killing Mr. Cochin. What are you people whispering about amongst yourselves over there? I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. Now then, let's continue with your testimony. But I thought I did present this. The papers. Also, I needed that conversation to first happen. It's either this or the key. It just now stands as a clear contradiction to the events. Policies of this country. Predictions. How frightening it is to think that it might be true. Can't let him drag me down with that. Okay. Motherfucker, are you kidding me? I mean, I had to have this conversation, I forgot. To kill is only following your perfect scenario. Looks like he's not going to admit to himself that he was in league with Mr. Colchin. But I do know his relation to the smuggling ring. To the smuggling ring and to Mr. Colchin. You mean he's the ringleader in that Mr. Colchin was his subordinate, right? Correct, but I know more than just that. Mrs. Von Karma, I'm sure you remember that the safe in Mr. Colchin's office, correct? Yes, the safe had 2 compartments to it, didn't it? Yes, and why do you think those stolen goods were being stored in Mr. Colchin's office? Could it be because he was trying to cheat Ambassador Alba behind his back? So Mr. Colchin didn't turn the goods over, but decided instead to keep them to themselves. Suppose that's possible. It seems to me that both men were only concerned with their own wealth and well-being. And that means that maybe they didn't have a trusting relationship after all. And Ambassador Alba had to gain. I believe that is his motive for killing Mr. What are you people whispering amongst yourselves over there? I'm sorry to have kept you waiting now. Then let's continue with the testimony. Let me just save here real quick because this is like confusing the shit out of me right now. Okay, so that conversation happened. The key, the counterfeit money. No, that would be his reason. That's just the photo to prove that he had the knife on him at that point when he transferred it over. The counterfeit plate was in the statue. It's whatever the fucking motive he had. I'll have this one slide. I'm getting tired of this shit, bro. It's not the documents. It's not the bills. It's not the Yatagarasa's key. Is it the trump card? It's not. Fucking A. I just don't know. Like, nothing is logical right now that I'm, like, trying to figure out this fucking thing. Also, let me just do this so that way I can just keep loading right into this. Okay. Not the wound. Alright, it's not that. It's not that. It's not this. Is it the videotape? It's not the videotape. It wasn't the statues. There's no relation to the wire. There's no relation to this fire here. I'm telling you, I'm about to fucking use everything possible on him right now. Pick. I can't fucking believe it was that note. I looked at that note like 5 fucking times, and I was like, there's no relation to anything of this. Anyways, if you want to know, I believe you did have motive to kill him, or to kill. It was because Mr. Cochin had betrayed you. But you had your own reason too, namely, you wanted to pin the smuggling all on him. Evil begets evil, and because you were trying to test each other and turned it into this mess. I don't believe this. You have a bad penchant for telling tall tales, Mr. Prosecutor. And if you're not, then I suppose you have some proof to support your argument. I never use guesswork in moving in my cases forward. It has been proven that this note was written by Mr. Cochin's hand. Shall we take a look at it? The content of the note is a request calling for the theft of the Albestan Prima Duck statue. By killing him and pushing all of the guilt for the smuggling onto him, you walk away spotless. I believe you understand that what I'm driving at. You had more than a few reasons to kill him. Are you finished with your hypothesizing? Excuse me? Let's suppose I did have a motive. Even so, a motive or a thought alone can't kill. Isn't that right? I didn't expect him to resort to playing the semantics game with me. It appears that this is where the real battle will begin. Now then, if you will excuse me. Wait, what? I told you that at the very beginning, didn't I? You only get one question. Master Alba, if you could please give us just a little bit more of your time. It doesn't matter what kind of man Manny was, he was my subordinate. Which is why I would like for us to figure out the real cause of his death. That is something for football to figure out, and something to which I have no relation to. Now he's even turning down the request from Ambassador Paulino. I'm very sorry, but it seems that now even my voice falls on deaf ears. There is no need for you to apologize, Ambassador Paulino. We must find some way to stop him from leaving. Seems there are no further objections. In that case, please allow me to return home. Hold it right there, Ambassador Alba. Kay! Like I said, Mr. Edgeworth, the Yatagrasa's legacy will live on through me. Yes, but how do you suggest we stop him from leaving? You just leave that to me. Ambassador Alba, do you recognize this? No, and why should I recognize that tattered old organizer? My mic? They're the they're Astros A10. That's what it says on the side of it, so, yeah. Wait, where have I seen this before? That is a clue my father, Brian Faraday, left for us. Did you say Brian Faraday? Mr. Faraday's organizer. Don't tell me this is the one from the second KJA incident. 8010? No, 8 A as in like Apple 10. The one in which he wrote about the Yatagarasa's key. Yeah, that one. Yes, the organizer belonged to the prosecutor who had Miss Yu killed 7 years ago. I had no idea what you were talking about. You stated that like it was related to me. Inside this organizer, he wrote up every detail of every evil thing you did. What an amusing little girl you are, but that sort of trickery won't work on me. I don't remember. It was a long time ago I bought it. If you won't believe me, then take a look at this. What is that toy there? That's... This theory device was used by the Yatagarasu, or rather, by my father. 7 years ago, he used this when he snuck into this embassy. What? These 2 pieces of evidence that hold the information of Yatagarasu dug up on you. If you go home now, I won't hesitate to send it all to Albus right behind you. Little girl, get to the point. I want you to go up against Mr. Edgeworth one more time. If you win, then I'll hand over these 2 pieces of evidence. Yatagarasu, ever the thorn in my side. Kay, does that organizer really contain any information on his dirty dealings? It's nothing case-breaking, really. And, then it was just a bluff. Even if it was, we still can't let all the info my father and Uncle Bad found go to waste. Plus, just the existence of the little thief is troublesome enough for him. Those 2 pieces, aren't they keepsakes of your father? It's okay. I believe in Mr. Edgeworth. He'll come out on top in the end. Okay. When the going gets tough, someone's got to be there to put the wind back into your sails. After all the time, you were still quite the feisty one. I applaud your powerful nature. I refuse to lose this too. Ambassador Alba, you won't be returning home until you give us further testimony. How dare you all bearing a person like me? Barring. Ambassador Alba, your testimony if you please. Alright, but this is the absolute last. And even if you use all the power in Ambassador Paulino's office, you won't stop me. Can't let the opportunity Kay has created for me to go to waste. Last time I met when Mr. Cochran was here in the theater, Naturalis. After that, I was in Albus the rest of the time, as I stated earlier. In any case, I did not see Mr. Cochran again after that. So, you see, there is no time span in which I could have killed him, whether you agree. Now, since you people were practically begging, I'll allow you to question me. What an arrogant old man. Yes, but no matter. We can't allow this chance to escape us. I will warn you, though, you've reached the end of my patience. Waste my time with any inane questions and you will be punished. So any needless pressing or presenting will cost more to our case. In that case, the only thing you can do is to present the correct evidence, understood? Of course. I don't intend to let him intimidate me. I know Mr. Cochin was killed before he returned to Babal. In which case, there is only one statement to which I need to present the evidence. Rebuttal. Save state the shit out of this. Alright, the last time I met Mr. Cochin was here in Theater Naturalis. After that, I was in Albus the rest of the time, as I stated earlier. In any case, I did not see Mr. Cochin again after that. So you see, there's no time span in which I could have killed him. When you agree? The security footage has the time. Around this time, 5:20. I don't know if this is actually the answer. It's not. I have to press. You met with the victim here. I was watching the Steel Samurai as was Mr. Cochin, who was sitting nearby. I've been meaning to ask, why invite the Steel Samurai as a guest for an embassy event? I like Steel Samurai Daddy, so I asked for him to be at the event. I see. So it was by Ambassador Alba's request. Now then, will that be all? No, wait. I'm not finished yet. You're not very good at listening, are you? I told you I don't have the time to listen to a bunch of useless questions. Time remaining for me to find the truth has just been blown away. Okay. So he just states that. Load this up again. After that, I was in Albus the rest of the time. You have anyone who can testify that you never left Albus after that? Of course I do. I was in front of the large crowd to give my speech, wasn't I? Guess he's not lying about being in Albus the whole time. As long as he is willing to admit that Damas 2 is murdered, then I suppose so. But he keeps saying that it was all justified self-defense. Oh, I get it. Okay, so what if I were to pretend being all hollow and silken? And then I run into a clutchy person, could I call it that self-defense? That's not self-defense, that's just being careless. Well, you never know until you try. I suggest that you don't. Especially since you've given me a stalemate of intent. Okay, so then yeah, he's gonna say that. Load this back up. In any case, I did not see Mr. Cochin after that again. You never saw Mr. Cochin again after you left this theater. That's correct. I'm an incredibly busy man, you know. So it's more likely that Mr. Cochin ran into Ambassador Polino. Even now, you would push his murder on someone else. How dare you? Saying that I would have killed Manny. Ambassador Alba, I demand that you refrain from making baseless conjectures. I was merely offering a possibility. Now, no, this won't do. I can already see this turning into an international incident. Who exactly is pressing you who here? In any case, what I need to do is stay positive and forge on. So that... With that, I will know best in the rest of the time, as I stated earlier. In any case, I did not see Mr. Cochin again after that. You see, there is no time span which... First statement, second statement, third statement. This is when he just stated that he went back... Wait, no, was it this one? No, what? Yeah, he went to the theater, he did that. In any case, I did not see Mr. Cochin again after that. Trying to just see something. Maybe if I press him on this, he will change his thing. The alibi is that there was no time span in which you could have killed Mr. Cochin. Yes, because I was in the theater watching the stage show. Hey, Mr. Edgeworth, do you remember seeing him sitting in the audience? I'm sorry, but I don't remember anything outside of what was going on stage. You shouldn't have been so focused on the show and paid attention to your surroundings. Mr. Edgeworth, it is a fact that Ambassador Alba came to the theater. But I guess you didn't know that because you didn't see him in the Steel Samurai show. Well, I do recall that he and you had a photo shoot with the Steel Samurai. It looks like you are finally beginning to understand. Now then, will that be all? I have to let this go through, because hold up. Yeah, he's gonna tell me this and that. You're not very good at listening, are you? Told you I don't have the time to listen to a bunch of useless questions. Time remaining for me to find the truth has just been blown away. Amazing, diplomats really do know how to craft answers that don't answer anything. So if the only place he met the victim was at this theater, then when was he killed? We know that Mr. Cochin didn't return to Babal alive, which means that the only time he could have been killed is when they were both here. That means that he was planning to kill Mr. Cochin from the start. Okay, so it's definitely this statement here, but I don't know what presides exactly when. Oh, wait. It has to do with this photo. Got it. I'd like you to take a look at this picture. It is rather a nice picture, isn't it? It was to commemorate the restoration of relations between our nations. Oh, it's commemorative, alright. One that captures the proof I need to show that it was you who committed the murder. Come again? This is the knife that killed Mr. Cochin. I see you recognize it as well as you should, for it was you who brought it to this theater. You hid it among the flowers you were to give to the Steel Samurai, meaning that you killed Manny Cochin here at the theater. It's time for me to catch my flight. We're not through yet. It's game over for you, Mr. Edgeworth, but I thank you for the entertainment. No matter how passionately you orate, the end result will still be the same. I won't be returning to this country ever again. That's right. This man is an ambassador, and he has extraterrestrial rights. No matter how hard we chase after him, we won't be able to have him tried in court. That's exactly the face you should be making. The face of a worthless cur. Now then, ladies and gentlemen, I must bid you farewell. The courts, is there no way, no one who can lay a finger on this man. This is really the end. Agent Lang, sorry to keep you waiting, Mr. Prosecutor. Get out of my way, my plane is scheduled to take off soon. Sorry, but you're not going anywhere, Mr. Alba. I'm through playing games with you people. You can't touch me. If you do, it would spark an international incident, Agent Lang. Sorry, but no, it wouldn't. What? Hey, Mr. Prosecutor. Good job holding the fort down here until I got back. So, Mr. Alba, your diplomatic immunity has just been revoked. What do you mean? Revoked? Spare me this nonsense and let me through. Langzi says, before aiming for the throat, chew the next shield off first. Interpol headquarters and imperial household of the Kingdom of Albus took a while to get things rolling, but they finally moved on it. The imperial household. What have you done? You have been relieved of your duties as ambassador, Mr. Alba. What? Effective today, effective right now. And you have Mr. Prosecutor's videotape to thank for this. The video that the Yatagarasu protected. You can't be arrested simply because you're an ambassador. In that case, I thought I'd strip you of that title. You underestimated me, a descendant of the founder of the Tainment philosophy, Lang Zi. 4,000 years of deeply entrenched connections and networks around the world have really paid off. It can't be. I don't believe this. My ambassadorship has been revoked. Looks like you're finally coming to grips with your new standing. Wahoo! Looks like he's turned docile again. He's probably in shock from the loss of his shield. What a shame. I had so wanted to use my whip on him. Why is this happening to me? I'm just a hard-working, honest ambassador. You really think you can still pull that on us now? We already ripped away the mask and seen you for who you really are, Mr. Alba. Just fucking grows. Just gets taller. No. I won't be stopped now. He still intends to fight us. So what if I'm no longer an ambassador? You still don't have any evidence on me. The fact remains that you cannot arrest me. I expected no less from you, the boss of the smuggling ring. Well, the rest is up to you, Mr. Prosecutor. Understood. You say that I killed Mr. Cochin in the theater, but even if that's true, that there was a knife in my bouquet, I left the bouquet in the theater. So anyone could have taken it out from there and used it, right? Besides, the claim that he was killed here itself is odd. After all, wasn't his body discovered in Babal? Are you claiming that I carried his body all the way over there? Preposterous. I'll be the one to prove whether it's preposterous or not. Ex-Ambassador Alba, are you ready? Because this is no game. This is war. Fucking Edgeworth said, I am fucking giving you war. I killed Mr. Cochin in this theater using a knife that was stuck in my bouquet. I left that bouquet in the theater. Anyone could have taken the knife from there. Besides, Mr. Cochin's body was discovered in Babal, right? There's no way for me to have transported his body from the theater to Babal. On the contrary. Look, don't you think you've had enough fun with me? You've already stolen my ambassadorship from me. Would you have me surrender too? You have no plans to ever return to this country, isn't that right? Did you know that a bunch of your subordinates are seeking asylum because of you? As if I care. Hey, Mr. Prosecutor. Put this guy out in the embassy and we can finally end everything. I know, and I will give it my all to see what he leaves in handcuffs. Without the title of ambassador, he is just another witness. Yes, just another witness. Alright, what are we waiting for? Let's get this going. Get him good. Wonder if they understand that all I can do is present evidence to his testimony. Boo. 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 Just because his body was discovered in Babal, right? There's no way for me to have transported his body. Oh, on the contrary, good sir. Actually, I do believe there was a way to transport the body out of the theater. Perhaps we should give this a look. What is that supposed to be? It's footage from the security camera that captures the state of immigration area. That I congratulate you on getting your hands on it. Just letting you know that we're not the only ones watching your every step, every movement. Thank you for the warning. Now if you could take a good look at this section here. This lump here inside the pushcart, do you know what's causing it? Should I? Because I don't. In that case, allow me to enlighten you. This is the cause of the unnatural lump under the cloth of the pushcart. What is the meaning of this? Of showing me that? It's to say that the unnatural bulge in the pushcart is Mr. Cochin's body. You had the Steel Samurai wheel his body away from the real crime scene. What a guess. But I wonder if you have any evidence to support it. Admit that for now, it is but a hypothesis. However, If you can't prove it, then I'm afraid I must be on my way. I don't have any more time to play with you people. Sorry it took so long, Mr. Edgeworth, sir. Gummy. Check the gumshoe. Is that the Steel Samurai's pushcart? Yes, sir. I found it in the open air stage area. That's where you went. Check the spirit that Pops left with me with. I thought I'd follow my gut and go with it, sir. So, Mr. Edgeworth, is this noteworthy? Is this worth anything to the case? Yes. It just might play a major role in solving this case perfectly, detective. But something isn't right. I thought that the entire samurai family was in Albust. Where exactly in the open air stage area did you find this pushcart? Found it just lying there at the edge of the stage, sir. Oh, well, let's leave that for now and examine the inside detective. Oh my god. Yes, sir. I'll take how you do this again. Oh my god, this blade! It's blood. This must be Mr. Coach's blood. Which only goes to prove that Mr. Coach's body was indeed transported by this pushcart. I believe you understand what this means, correct? You killed Mr. Kochin at this theater and then placed his body inside the pushcart. And then you forced Steel Samurai to unwittingly move that body up for you. I forced him to move the body until our best. What nonsense. Why would I bother to do such a thing? You were scheduled to make a speech in Albest, meaning it was difficult for you to make a stop in Babal. However, what if you moved the body to Albest? Because it was your embassy, you could keep an eye on it and tamper with the evidence, and then you smuggled it out of Albest. If I can show how you moved the body from Albest to Babal, then I win. But you can't. The security between the two countries is incredibly tight. I'll be the one to judge whether I can or cannot prove it. And so I ask you to provide us with a testimony regarding your movements after you return to Albust. Miles Edgeworth, have you figured it out? Do you know how the body was moved? To be honest, I have nothing to support my hypothesis at this time. However, I don't believe I'm made a mistake in my logic up to this point. Which means there's no question that can be answered, right? Prima Duck statue was smuggled successfully through the brief flight through the air. So why shouldn't there be an answer as to how the body was moved? Which means that there must be a logic flaw somewhere I can exploit. After I returned to Albust, I had my picture taken with the Steel Samurai shaking hands. Then just as I was about to start my speech, the Yatagarasu appeared. I feared from the national treasure, so I raced back to my office. Is that all? Yes, that's all. Looks like you left out a few things, such as the murder of the masked. Furthermore, you left out the part about meeting with me in your office. Those troubling matters. I don't believe I need to speak of those things again. I do so hate to waste time. What? You. Is not every life precious? You really need me to answer that for you. People like you cannot be allowed to wander freely through society. Then you better try hard, because I doubt you'll find a single contradiction. He's really full of himself, isn't he? Yes, he is. How can he be so confident at a time like this? Come, don't be shy. Go ahead and ask whatever you'd like. After I returned to Albust, I had my picture taken with the Steel Samurai shaking hands. Then, just as I was about to start my speech, the Yatagarasu appeared. I feared for the national treasure, so I raced back to the office. And what happened after you returned to your office? I don't want to keep on repeating this, however, upon my return, I had that stroke of bad luck and bumped into the Master Man. And I won't want to keep on repeating this either, but his name was the Mask too. Who cares what he was called? By the time he got to the Prima Duck statue that he was supposed to steal, it had already been swapped for the fake. Talk about an unlucky man. being bludgeoned to death with a fake statue. Miss Von Karma is really letting her whip fly now. I think the scary part is her silence while she's doing it. She must be at her limit of her patience as well, but physical attacks are meaningless here. Only evidence will suffice. Can't find a single contradiction. Mr. Edgeworth, he's totally dead on the inside, just like a hollow tree. You're the only one that could cut him down to size, Mr. Edgeworth, sir. This point in time, we lack the information required to fight back properly. Hey, Mr. Prosecutor, you just say the word and I'll get him talking for you. Don't forget that we have plenty of ways to get him to talk. You got some real scary people on our side, huh, Kay? Well, I'm all ready to help out, Gumby. How about you? Can't believe even you're getting into this. In that case, I'm ready too, sir. Everyone, please calm down. I'll think of something. So why was it only with the Steel Samurai? I thought the Pink Princess was also around. Pink Princess was suffering from a bad hip at the time, and the doctors recommended that she rest. Oh, so you do have a soft side after all. The pain of a bad hip. I suppose none of you can really understand how it feels. So you tend to strain your back as well, huh? But isn't that just because you're normally all hunched over? You did need to keep up that act no matter what, I suppose. The point of this is not to discuss my back problems. For about 15 minutes after our handshake, I was in my office preparing for the speech. Yaterasu was just a trick that you had to set up. A most amusing joke, and how do you propose that I set it up? If you really want to know, I can explain it in detail for you. You arrange the spotlights in a rose garden so that when you were to take the stage, the audience would see the Yatagarasu's shadow. Oh, that is an interesting tale. Sadly, it has nothing to do with me. What's going to take for you to fess up to anything? Very well, then let's move on to a different question. After the Yatagarasu appeared, what was the state of the rose garden? Everyone took refuge inside the embassy. I even helped with the effort. And then once everyone was inside, well... I can't find a single flaw in his argument. At this rate, I won't be able to prove that he is actually guilty of anything. Are you finished here? Miles Edgeworth, can you not come up with how the body was moved to the ball? Sir, Mr. Edgeworth, even after proving so much, is he going to get away with it? It's the end. Hold it! It appears that we made it to the it would be a great honor if you would allow us to be your allies in battle, evil magistrate. It is time for you to pay. It's the Steel Samurai. No, you were mistaken, for I am the Steel Samurai Daddy, married man of Old Tokyo. And this is Pink Princess Mommy. Edgy Poo. The two people that I want to see the least. Way to show your gratitude, Edgy. We just wanted to help, yeesh. I'm gonna get the bad guys. Go away! How can you be so mean to us, Edgy? All three of us came to lend a hand, and this is how you treat us? And this is the grand... Well, isn't this grand? And I see they managed to find an Iron Infant. Does that really matter right now? Hey. Is this me, or is the Iron Infant completely soaked? Yeah. I found him in the ball, but he was in the middle of the pool. Wait a second. Larry, go back to what you said just now. Huh? Oh, it appears that we made it. Not that far back. Something about finding the Iron Infant in the ball. He found it inside, oh my god. And he found it in in a pool. I don't recall there being one in Babal. Oh, that! Well, I was in Albest the whole time, so I have no idea how the Iron Infant wound up in Babal. I thought I had lost him in the Rose Garden, but I guess maybe the cute kid can swim, huh? Wait, what? Larry, you lost the Iron Infant in the Rose Garden? Are you sure about that? Yeah, I'm sure. But I found him in... That's enough, Larry. The Iron Infant that Larry lost managed to have moved between the two countries. Furthermore, the Iron Infant was found soaked in the middle of the pool. This is what I've been looking for. It's another smuggling route between the countries. The key to the route to the Iron Infant to travel from Albus to Babal. The key to the route of the Iron Infant to travel from Albus to Babal is counterfeiting. That's right. This embassy was built with bilateral symmetry in mind. Head of Gumshoe. Yes, sir. There is a location I wish for you to examine post-haste. It is where I believe the route used to smuggle Mr. Coach's body lies. But something like that really exists, sir. Embassy built on bilateral system, meaning that this is where we need to examine. Yes, sir. I'll be back before you know it. It's too late. It doesn't matter now what you do. It's all the way a waste of time. You will stay here with us and wait. This is Edgeworth. Mr. Edgeworth, it's here, sir. There's a reservoir here, just like in the Rose Garden. Just as I suspected. What is it? The two sides of the embassy are mirror images of each other, which means that there is also a pool at the corresponding location of the Babalese side. Mr. Coach's body was moved into Babal through the pool in Albus. Avoiding the topic with a vague answer like that is unbecoming of a prosecutor. If you don't mind, I'd like to see more physical proof if you have any. Ah, shit. The Iron Infant is positively soaked in water. Why do you think that is? It is because he was fished out of the pool, and not just any pool, it was the Babalese pool. I think it's pretty obvious at this point with what must be true. There's a drainage through it. The water reservoirs in the two courtyards are connected. And where is your proof that the two sides are connected? The proof is right there before your eyes. The half-drowned Iron Infant. This blasted doll. Mr. Edgeworth, I'm back. Hey, don't tell me. You guys figured everything out without me. We did, thanks to this hero of justice son. Even if he is just a doll, he managed to help foil the villain. Hey, Mr. Prosecutor. Look, I don't want to say this, but it's kind of unlikely that the body just happened to have passed on through to Babal. This guy's a doll, and he's small, so I can believe it made it, but he has a point. Yes, that's right. I'm glad someone's here understands. Mr. Ezra, you're going to the next proposal that the dead body can swim through a pipe. You see, Mr. Prosecutor, our chase after this man is far from over. Agent Lang. Why is he helping Mr. Alba out now? He's not. He realized a flaw in my argument and is helping to move the logic along. In which case, should return the favor and find an answer. And another thing. Mr. Coach's body was found in his office in Babal. So what happened to his body after it was transported to the open air stage? Mr. Alba had an accomplice in Babal, remember? You mean Shihana. Right? He looks like a Yakuza character. With her there, you can see how it was possible to move the body up to the office. Are you seriously claiming that she swam through the connecting pipe with the body? He's right. Miss Fiona would drown if she did that. It's hard to imagine that she swam through the connecting pipe. Looks like your hypothesis about how the body was moved is still only half-baked. In the end, it's all just a befuddled musings of an accusatory man. Now then, I believe you should give up and allow me the passage. Because from the start, there was no feasible method of transporting the body. What? Mr. Prosecutor, recall Shihana's movements. What was happening in the embassy around the time Miss Shihana was at the ball? Oh, if only there was a way to get rid of the water in the pool. Get rid of the water. Aha, that's it. Now I believe this time you really are done, alright? Unfortunately for you, it's far from over, Mr. Alba. You're the most persistent man. Are you saying that you thought of a way to move the body through the water? Move the body through the water that is completely unrelated to how it was done. Excuse me? The reason I say that is because there wasn't any water there at the time. What do you mean there wasn't any water? Just what it sounds like. That makes it possible to drain the water, allowing the body to be moved. Tonight, the Yatagarasu set fire to the variety of locations of Babali's embassy. In order to put the fires out, much of the reservoir's water was used. Of course, when the water was used, the reservoir's water level went down. If enough water was drained, the connecting pipe could be used to traverse the border. So what? The water level went down, the reservoirs were connected. Does any of this matter? You can't prove any of this. Pretending to be ignorant won't work with me. We both know what kind of situation we're in right now. Even in a game, there comes a critical game-changing moment. A moment in which you hit a wall that you must overcome in order to beat the game. I haven't lost yet. I found the route you used to smuggle the body, and that route will lead you to your defeat. You know all the water was used by the firefighting effort. You still can't really call that a smuggling route. I know that. I should have figured that you would notice. Hey, Mr. Alba, how deep are those pools anyway? I'll have you know those pools are extremely deep, and there are no ladders or footholds along the walls either. It would be difficult for Shihana to hold the body and climb up of the pool. Ladders or footholds along the walls. There was no need for such things. What do you mean? If one were to use a certain something, they could go up or down in the pool as well. Oh, it looks like you've got an answer already. Well, what are you waiting for, Mr. Prosecutor? Enlighten us already. The way in which Miss Shihana and the body were able to rise up in the ground level, there was a way to control the water level that could be the way to the body was moved. This was used so that the body and Miss Shihana could move up and down in the pool. I don't know if he's talking about this. Part of the rose garden pool, water refills the water when the water level is too low. I don't know if they're referring to that or the rope again. The wire. The wire can't be climbed. The wire can't be climbed, so it found press. I don't know. I wouldn't say that it's able to bring you down automatically by itself. Like, you are not able to, use it to go down. But I would believe it would take you up easily. But going down is kind of a stretch. Mr. Alba used the fountain sprouts in a manner of speaking. Use the fountain sprouts? How so? The water level in the pools can be controlled by opening and closing the sprouts. There you go. Mishihana and the body were lifted upward by their buoyancy in water. The fire of the Babali's side and the fire fighting effort. These were set in motion all for the sake of smuggling Mr. Coach's body. Shall I show you where the final destination of my train of logic leads? First, Mr. Alba closed the fountain spouts in advance in preparation of things to come. Then he took the push cart that was brought Oh my god. That was brought to the rose garden. And push it along with the iron infant in Mr. Coach's body into the pool. At the time, Miss Shiona was busy conveniently starting the first fire in Babal. She then made for the open air stage pool to wait for the firefighting effort to begin. No one would notice a woman just there. When the firefighters used the water in the pool, the water level went down. And by the time the fire was put out, the pipe between the two pools was exposed. This is when she pushed the pushcart from Albus into Babal. Once that was accomplished, Mr. Albus simply opened the fountain spouts once more. This is like so convoluted. This whole fucking murder is so convoluted compared to like other convoluted murders. It's not like the most convoluted, but it's convoluted nonetheless. And the water level rose up to its original level, along with Miss Shihana and the body. After that, Miss Shihana used the pushcart to carry the body up to the secretary's office. There's an elevator in the embassy after all, so you see. Even with her small frame, she could have easily transported Mr. Coach's body. And that wraps up my thorough explanation of how the body was moved. Well, ex-Ambassador Alba, what do you think? Not so untouchable without your precious extraterrestrial rights to protect you, are you? I knew you could do it, Mr. Edgeworth. Way to fight back. You accuse me of moving the body across country lines. But when you get down to the nitty-gritty, you don't have what it takes to indict me. Nitty-gritty? What does that old man want now? Proof. I believe it is what he seeks. Yes, proof. Without any, who is to say whether or not any of what you said really happened? He wants proof? What are we going to do now, Mr. Edgeworth? There's no need to worry. I've had all the proof we need all along. The body wasn't the only thing to go through the pool's connecting pipe tonight. Just as Detective Gumshoe found the pushcart in the open-air stage area, so too did I find one other item. And that piece of evidence is what will prove that the pools were the smuggling routes. There was another thing that was smuggled over the Babal's open-air stage area. Is it the guitar pick? I fucking swear to Chris. The pick has finally come up. This is like one of the first items you find. And what exactly is this? You have no idea, do you? This little piece that I found on Bobbly's side will be your undoing. A guitar pick. Would you care to explain how that is going to be in, as it were? Much to your charging, perhaps, but this is not a guitar pick. What? This is something I found at the open-air stage when, which was transported with the body. I naturally assumed that you would recognize it, since you took a photo with it after all. But since you don't, allow me to fill you in on what I found at the stage actually belongs to. What does that belong to? Not that. Not these. Am I stupid? Is it this? No, it's not. I'll take the hit for this one, because I'm like, what? Oh my god, people stop talking. Just let me get through it. He took a photo with it. That's like the only photo we have. Alright, we get it. Move along. Since he took a photo with it. I have truly no idea. Oh, is it this? Is that the missing pedal? It has to be. Hold up. How do I do this? Maybe? No, that doesn't make sense. No, wait, it is. It is. Okay, yeah, it's a knife. It's a knife. What the fuck? Let's take a good look at the murder weapon that was used to kill Manny Kochin. On the handle of this knife, there was a beautifully blooming flower. However, it would appear that it's missing a single petal. Now, let's see what happens when you try to fit this pick in the open slots. What stupidity, man. It's a perfect fit. I assume the petal must have fallen off of the flower during Mr. Kochin's murder. And then it was accidentally placed in the pushcart along with Mr. Kochin's body. That's an interesting story, nothing more. Oh, I assure you it's more than just a story. Because for some odd reason, this flower petal was wet when I found it. It was wet, you say? Yes, and the only place it could have gotten wet from is the open air stage's pool. Now I ask you, how did a part of the weapon which was smuggled into the theater wind up in an open air stage area in Babali's side of the embassy? I don't think I need to waste any words explaining this, as this petal explains it all for me. It proves that someone went from the Rose Garden's pool on through into Babal. Impossible! The people of Zhangfa have been waiting to see you face to face, Mr. Alba. I'll tell everyone back home we'll be there soon. You should be happy. Why? Why? It's a little late to be asking that question. You should have known from the very beginning. When you took your first life. No matter how you may plot or how you may try to cover it all up, you could never hide from your crime or what you've done. Because we're here to see to it that justice is served to people like you. You can't call what you've given a perfect argument. You know, I don't think this guy is going to ever admit to his wrongdoing, Mr. Edgeworth, because he values himself above all else. People who can't be negotiated with, or people who refuse to admit that they're lost, I don't believe those kinds of people really exist, because everyone breaks eventually. Alright, in that case, I have no choice but to use all the evidence I have. I'll use it all until he breaks under the weight of his crimes. Mr. Albert, I request that you testify once more. This really will be the end of the line. No, we're up to the last one. Oh my god. Fucking please. Alright. Mr. I request that you testify once more. As if there is anything else for me to testify about. I still have yet to fully prove that it was Mr. Alba who murdered Mr. Cochin. Well, I would like to hear about your movements before the murder occurred. I wonder if you could tell us about what you did here in the television rush. Very well, I suppose I could tell you about that. Because about all I did was watch the Steel Samurai stage show. Elaborating on even that alone is good enough for me. The only way for me to place the man under arrest is to pinpoint the exact location of where the murder took place, for that is the key to the investigation. I watched from the last row. The stage was well lit, but it was dark out in the audience. I swear I was there in the audience, but it's hard to prove that, I suppose. I do remember the contents of the show very well, though. It's that proof enough for you. Those moving scenes were seared into the old man's heart. I will never forget. You were in the theater proper, watching the Steel Samurai stage show, were you? Of course I was. I have a great fondness for the Steel Samurai. Heh, yeah, I was pretty cool up there, wasn't I? You're not the one who was cool. It's the Steel Samurai who was cool. Yeah, the Steel Samurai's special finishing move today was really something, huh? Hey, Edgy. Who is she? Who is a super cute girl? She's been standing here this whole time and only now you notices her? Her name is Kay Faraday and she's helping me in my investigation. Sorry I didn't get to introduce myself earlier, but I better late than never. Yes, okay. I'm Larry Butts. Silence in the peanut gallery. There's no time for such travel at a time like this. Mr. Prosecutor, this is the final battle. You got that. I know. This is the end. For the man there. Now that's the kind of thing I like to hear. I think I'll give trusting you a try, Mr. Prosecutor, or rather, Mr. Edgeworth. I leave this critical battle up to you, Mr. Edgeworth. Have no fear, I'll finish the job. This really is the end game. The time has come to expose every last one of Mr. Alba's lies. I swear I was there in the audience, but it's hard to prove that, I suppose. I do remember the content of the show very well, though. Is that proof enough? Well, I remember the content of the show as well myself. That's nice. That's nice. Miles Edgeworth, don't allow yourself to be riled up by him all the conjecture. I wasn't planning to let him. Well, if you ask me, I think I'm the biggest Steel Samurai expert around here. And didn't you think the cinematic scene of today's show was just totally awesome? Yes, I remember that well, and that spectacular special move. The way you delivered the final blow against the evil magistrate, early summer rain jab. Oh, that scene will live on in my heart forever. That how I went? Heh, I totally forgot about that. How can you forget your own special moves? That's a special attack that the Steel Samurai uses when he's using the Samurai Spear. Yes, and today was the first time they showed it off, was it not? If I hadn't watched the show, then how could I answer you with the name of the move? I suppose you are correct, but if you could, please elaborate on this point for me. One of the scenes was never before the... Caught him! I knew it was that! Instantly, when I read that line earlier, I was like, that's definitely fucking that shit. The special move today was the early summer rain jab. Is that your final answer? You little irritating gnat. Do you think you can trip me up by asking the same question over and over? That was not my intention. Your testimony is more than sufficient. However, I believe it would be wise for you to take a look at this. The Samurai Spear. What about it? This spear actually never made it on stage today. Excuse me? Huh. Unfortunately for you, tonight's Steel Samurai happened to be a goof of a young man with the abundance of useless hot bluntness. Having said that, said useless man bent the spear during his rehearsal this evening. Kay, do you remember what the Steel Samurai special move was tonight? It was a Steel Samurai Sushi Slice. Ah, correct. Because he couldn't use the spear. A last-minute change was made. Had you been really watching the show, you would have known that was the move, or that was used. Quirkus Alba. You didn't watch even a single minute of the Steel Samurai Stage show tonight, did you? Aha, so he wasn't watching the show tonight. Then it opens up the possibility that he was busy killing Mr. Koten instead. So where were you during the show? I demand an answer now. He doesn't stop! Just end this fucking bit! Just what is so funny? You're so sloppy. And so are your conclusions. I still insist that I watched the show, or most of it in any case. What do you mean by most of it? You see, during the show, I left my seat for a spell to visit the bathroom. I assumed that was when that dramatic scene was played out on stage. That is the lousiest, lamest excuse I've ever heard of my life, pal. Just because he got the name of the move wrong. We can't really use that as proof that he didn't watch the show at all. As a fan of the Steel Samurai, I had wanted to watch the entire show, honest. As a Steel Samurai fan, for someone who wasn't even in the seat for the climax of the show, you have no right to call yourself a Steel Samurai fan ever. This K being like, who the fuck said that? Who was that just now? It would be me. It would be I, young lady. Larry, what are you doing interrupting me like that? Edgy, just hold on a second, I beg. You may never accept this old man as a Steel Samurai fan, but I totally think he's a Steel Sam maniac. What exactly is a Steel Sam maniac, pal? I believe he meant to say Steel Samurai maniac. Yeah, and trust me, I know a real fan when I see one because I'm the Steel Samurai. I will never acknowledge you as the true Steel Samurai. What are you getting so worked up over, Mr. Edgeworth? Fucking Edgeworth, like, I will never acknowledge you. It appears that the real Steel Samurai recognizes me as a fan. As well as he should, for I am a fan, and it's not as though I missed the entire show. It was the most amazing show, filled with the spirit of the young and young of heart. Sarcasm dripping from his long wooden nose couldn't run any thicker. Getting the name of the move wrong only proves that he didn't watch the last scene. What I really need here is something more definitive. Something that links Mr. Alba directly to the murder of Mr. Manny Kochin. You know what, Gramps? You're really something else. I'm honored to receive such praise from the Steel Samurai, but what is it for? Well, I was just wondering how you found out about the early summer rain jab. That move is a bit of a secret that only a small portion of the staff know about. Wait, it was a secret? Larry, wait, what did you just say? You're saying good things, huh? Did I just say something stupid again? Did you say that the early summer's rain jab was actually a secret? Well, maybe I shouldn't have said secret. It's more like we only just decided on the name of that move right before the start of the show. Right before? Yeah, the stage director was going nuts because we were supposed to debut the move. About 5 minutes before the show, we threw it up on the dressing room's whiteboard. Early summer rain jab, that's kind of how we decided the name of the move. But by the time I already bent the spear, so I guess the whole thing was kind of pointless. All of you Steel Samurai actors are the same. The director has my complete sympathy. So basically, because we changed the move to the sushi slice, we kind of pretended that the early summer rain jab didn't exist at all. I mean, it'd be bad if someone found out we changed the move, so we made it a secret. So basically, a gag order was issued for publicity's sake. It almost makes the early summer rain jab sound like a lost art. Yeah, which is why I think most of the staff haven't been heard of the move. Hold those lips of yours still. What the heck, old man? I've done nothing but listen, and from what I can tell, it's all very unrelated to the case. It's also very tedious and pointless exercise in wasting time, much like a kid's show. Mr. Alba, I believe the one who should be quiet now is you. How dare you? I suspect that you've already noticed exactly what the very severe implications are in this man's testimony. Huh, so you're trying to bully me, huh? There are no implications to be read into the behind-the-scenes story of a kid's show. Don't even think about trying to slither your way out of this, Quercus Alba. You were the one who said it yourself that the name of the move was Early Summer Rain Jab. But that name was only decided upon right before the show was about to start. So, just what are you driving at? That the name of the move you told us was never used in the show or said aloud. Now then, would you care to tell us about how you found out the name of that move? Because I can only think of one way you could have known. Quercus Alba, this is the only way you could have known the name of the special move. You asked about it, you thought it up, you saw it. Well, like how it gives you a choice there. You know the name because you saw it. You saw it on the dressing room's whiteboard. Staff members who knew were keeping it a secret, so you couldn't have simply gone up to a staff member and asked, which means that the only other option left is that you saw it on the whiteboard. So that means that Mr. Alba was in the waiting room at some point, right? But what's the big deal, sir? I don't see what that means. There's another piece of evidence that has a great deal to do with the dressing room, so we can't afford to let that slide. This is related to both the dressing room and to Mr. Coach's murder. What? I actually do not acknowledge what the fuck he just said to me. This is related to both the dressing room and Mr. Coach's murder. Huh? There's a very close connection between this and the dressing room. And what sort of connection would that be? It's a bit difficult to recognize it at first glance, however. Yeah, we get it. I did it wrong. It was a pushcart. I wasn't sure. The pushcart that was used to move the body was right there in the dressing room. During the show, the pushcart awaited its turn to be pushed on stage in the dressing room. And it was finally pushed there along with the Iron Infant in the last scene of the show. And then, right after the show ended, it went into Alba's along with the Steel Samurai. Which means that the only time the killer could have placed the body inside the pushcart was when the pushcart was in the dressing room backstage. Basically, the killer has to be someone who visited the dressing room during the show. Precisely. Oh, but wait. What if this is just a what if? What if the murder didn't take place in the dressing room? What do you mean, Kay? I have to admit, she brings up a valid possibility. During the show, the dressing room was supposed to be devoid of people. Anyone getting in the private dressing room would stand out like a sore thumb. But despite that, the killer still managed to move the body with the pushcart. Correct, and it is because of the setup of the theater's dressing room. And that it would be the ideal location for the murder of Manny Cochin. Quercus Alba, during the show, you went down to the dressing room. And I want to know why. Yes! Yes, I was there. I went into the dressing room. Knew it. Placing you under arrest right now, pal. You got that? Arrest! Not so fast. What is it now? Don't I deserve a chance to explain myself? Explain? What is there to explain? This just keeps fucking going. This motherfucker doesn't know when to give up. Like, as much as, like, how persistent Edgeworth can be, this motherfucker is also persistent, and I'm getting annoyed with him. I believe I told you earlier that I went to the bathroom. Well, I got lost when I did. Wanted to ask for directions, but when I opened the dressing room door, no one was inside. And that's when I saw the name of the move on the whiteboard. You punk, still trying to get out of this. You really think you can get away at this point? Mr. Edgeworth, isn't there anything you can do to stop him? I don't have enough evidence on hand to do anything. I don't have the airtight evidence I need to put this man away for good. But if that's what I need, then perhaps... Agent Lang, I believe an investigation of the dressing room is in question. Fuck! Another investigation! It's possible that we may find new evidence there. Yeah, Mr. Edgeworth pokes around in there. I'm sure we'll find... I'm tired of this, man. A little thief, we may have to learn something from recreation. Please tell me we can't. We don't need to do any of that. What? Wolfie, how could you? I'm not saying that to be mean. It's just that we already searched it. My men really are something else. They found nothing. There's only one thing I can say to you, sis, and it's that they found nothing. That's it. I guess you're right. If they had found something, they would have reported it to us. They couldn't find anything because there was nothing there to find. And if there is no info to feed to Little Thief, then I can't do much of help either. Is this the end? The murder took place in this theater, which is not protected under extraterritorial rights. And the fact that it was Mr. Alba himself who committed the murder. If I can't prove both statements to be true, Mr. Alba walks away a free man. There's no other course of action left to us. It would appear that your hand of cards has turned out to be bust. Now if you'll excuse me, because of you people I missed my flight. Now I must make haste to arrange a new one. Who is this time? Oh my god. Hold it right there, you whippersnappers. First Larry, now you. I'm begging. I'm begging you so much, old bag. Please, do not elongate this as much as it's already been elongated. Please. What is it with the scary mobster skull? Like, yeah, okay, whatever. Don't treat me like I'm some nuisance. I've been meaning to say this, but all you keep talking about things I don't get at all. You're all leaving this lady into the sad, depressing, lonely... I don't give a fuck. Hurry up. Why did you have to speak up right at this instant? You know what, Edgeworth? Cheer up, because I'm about to give you the most wonderful thing. The most wonderful thing from you. It's so super special that I couldn't give it away to just anyone, you know? And my special present of love and sweet Edgeworth, are you ready, is this. It's a box of those samurai dogs, right? Let Alba go. Let Alba go. He's a free man. This bitch fucking ruined everything. Let Alba go! Why did everyone get so quiet all of a sudden? Tell me you understand the depths. No, just... I don't even care about you anymore. Just hurry up along. I'm not even reading her lines. I just don't care anymore. There she goes on a fucking tangent. Who thought she was a good character and brought her back again? Hinamaru like fan on it. I've never heard of such a piece of merchandise existing before. However, there is the red rising sun on this fan is filled in. Is it possible? Could it be? After the show, the samurai dogs were piled up on the dressing room floor. However, there is no such thing as a rising sun dog. It's giving me a logic point. It's giving me a logic point. I'm gonna fucking lose it. Contradicting the fact between something that should not exist and yet it does. The rays from the rising sun may be just what it needed to point us in the right direction. Present, the studio bigwigs basically told us to play delivery boys. We were supposed to hand the dogs off to the embassy before we and tell them hi. I had to pile them all into a pushcart just to move them all. I believe you understand what this means, correct? You kill Mr. Colton and this theater and then place his body inside the pushcart. And then, you force the Steel Samurai to unwillingly move the body up for you. Time to place the final pieces of logic puzzle together. No matter how fragile or small the connections may be, once we found them all, the way to the truth will be revealed. Just keeps going. There's times I love Phoenix Wright games / Ace Attorney games. Now it's just going to be Ace Attorney games. There's times I love the Ace Attorney games, right? And let me tell you, when there's shit that gets elongated for no fucking reason, gets me mad, bro. They're like, let's add another extra hour of content that is not required. Alright, taken from the dressing room, the fan's rising sun is filled for some reason. Box of samurai dogs were sitting in the push cart. Did that connect? No, it does not. These two did not connect, so let's try this. Thank God for safe stating. The killer used the pushcart to transport the body, which means that they had to remove the samurai dogs from within first. Yes, therefore the samurai dogs were piled up on the dressing room floor, or most likely taken out of the pushcart by the killer. Now we connect these two. Which should not exist, this box of samurai dogs with the Hinomaru on it. The red rising sun was filled in with when the killer was busy removing dogs from the pushcart. And it's proof that the murder took place in the dressing room, and as long as the red substance turns out to be what I believe it to be. Wendy Oldbag, I thank you. Don't thank her, just say, give me the box. What you have given to me is truly something very special. Mr. Edgeworth, are you sure you're feeling okay, sir? Mr. Abba, as I suspected, you killed Mr. Colton in the dressing room. How many times must I listen to you repeat yourself? Haven't you figured it out yet? Your words are meaningless, worthless, and powerless. The only way I'm going to continue to cooperate is with some definitive evidence. The arrogance, that self-confidence. You believe that you've erased every piece of evidence that could have incriminated you. However, there remains one piece here, and is what will put you away for good. You're bluffing. Oh, hey, Mr. Prosecutor. Sounds like you finally found them. You finally found the fangs we need to go after this guy's juggler. What about the box of samurai dogs is going to be to put the old man away? This character just does not need to exist anymore. Just remove the character. 100%. Remove the character. She does not need to exist. I could deal with Larry. I can't deal with Larry and Oldbag in the same room. If those two are in the same room, it is the worst situation of possible ever. I could deal with Larry alone. Oldbag I could never deal alone with. The trace evidence that will bring him down. Why it's here? Just remove her from the game overall. The box of samurai dogs with the rising sun fan on it. This should never have existed. So I want you to all take a good look at the red spot in the single drop of blood. Blood, you say? Agent Lang, I'd like this blood analyzed post-haste. I got to admit, I'm a bit surprised. I can't believe we found blood in a place like this. Hey you, get this down to the lab pronto. But why was there blood on that box to begin with? When we think about the flow of the crime, I think the reason will become obvious. Larry, you said that you transported the samurai dogs with the pushcart, correct? Yeah, you have a great memory, Edgy. That pushcart was a bit too big for my son. For my sons, you know what I mean. So to make sure everyone could see him, I had to pile some stuff in. I figured the samurai dogs were there, so I used them to fill up the cart. If what Larry says is true, then what were the boxes doing on the floor? I see. The killer took them out in order to place the body in the pushcart. Exactly, and that is when I believe the victim's blood found its way onto the box. When my men investigated that room, not a single box of samurai dogs was in there, because embassy staff members have already confiscated them. Yes, no doubt to hide the evidence of the murder. It's a good thing Miss Oldbag managed to steal that one box before they got to them, huh? Looks like Miss Oldbag also managed to put this great thief to shame. Well, it's kind of his way of putting that. I didn't steal or I received it from myself. Quick as Alba, I'd say this was one very fatal oversight on your part. He just doesn't know when to stop. Sorry to rain on your little love fest, however. How can he be so self-confident in a no-win situation for him like this? Even though the blood turns out to belong to Mr. Cochin, then what? So, Mr. Edgeworth, it sounds like he's not ready to call it quits yet. The sole piece of evidence that was left at the crime the scene of the crime. That alone has shed a light on the new fact. At the very least, we now have proof that the murder occurred in the dressing room. And you say that like it means something. Excuse me, sirs. Report. What were the results of the analysis? Sir, the analysis came back and confirmed that the red substance is blood. I knew it. This Quercus alba. Mr. Edgeworth, I wonder if you might humor my question. Your question. The one from before, or have you forgotten? Even if that is Mr. Coach's blood, what difference would it make? Like we already told you, it proves that the crime scene was that dressing room. But it doesn't prove that I am the killer, does it? That's... He has a very good point. The blood on the box doesn't prove that Mr. Alba is the killer. Then, this evidence is meaningless. That can't be. You were so close, sir. I want to smack that smug look off his face. Come on, there's got to be something we could do. We finally found a solid piece of evidence. There must be something I can expose it with. I can't think of anything. Can't think of a single thing. Now, excuse me. Okay. Who was that? It's too late. I won't allow anyone to stop me now. Wasn't me, pal. Wasn't me this time either. Wasn't me either. It was me. Why did you... Because I haven't finished reporting everything to you yet, sir. There's more. What? Hurry up and spit it out. Yes, sir. That blood I mentioned is not of the same blood type as the victim's blood. What? No. Whoa. What? What do you mean it's not the same type? You mean it's not the victim's blood? If it isn't his, then who the hell is it? I don't know, sir. All I know is it's not the same blood type as the victim, sir. What should we do now, Mr. Edgeworth? I have no idea what's what anymore. Neither do I. My, what an amusing turn of events. A blood drop proves something to be true, alright. Namely, my words. And which one of your words would that be? The ones where I said that your words are meaningless, worthless, and powerless. That has nothing to do with the murder investigation whatsoever. Need to remind you that the blood got onto the box long before it entered my embassy. What sort of nonsense? Yeah, it's blood, pal. There's no way it's not related to the murder. So you would like to believe. And what if someone preparing the samurai dogs had a small nosebleed? What then? I guess that's possible. Then have we been wasting our time on a red herring? Belong to anyone connected to the case that could give a clue enough. Alba, you bastard! This is where his fucking wound comes into place. Silence! Don't you ever address me with such a filthy word again. I've wasted enough time here with you, and you have your answers. Now let me through. How about it? It doesn't matter where you run off to. You'll never escape me. Someday I'll have the satisfaction of sinking my fangs into you. You'll see. And all of Interpol will be behind me, working to see to it that the day comes. You know what your words sound like to me? Sound like the whinings of a pathetic loser of a mutt. Is this really the extent of all that we can do? Is the blood really from someone completely unrelated to the case? Or is there another possibility, someone else other than the victim? Just when I thought I had him backed into a corner, is it I who has been backed into one? In a situation like this, what would that man do? What would he who can turn any desperate situation around do? Turn it around. That's it. I must turn my way of thinking around. It's not whose blood is this. It's whose blood could get onto the box like this, and I think about it that way. If the blood got onto the box when the body was being placed in the pushcart, then the owner of said blood must have been in the dressing room at the time. And there's only one person that could be. Well, I must praise you for trying so hard. It's because of you kids that I was removed from center stage. And will be forced to live out the rest of my life in the shadows, unfortunately. But it's not a total loss, as the underworld will allow me more freedom than you'll ever know. Feeling like what the raven feels as if it flies through the dark night sky. You can't lay a finger on me, now, not now or ever. The arm of the law is powerless before me. Powerless, is it? Powerless, is it? I wouldn't be so sure about that if I were you. What do you mean? Allow me to describe you in one word. Pitiful. Pitiful. How so? Alba, your wings were clipped long ago. And for someone who is trying to fly away on them without noticing that fact, pitiful is the perfect word to describe you. Mere words. What do you mean by his wings are clipped, Mr. Edgeworth? Just what you think it means, Kay. We had already caught him in a trap a while back. With an incredibly powerful, definitive piece of evidence. Hey, Earth to Mr. Prosecutor, care to speak in English? What are you talking about? What piece of evidence? The piece I speak of is, of course, the drop of blood. But we know that it's not from the victim. I don't see how it remains relevant to the case at all. Ms. Von Karma, I believe that is exactly why it's very important to this case. And the part that is the most important is the fact that it's not the victim's blood. You're looking a little pale. Good. Then I believe you are already aware of what I mean. Then you know who the blood belongs to. Of course I do. The piece of evidence is the irrefutable proof that will stop the killer in his tracks. The blood that soiled this box of samurai dogs belongs to this person. Where is he? Oh. The blood of the rising sun on this box belongs to you, Alba. What? What? Why is his blood on the box of samurai dogs? He's not even the victim. The blood fell onto the box when Mr. Kochin's body was being loaded into the pushcart. And at the time, the only two people in the dressing room were the victim and his killer. So that's what you mean. If the blood doesn't belong to the victim, then there's only one other person it could belong to. Yes, and that person is the murderer himself. That's the only logical conclusion. But Mr. Kochin was the one who was stabbed, sir. Why would Mr. Alba have been the one who was bleeding? What if during the murder, Mr. Kochin had fought back? You mean if before Mr. Alba could kill him, Mr. Kochin managed to wound Mr. Alba? Yes, and I believe we have a piece of evidence that proves that he was bleeding then. Yep. Mr. Alba, you bear on your body a great wound. That was from when the Mask 2 attacked me with a pair of scissors. Yeah, and that happened way after he was in the dressing room. Ah, but is that what really happened? You can manufacture a weapon by smearing blood on it, so I can't just accept that as a fact. Shall we try to test, Mr. Alba, and see if the shape of your wound matches the scissors? You really are something else, Mr. Edgeworth. You don't let a single thing slip you by, no matter how insignificant the possibility. You're one to talk, Mr. Alba. You've managed to give the law the slip for 10 years as the smuggling ring's leader. No matter the danger, you can hide every last ounce of fear and anxiety from everyone. You truly are a one-of-a-kind criminal. I am the master of my fear. However, to think that a person such as you could miss such a large thing. You believe I've overlooked something. You said that my wound was caused by Mr. Kocha. And that it was caused here in one of the theater's dressing room, right? Yes, that is correct. I'd like to point out that it's simply not possible. My wound is a stab wound, and one that could only have come from a blade. I wonder where you will oh my god, I'm like, why am I reading terribly? I wonder where you would propose that such a weapon came from. Ah, this theater was packed with security guards. It would have been impossible for anyone to come into the area with the weapon and any sort. That's what Mr. Alba was about. Oh my god! Just as Mr. Alba was able to bring in the Albestian knife into the banquet, there must have been some other way to sneak in a weapon of some sort. Ah, but as long as you can't prove that. Why am I having trouble reading? But as long as you can't prove what the other way is, all your talk about Mr. Colton stabbing me is pure nonsense. So if the other way does exist, you'd better hurry and tell me now. Is it the key? With pleasure. Wait, what? This piece of evidence shows us how Mr. Colton brought a weapon into the theater. It cannot be the key. It is so the fucking key. Oh my god. Among law enforcement, this piece is known as the Yatagarasu's key. That key. That's the key that my father stole from here 7 years ago. And it was very unique in that it was both a key and a knife. Meaning that under the guise of a key, it could have been easily brought into the theater. You couldn't dispose of that knife that stabbed you. Therefore, you wiped off the blood and placed it back in Mr. Koch's pocket. After all, the key itself opens the safe in his office. The inside of the safe, there was a document about Kodopian papers signed by Mr. Kochin. In order to make it look like Mr. Kochin died as the leader of the smuggling ring, you had to make it so that the police were the ones who opened the office safe, whatever. All that hard work to save yourself only served to destroy you in the end. Shall we try matching this nice blade with your wound, Mr. Quercus Alba? It's over. It's finally fucking over. It's finally over. And that is what some may call the coup de grace. The grace. Impossible. You can't take me down. Swine, all of you. Especially Manny Cochin. This is all because of that man's betrayal. He sought to steal control of the smuggling ring from me by removing me as ambassador, which is why he deserved to die while bearing the guilt for all of my crimes for me. That's why I sent out the Yatagarasu's card and how this incident was born. Manny was supposed to be the smuggling ring's leader who was killed by the Yatagarasu, but I had yet another reason, yet another story that was supposed to play out. Manny's death was supposed to bring everything up to a close. I would have gotten away with it too if it wasn't for your meddling prosecutors. Mr. Alba, I'm afraid there is one more question I forgot to ask. This country's, or Albist, which country's court would you like to face first? Either way, it's game over for you. Edgeworth! He's dead. God, what a fucking case. Ooh, this is it. The big day. It's Mr. Alba's trial today. And next week is scheduled to stand trial in his own country in Albus. Francisca is heading that one. I suspect she'll be serving a full course of whiplashes at it. Having to face Miss Von Karma in court right after facing you, sir. Huh. I don't even want to think of what that would be like. Caught a glimpse of Mr. Alba as he was being escorted into the courthouse. Boy, he looked about as glum as I do the day before I get my monthly paycheck. You know, I've been thinking. That flight attendant and even Mr. Portsman were all Mr. Alba's secret agents. Correct. That smuggling ring was the common thread between all the incidents. Cammy Mealy was to provide support during smuggling ops using her job as an attendant. Mr. Portsman was to manipulate trials related to the ring to end in their favor. I fly airlines and even the prosecutor's office. No one was safe from the smuggling ring, huh, sir? I suspect there are even more members of the ring spread throughout the world. Yeah, it sounds like such a big op that I can't even begin to imagine what it's like. What is it, detective? Ah, nothing. It's just, well, come to think of it, Mr. Ernest Amano's trial is also scheduled for later today, sir. I'm aware of that. Mr. Amano has been working with the smuggling ring now for over 10 years. He used the Amano Group's various connections worldwide to assist the ring. But all of that has come to an end as his conglomerate is now undergoing harsh security. I can't even fucking say words. I owe Mr. Amano a debt of gratitude, but he must pay his debt to society. Well, with the arrest of both Mr. Alba and Mr. Amano, I guess that about wraps up the KJA incident as well, huh? Suppose so. Real killer in the KJA incident 10 years ago was Manny Cochin. And 7 years ago, the killer in the second KJA incident was Mac Rell. Those two facts are the unshakable truth. However, it seems that a lot of effort was put into hiding these and other truths from us. I will expose it all at the trials today. You're solving cases left and right today, aren't you, sir? TCU, died man. Perhaps now, these two brave souls who try to make the truth known can rest in peace. By the way, I received some gifts from Ambassador Paleno. Shrimp, crab, beef, and I don't need any of these, so I'm giving them to you. What, seriously, sir? Wait, actually, I don't think I want them anymore. The way you're holding them, don't tell me they're just coupons, sir. Dr. Gumstreet, have you not read the paper recently? Ever since the two countries became Codopia again, the economy has changed. Really. And it seems that Ambassador Paleno has reaped a few benefits of his own from it. He has been announced as the official ambassador of the newly reunified Codopia. Ah, but what a pity. Even though every item he sent is a treasure, you don't seem all that interested. Well, if you don't want them, I can give them to my lovely assistant Kay. Wait, that's not what I said. So, Mr. Edgeworth, please let me have them, sir. Actually, come to think of it, where is Kay? How come she's still not here? Hey, you gotta be more alert than that. I can't believe you didn't notice I was even mimicking mimicking Mr. Edgeworth's voice for a bit. Totally didn't notice you or realize the voice was you. Langzy says, ferocious love blooms with each new spring. Agent Lang, a pleasant surprise to see you here. It's been a long time since I set foot in the courthouse, but I wasn't going to miss. Watching the guy who screwed up my country finally get what he's coming to him. Well, that and something else. I want to see you in action in court. Is that so, Agent Lang? We flushed out all the counterfeit bills so Zhang Fa is finally at peace again. And it's all thanks to you, so I just want to say thanks. Wow, I never thought I'd see the day old Wolfie says thanks to Mr. Edgeworth. I should be the one thanking you, Agent Lang. You hadn't negated Mr. Alba's extraterrestrial rights, I would not have been able to bring him to trial. I believe the victory belongs to both of us in this case. A shared victory, huh? Look, don't get me wrong. I'll still never forgive you, prosecutors. I have zero interest in that truth thing you talk about in court. I've always done things my own way, and that's not about to change. You got that? I see. Well, I believe you should follow your own creed when you do your job. Yeah, and if there's ever someone your precious truth can't catch, feel free to sit around and cry about it all you want. But as for me, I'm going to get the person no matter what. Huh. Alright. About time for the trial to start. I will see you later. I'll be watching your performance from the gallery. I'm looking forward to this. I'm prepared to a whole ton of ticker tape for today's victory, sir. I'll help throw some around when Mr. Edgeworth wins. Hope you've got enough because I'm going to go call my men up as well. A modest amount of ticker tape goes a long way. Oh man. The scene shifts to the courtroom and the final act of this long tale begins. The legend of the great thief Yatagarasu. The story of those who chose to dedicate their lives to the pursuit of truth. Prosecutors are those who seek guilty verdict for the defendants they meet. And that end, you have no choice but to win by any means necessary. That creed was forced on me since I was very young. However, I no longer think that all we prosecutors are. And that is because... Even though I've only been away from the courtroom for a short time, I feel as though it's been a lifetime since I've set foot in one. Today, more than any other day, I feel the fight within me. And there you go. The ending of Ace Attorney Investigations, Miles Edgeworth. Oh boy. We're gonna... I know normally I would, but it's been a long stream. Oh shit, I did not mean to do that. I meant to change my screen. But it's a long stream. I should have started a bit earlier. But damn, man, now it's a long stream. But yeah. This shit was fun. I can't wait for the second game. But we are gonna take a break for Ace Attorney shit. Because next week I'm going to do Code Rain. And we're going to play throughout that. Once I get to that point of Code Rain. That's going to be the fun part of it. But other than that, let's see. Next week schedule. Thursday, more Final Fantasy IX. Friday. Hopefully I get around to finally coming back to Process of Elimination. And then Code Rain on Saturday. That's the new schedule for the coming week. On that, I'm gonna call it a stream. And yeah, have a good night. Bye, Johnny.